Well, that worked. We do have some problem with audio right now, since YouTube is having a little bit of it, so we are gonna run a little bit quiet today. I was hoping to not have to worry about it, but yeah. Why is the desktop audio so low? Hey, Trash Panda. Hello, hello, hello. Right, so we are, I have a little bit of an issue, work-wise, and it is a little bit of a panic thing, because it kind of needs to be done by tomorrow, so yeah, that's what it is. Let's pull that up, get that done. There we go. A little bit bright. But yeah, so we're going to be doing a little bit of debugging and figuring out what the hell is going on in this code rather than in Stationeers code. Because I'm not entirely sure why it is doing what it is doing. So yeah, also, welcome. Hope you had a good day. And I'm hoping that this is not a direct client side issue, because I don't have... I accidentally nuked my local freaking synced folder for the art and assets and whichever whatever, which means I need to do a full re-import on Unity if I want to start up the client, which is gonna take like 2 hours. So I'm hoping it is purely just a server side issue. But the essential issue is that we have an item here in a crafting list, and it has a variation or a variant, like a replacement thing for it, but it is adding it 4 times. And I'm hoping it's just a general tech tree issue. Let's run the macro for the tech tree. See if I had... was it any changes I'd forgotten to upload? No, we're good. Okay, so let's take a look at this carpet, see what is going on. So I'm hoping it's just a mistake I did. But it really doesn't seem to be the case. So let's do a little bit of debugging here. So if we do this and we set it to only have one crafting location, and we run that confirmation to the server, and then we build the server, so it builds using... right, we don't want to do that. We want to do global JSON. What was my last application? Add the remote programs. I don't remember what .NET I had, because I haven't updated. SDK.NET 8.101. I need to update that, but that is for another time. Anyway, hope you're doing all right. We're just gonna try to see if we can solve this quickly and then get back to Stationeers, which is the plan here. And then we build, we wait. This is also a good live representation of, you know, why the whole hacking slash breaking IT devices and whatever in movies is ridiculously unrealistic. Because 80% of the time you're just sitting waiting for compilation times. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna tweak this program and then sit there for 45 minutes while it's recompiling and throwing freaking errors, and then you mess up something and then it crashes halfway through. Gotta redo it, up and down, back and forth, redo, figure out what was causing the breakage. So we're gonna hop out of the local server. And I should probably nuke the map, just so we have a new map generated. But yeah, no. So doing some work aside prior to, and that is where we are at the moment. And let me pull up the desktop audio. We can at least hear the nice little bell noises in the background. Okay, yeah, so it's adding it twice for each word, how is that even possible? And why are the other ones not doing it? Are the other ones doing it? No, these are working fine. So why is the rug different? Why is the rug being very different from like the tapestry? Have I messed something up? Did I forget something? Why is it getting registered twice? Let's put a breakpoint there. See, I was changing out some of the templating for these items. So I'm wondering if I messed up something where it's conditionally doing something else for it, but it's not, right? So if we step into that process and we are going forward and we're adding tag, table type, getting the recipe type, which is the parent recipe. I should just be hitting F10 to be fair. That is all the recipes that is parentless, but that's fine. There we go, because it does that check once, right? And then it exits. Why is it? Why is it cycling through every single freaking item? Okay, you know what, let's just... Jo. Nu har jag inte kameran igång. Why are you... Oh! Right. I see what's going on here. I think. Let me hop in. Did the server not like me? The server is running. See if we can connect it. I think I know what's going on. It is printing the wrong freaking thing in through the templating, and I don't know why it's deciding to do that, but it is the templating. tt.recipe.tt. That is where we want to go in and edit this. So inside here, this should not be, yeah, because if we're looking at the tapestry as an example, right, we are it is properly populating with whichever. Now I don't know why it's not, why that isn't breaking. It technically should be breaking at the same time, but maybe it's because the tapestries are, so the tapestry is not set up. Yeah, we do have them set up as regular recipes. So let's grab the small, grab the rug. Where do we have rug? Where do we have rug? Rug small. Also, get that out of the way. We can annoying pesky things. And then we go banana rug. Sometime you should host a multiplayer of this. Well, you know, making it excitable. Because we've got we've got the rug small as the parent recipe, and we have the tapestries as the parent recipes. But for some reason, it is discerning that, and I think it is because we are looking for. Where do we have that recipe? So if we grab this, right? Because this should just be this recipe. It should technically just be handled before, but I don't. We're adding the recipe, type of table, and then we're adding the recipe, which is this. Now, technically speaking, it should already be handled. Because we are adding that recipe here. We're grabbing the table from the column on the tech tree or the CSV sheet, and we are registering this recipe. And it should be doing a second table. But we are not. So for some reason, when that is happening, it is printing out the small rug, which is what we're having problems with. Because we're adding it onto two parents, or like two parent tables, which is it should be adding this shouldn't be necessary. But if I do it this way, this thing is gonna break. Error building tech tree, yeah, because I forgot to actually do. Forgot to do that. Did I have? Okay. Sometimes I love this. It is truly. Oh, wait, hang on. missed an ending for the post initialization. Because when it builds the tech tree, right, it's gonna throw errors now because it's gonna break this. It suddenly doesn't print it because it's missing it was missing the exit off. But basically it should be for each looping, so it's gonna check that table column, which is this thing. So it checks that parent table, and then it's supposed to do a table object. So the table, which is where is it fetching that table from? Where the hell is it grabbing that table from? Well, technically speaking, this should work, but it's not pretty. Because it's just grabbing recipe. It should be grabbing the specific object. Which is not it's not really what it's supposed to do. What I would suppose it should be doing is this, because that's gonna break, so we might as well just stop it right there. Yeah, because it doesn't have a recipe variable. But that recipe I know you get sad. The recipe should be getting the variable populated up here, which doesn't really make any sense. That name doesn't work because we have name. I know. There we go. All right, because we're inside the for loop. Yeah. How do I want to structure that? I mean, we have items inside up here, and we have the recipes being declared inside that's templated, so that's not read. That's not code read by the automatic templating. I mean, if we skip this out, right? So if we do this. Why are you complaining about name? You shouldn't even be... You should not be concerning yourself with name if it's commented out, my good sir. Because we can do the alt recipe thing. And that... It's also throwing us freaking... compilation. It's wanting... it's recipe, right? Yeah, it's recipe. Ooh. That needs a closure. A closure as well. There you go. Look at that. It's all happy. It is all happy, and it is going. I need to refactor that a little bit more to... Because this is essentially just doing a... This is doing a catch-all when this is not working, which is not the best way of doing it, but it's sort of a quick fix for getting this done and built, completed tonight. So hopefully this should work. We're checking the tapestry just to make sure it is the same thing. Yeah, that is not... That is not where it's supposed to be going. Because it's supposed to be adding it to the table. And that is my brain. Where are we? We're looking good. Loom recipe. Loom. Are we doing? Because that should be the table object, and that should be the recipe. Because we have the table here, we have the recipe. We shouldn't need this at all. Because this is not working. And I know I got disconnected from the server. Because it should be registering the table type, and then it should be registering the recipe type, which is this, and then it should be doing and that's commented out. Yeah, because we should be grabbing... Oh, hang on. Is there... Do we have stuff that's using second table? Is that why I'm... Is that why I'm getting confused? Because I... Yeah. That is why I'm getting confused over this, because we should not have anything that has a column for second table. So this is all like a bit of fixing up with legacy stuff that was in here before I started working. And we don't need that to filter on that. I wonder if we have anything else other than that one sheet that has secondary tables. Yeah, we do have secondary tables set up as a separate column. But it's not actually used anywhere. Because that's not going to work. So we nuke this out, right? And then we are just going to do a for each table in the parent table. So if you build this now, it should be building. It's not gonna be happy, but it's gonna be building. Let's see now. Anything that has more than one table is not gonna get added onto whichever. Or anything that has a parent recipe. So anything that isn't a parent, so let's grab iron. Not iron, or iron bars. Yeah, so we're getting that. And that is grabbing that recipe. The recipe is being set. So you have this variable here, which is filling it with this recipe, and that is what it should be using in there. So we just need to make sure that that for loop, or that for each loop, is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. And it should be doing a... Not sure why it's not looping, to be fair. We've got this. It is the content of this. So basically each table in parent table. And then it's going to be adding recipe, add table type of the table. Which is, in our case, the parent table. So anything that has more than one thing in here is supposed to be looping through. Awesome. Hey Perugant, hope you are doing alright. We are just trying to sort this out before we actually hop into Stationeers. What on earth? Why is this not looping? Because it's essentially the same loop. right? We are checking for each, and we're checking, we're designating the variable as table inside the parent table. So if we have multiple instances of a table, such as the rug, or well, not on items, but basically here, anytime we have multiple entries, we got the loom first and then the automatic loom. And anytime we have that here, it should be looping this over. Or is it because it has a... Is it because it has a parent recipe? Yeah, so... that might actually be why I added... just downloading Civ 7. Want to join after if you have... Unfortunately, I do not. I haven't really played them a whole lot, but I may or may not dabble in some Civilization. I enjoyed 6. I'm not entirely agreeing with the art style they used for it because it was so different from the other ones. Civ 4 and colonization rework of it, absolutely freaking amazing. Beyond Earth, it was okay. It was a pretty alright Civ game. Really enjoyed 5. I just never really put in as much time as I would have liked to because I keep getting distracted by other things. So this is essentially our problem. So if we have a parent recipe, that is where we're coming into problems. Where is... I don't want to boilerplate it, but it's essentially what we need to do, right? Because we're looking at if we're a parent recipe, right? We basically just want to do this again. Were you unhappy for me placing this above mod post initialize? Order of execution in here is funny. I know you're being sad. I know you are being sad. You don't like me. Well, we're just gonna disregard the changes we have, and we are just gonna essentially do else if parent recipe. We are doing this, but I don't know why. Right, because we're stepping inside And we're stepping outside of that. I don't understand why we don't have access to name. Because... Okay. Okay. Apparently that just worked. The wonders of tried it out, didn't work. Disregard changes, tried again. It works. Well, let's see if this solved it. Let's see if this solved it, then we can go back to building our greenhouse. It's not gonna want to connect until it's actually up. There we go. And while that is loading, I am going to grab something to drink quickly, so be right back. There we go. I am off the back. Let's see. Is this now working? It is not working. We're having other weird issues, but that is other issues in combination of so why exactly is this not working now? This is just making me more confusing than not. Oh well, it's adding tag product. Should be doing add recipe. Which might be why it's throwing errors. Because we should just be able to use recipe and this. This should not be. It should be inside the mod initialization. To have it work. But it doesn't. Jeez, why is... Or is it the inside? It's the inside post. Why the hell is that? Hitta på mer saker.
Skillnaden mellan det här. Verkligen lyser i ansiktet. I don't want to read that. Go away. Det är bättre.
Oh yeah, I need to end off the type with another freaking parenthesis. Which also requires a type of. My brain has not woken up yet. Why the hell are you not? Right. You know, I think we might be on to something there. But I don't know why it's not. Why is it not liking that? Right, because it it wants the recipe family. Why is that sitting outside? Why the hell is that outside post initialize? And why is it not fine with it? Like, why is this not working here? Right? And then it wants to just add a recipe. Because that doesn't work any sense. We add tag product. Because we're not really using the add product anywhere else either. I mean, if I really wanted to, we could just, ignore the problem and just and just rip out the parent table, add a column for a second table, and then that would solve it. I think, but that is just kind of circumventing the problem. What I don't understand is why. Because I don't want to have this out here with user mods. Like this needs to go inside here, but I think we might just do a second table because it's gonna loop. If we do this and we add that second table, and we put the automatic loom here, crying out loud. We can issues with this. So if we just do this, grab it that way, and then that is gonna have our texture changes being absolutely crazy because we're adding a new column. And then we are doing this. To have it rebuild the tech tree. And it is still being sad. Dude, what the actual hell? I need to look at my last pull request, see what the hell I did, because something seemed to be something seems to have gone in that okay. So we did have that should work. At least it's building the tech tree and there's no weird things going on. Are we happy? The loom's happy. It is getting added as... It is getting added there. That thing is being added as it should be. Okay. Okay, so we might just do it this way because we need we kind of need this done like now. Okay, so that is hooked up. That is done there. And get the camera back on. And if you are tuning in here for some amazing Stationeers chaos and destruction, we are gonna get there very, very shortly. Just making sure that this works. And if you're wondering, if you're stumbling in here from the Stationeer side of it and wondering what the hell is going on, it is we kind of doing some last minute fixes for. Yeah, see, it's still adding 2 of them. And the tapestry is working fine. And it is doing the same thing, right? Tapestry fish. Right, this thing is adding the small rug. And this thing is adding tapestry recipe. And there's nothing distinguishing the small rug other than the fact that this is also available on the automatic loom. So I wonder if we put this on the automatic loom. Actually, let's try out this. So if we nuke, because I think this is something deeper embedded in the crafting component. So when it's looking for something, right? It's looking for a recipe and it grabs all of the recipes in the list. It sees that oh, this has a parent, and it also needs to be added on multiple output machines. And then it adds it does an instance of both for each output appliance on it. So basically this thing here probably needs to get basically this check doesn't properly work because it should be looking for if the explicit recipe already exists on the specific table. It should not add because it is looking for a it's purposely making recipes unique, and that is causing a bit of a clash in intent. So what we did was we removed the second table from the banana rug, and that should only have it list once. And that didn't help. It is still listing it twice. Oh, it's still listing it on... Huh. Is it because the parent item is being listed twice? That would be an alternative one. Wait, didn't we added... Yeah, because if I add the second table to the tapestry, what we should be seeing is that it's going to be the opposite of what we actually want. We're going to see the tapestry items being added multiple times. Just to kind of verify that this is actually the case. And the problem we're having is that these are only being affected or afflicted because they are not parentless products. Dun, 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 dun. So now, if I'm right, we should be seeing a whole bunch of tapestries being added multiple times. Which is, you know, not the intent we're going for, but do this. That thing's there. Do that. Yes. So we have figured out the effect of and why it is happening. So that is pretty solid. So what we can do to circumvent it right now, because you know, whatever, we are just gonna do this. We are gonna delete that column because we don't need the column. And we are I would like to properly solve it. It's not a static recipe. Yeah. So we can either make it into a non-variant item, or we can remove it off the automatic loom, which is not the greatest. We're gonna add a breakpoint for it. 2 breakpoints. So we're gonna check. We're gonna go into it and we're gonna check the values for what is going on when it's adding the recipe. Well, that's not great. How were you upset over? Visual Studio went, no! Very angrily. There we go. So we are stepping into, which is grabbing this. We are going on. We're gonna check if it's not null. And then it checks the required skills. And then it looks at static recipes, which is a whole bunch of these objects. It's basically all the crafting tables. Yeah. Don't worry about it. So we are grabbing the recipes inside that recipe family for what is on here, which is the tailoring recipes. So that is that tapestry recipe. And the recipes that are getting added to this is that recipe, that tapestry recipe is in here. Count the recipe as it's adding one recipe. And then we do recipe to table. And then for each, we're adding all the parentless products. Which is the like the base variation of those items. And then we're adding and then inside the recipes and checking at the product, that's once again kind of looping through the same thing. We're checking that thing for each time. So we're grabbing the recipes for it. We've got that tapestry recipe. And then we were filtering on all the different recipes. It's actually pretty substantial. Like we have 1200 recipes. Yeah, 1226. So that last bit happened multiple times, which is our problem. So the alternative we have is just make the banana rug its own little thing rather than having it as a variation, because if we need to rip out that thing, yeah, we can just make it into let's just not have it as a parent recipe for now. And then we are going to figure that out in a bugger, because that is going to need to refactor that component, and that is risky. We do not have time for that, or we don't have time to get it properly tested, and I do not feel like breaking things just prior to an update. So doing that, rerunning this. Did I run the macro? Rip that breakpoint, rip that breakpoint. Stop, add, run this. There we go. But now I know exactly which part it is that is breaking. So I can just grab this. And then we're just going to test it, make sure that that is working, and then we're good. Please, server? Nope. You know what? We are restarting that. What the hell is going on? I might have actually broken the client. Let's restart that as well. Get that started there. And then we do start up the client again. Let's get that Stationeer prepared, because hopefully this should be good. There you go. Now it's actually connecting properly. So I either broke the client or I broke the server. One or the two. The hell? I seem to have broken it completely, which is pretty spectacular considering the fact that I haven't really done anything. Pretty please. Also, I have an absolutely adorable cat next to me. Let's just do that then, and then we just purge the world from any breakage. Have it regenerate a new one, see if that works. Apparently the banana rug views were too hard. This is an adorable cat. I think I need to post up a pet channel in Oh, well, I figured out another way to break it. So that is why that is happening. I can't do it that way. That is slightly annoying. Okay. that is not gonna work. Because we need that to be a let's just add that back to rug small, and then we macro that out. So our problem is because we are using it as a marketplace slash blueprint item that you need to have a schematic to make. It is then generally causing a bit of a headache. I wonder how that works, if that's another bug that might be presented. That thing works there, that thing works there. And if you're sticking with me here, yeah, welcome to the chaos. And as you can probably tell, there's not much difference in my brain operating in Stationeers versus in here when it comes to code. It just does weird things, but I'm also mostly working on the design aspect of it and not so much the hard coding of it. But that works directly. We get in here, get this prompted in, grab loom, give automatic loom. We do it there, and then we pop that down there. We have this here. We're gonna see multiple versions of it. Yep, that is gonna be 2. And then we are gonna do where is our small rug? There we go. That is 2. Because it is essentially adding it's adding 1 recipe per recipe table of the parent recipe. But yeah, so we are gonna leave it at that and kind of pushed it further up the chain. And we are going to move over to Stationeers. Now that we figured out what was breaking, how it's breaking, and why it's breaking, I can push it over to someone else that can fix it. I am just gonna make a PR with the small changes. And we are just gonna do a going to do that, push that there, and then we are just gonna make a pull request, and we are done. Not a new branch. We want to do branch, create pull request. That is gonna open up on the other screen. And we are just gonna do that, and we are gonna do this, and we're just gonna do that. There we go. So that is that done. We can save that up. And we can go in here. We can do that. We can do this. We can commit that. We can do this. There we go. That is done. That is done. And we are good to go. We are gonna go into Twitch, and we're gonna hope that stuff isn't on volumetric. Ooh. 2-point museum. Creator dashboard. And we're gonna hit that managed stream. And we are going to update and let's figure out what the hell we were doing last time. Just need to change out the categories and everything so we are in the right view. Holy smokes. Right, so day 176. Here we go. Now, this is something we are all familiar, comfortable, and happy with. Also, why is... If the helper hints doesn't contain help... You know... Why are... Dismiss completed? Like... If we're done with the things in there, why are we showing more things in there? Right, so what is our catastrophe doing here? We are going to need to check in with... We're making a whole crap load of pipes. We're gonna need more pipes, but we are gonna need to smelt a whole buttload of more steel. We're making an infinite amount of cable, because we are gonna need an infinite amount of cable. This thing is kind of primed up on steel. Maybe we should just throw in a buttload more there. Ecosphere Essentials. Well, since we're not doing that, this is set to 0. That is pretty solid. What are we doing now? Anyone have any direct suggestions? We are gonna need elevators. Ooh, telescope. I have not made a telescope before. And I am a little bit sad about the fact that we don't have a use for the research stuff. So we're gonna make like, what, 5 elevator kits? Or 7 elevator kits? Which is kind of cool that the elevators, the elevator kits are really not expensive. They're super cheap. Like, it's crazy how cheap they are. How we can even make another 3. And then we're just gonna keep making cables. Like, right? It's a whole damn thing, right? And I don't think, right? So you have for the elevators, you have cabled, and you have elevator level. So you have shaft, and then you have level and shaft, and you have cabled and not cabled, and I don't see why you wouldn't have cables in it, because it's neat. And it connects, like, it's free cable. It works as an, it works kind of like a battery throughput, I believe. Let's grab some water, empty out our waste tank. Jetpack propellant is all good. These are looking pretty solid. Ooh, look at that! We reached the next step in the cocoa. And the tomatoes are giving us seeds. It's pretty nice. Wait a minute. Are tomatoes not needing to be reseeded? You just like, oh, look at that, beautiful tomatoes. You don't need to worry about them. They're just gonna regrow. Holy smokes. Okay. You know what? I should be using tomatoes more often. That is absolutely freaking delicious. I mean, I've always gone just potato because it's like the nutrient The fact that, you know, they're not really picky and growing. But adding with soybeans, like the nutrient levels of them are just so incomparable for time investment, right? I mean, cooked tomato, basically no bonus. Versus French fries, that is giving us a ludicrous amount because you're using a whole bunch of soy oil for it. But for some reason, when you're making canned, right? So you're making canned French fries. I don't know why the soy oil is down to 1. This should be 5, which would then make the canned French fries less broken. Like, what can we make with tomatoes? Can we make anything fun with tomatoes? We can make the cooked ones, but we don't really have. We don't have any cool like dishes really, do we? Like, you know, we can have tomatoes and whichever, whatever, but we don't have like a salad or something that could take use of the edamame or tomatoes or whichever, whatever. Which is also kind of funny that tomatoes reduces hydration capacity. But then that's, you know, true for any of the raw produce. Somehow eating raw mushrooms just makes you in a really bad mood. Right, so elevators. We're just gonna grab some of that delicious French fries. Get this sorted out. Get that sorted out. Maybe we'll grab some pipes. Maybe not. We got some elevators here. We're gonna need some plastic sheets here. Let's just bring those out with us. So the repeat harvest is just gonna be 1. That is kind of weird. Potatoes are weird. Like that is honestly a bit quirky. Like if that's the case, then tomatoes are really, really shitty. Now it doesn't make sense that all crops would be as good as anything else. But since they have essentially the same cost, you kind of expect the same level of outcome. So here we are going to have a elevator level, and it is going to be cabled. There we go. So that means you put electricity in there and you put data cable in there, and that is just gonna follow this with us. So we are gonna grab a elevator shaft leveled, because that is a floor, and then we are doing a elevator level cabled, and since it detects that we already have a wagon that's down here, it's not gonna add a new one. And then the same thing over for the next one. So we are doing this shaft cabled, making sure that the elevator cable is on the right side, and then level cabled. There we go. So as soon as we add power to this, we can use the outlet here. So we are gonna do we're gonna build a frame here just to kind of cover up the cables. We might actually just run the cables from there instead, maybe. Just do like the power there and the data port from there. Or we put it up there and we have it in the ceiling. That could work. But I think we want to have the pipes in the ceiling. Since we're going to be running up the pipes in this one as well. So that's going to be... it'll make sense to keep it here. Right, so that is going to be our way to getting up and down here. We're also going to logistically increase the speed on the elevator because the default speed is a little bit sad. But you don't need to build anything else in here. Like, if we hook up power to this elevator, it would work right now. Like, there's no welding, there's no additional building or whichever. They're just there. Which is pretty slick. Also realize I have a copper bar on me. Don't really need that, but here we are. So let's walk down here and let us grab some plastic sheets because we are going to be attaching a lot of these. You know what I just realized when we placed all of this down? None of this is actually rigged for automation. Just a tiny detail. Since I haven't dealt with the automation, I don't really know what to expect, but I would presume that I would need to have stuff mounted in the roof, which we currently have set up as just one tile high and like, would it make more sense to have an additional thing upwards, like lorry? By the pony that Inconel, Hastaloy, Astraloy. We can make one of these and we can see what the hell is going on. Because it feels like it like you have the dock, right? And that's mounted on something. And then you have the rail, which is just steel. But I'm presuming that that has to be mounted on a surface. Right? So I might have to rethink this a little bit. I still want the rooms the way I have them. But the those floors might need to be they might need to be too high. At least interior. I have no idea. We are so wild and experimentative here on what we want to be using that it is completely unclear. Hmm? Very, very adorable. Sounding like a freaking tornado warning. Tiny little cat goes whoa while she's sleeping. Oh. Well, I popped in a whole heap load of them. Stellar stone supply. Dump that there. Grab that there. $59 away. Now here's a question for you. Are the direction the contacts are located in randomized? Or are they always the same angle of the same types? So like Nebula Necessities is always at 179 degrees. Or, you know, whichever. Food for thought. Also, do we not don't have freaking music enabled in here? Not sure. Can we have music rolling here? Can we get? It would be nice if we could have controls over the music, the media player. Because I would like to have the in-game music just running. So, because I figured out what was going, why YouTube was having a his fit, and that was because I was using Spotify in the background as the media player, and they don't like that because, well, Spotify doesn't allow it, even though you were using copyright-free music and everything else. Which makes it very, very interesting considering that several of the playlists on Spotify explicitly states you can use this for as background music in your monetized video and content on YouTube and whatever. So we are going to be pulling this cable down here. And then we are just running it on this line here. There we go. Which is why at the moment it is very quiet, because we were out doing some grocery shopping and whichever else, so I have not had the time to fix up the music yet. So that is gonna be my next priority off camera, and that is gonna be fixing up a local playlist with things that I can use that is valid to be used. Now, I wouldn't mind going as far as checking in with like Nuclear Blast Records or something and using, you know, Sabaton or something else fun as background music, but I also feel like it wouldn't really be matching with the content of the semi-calm, tranquil sandbox games that I am running. So I'm not entirely sure how I want to deal with it. Now, arguably, I could do... I could deal with it like most seems to be practically dealing with it, and that is just removing, like separating the channels out and using, removing the audio, or splicing the audio so it doesn't pop up on the VODs. And that would not make it... it would work slightly different, so it wouldn't be flagged, but that feels like it's just circumventing the problem and could cause risks for other things if it gets discovered. So, you know, I don't know. It's weird, and it is not easy, because if you grab any of the pre what do I want to call it, like the also, I'm not sure I want to run it straight through the middle like this. Ooh. You know what, we want to grab it and pull it out here, because if we grab it through the middle like this, it's going to be running straight through the command center. And that is something that we do not want to do, because that is going to be a bit annoying. We want to do this here, and we want to pull you down, because we are wanting to do this inside the block, since we're going to have frames where I'm standing right now. Which is why I'm allowing this cable to be flying, since we're going to be, you know, building it in. And until we figured out what we want to do with it, we are just gonna throw it out here. And then down and connect it with the other wire. Whee! Bam. There we go. That is our elevator hooked up. Ta-da! There we have an elevator. As you can see, it's got a decent speed, but I do want to have it going like about 50% faster. Now, we could add more to this downward, and we could have it go down, down into the deep. And have a little service tunnel below ground, slash, you know, below the rock and whatever, and we can cover it up. But for now, that'll work. The elevator's there. And then we're gonna need a whole bunch of regular cable. Wee, dun 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 dun. We are starting to have some cable on hand, right? I am happy. Happy as can be. But is the bee really happy? Who knows? We are going to make some additional stuff here because we do want to replace these that are broken. And we need a whole crap ton of steel sheets as well, but we do not have the steel manufactured for that. So, what we are going to do... Actually, we do have some steel there. That is also on the agenda, and that is to smelt a whole crap ton of steel again. So we are just gonna grab us a little backpack and we are gonna go shopping. And where are we gonna go shopping? We're gonna go shopping in Silo. See if we can't get some steel. Hook that up. Throw it into the mining backpack and then yeet the mining backpack into that other thingy. See, look at that. We're okay. Yeah, there we go. I was just about to say, did we break it again? Because it surely can do the opening. But yeah, that seems to work. Now we just need to ventilate this air and throw it out, and that's gonna be good. So we are looking at you, Mr. Iron. Also, how much other stuff do we have in here? Lead. Put you away, put you there. Put you away for a second. So we are 60 copper, 112 coal, 42 uranium, but that's gonna be like a gazillion amount of trace uranium. 26 there. Absolutely 0 gold. 38 silver. 17 cobalt. That's not too bad. And then 59 nickel. Now, I think one of the things that we are gonna need to do soon as an adaptation to this is we need to move the sorters 2 steps back, and then we're gonna put a stacker in between there, and then the stackers are going to need and then the stackers are gonna need to be connected up. So when the sorter, sorry, when the sorter picks something up, it'll go in there, and then it'll be added to the stacker, and then the stacker, well, does stacking things, but it turns the stacker off after an interval of items have been passed through, so we don't have the stackers on at all times, because that is 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. That's 500 watts just on the stackers. Now, you could argue, hey, you know what, why not just build 4 more solar panels and that is it. We could do that. But that is not why we are here. We are here to shop iron. So let's have at it. Rather, we're here to shop steel. That's what we are here for. There we go. Okay, so cool. Now, you know what I'm thinking? You know, this is kind of annoying. I think silos. Do we want to do some automation for this? Maybe not a, you know, not a whole. Like we can do export count, but export count only does a quantity, right? Although if we do the stacker, yeah, what do you say? Do we just continue sneak building and kind of progressively build on the greenhouse, or do we prioritize some quality of life on here and do some automation in the silo, just so we can like select what ore we want it to eject, and then have it eject the quantity we want to have. So basically have a chute going in here, and then we'll have 2 dials that we can just set ore and amount of stacks. Because that feels like, and then we could also have it print out how much of the the selected item we have. Or do we keep going on the greenhouse? I kind of want. I low key want to get distracted by industrialization automation, just because doing the whole doing this way kind of it feels like we should have gone away from this a long time ago. Like we have the technology. Either way, we're gonna need 10 stackers. New War Thunder trailer dropped. Well. Also, Prairie Wind, you're saying greenhouse? Well, you know, let's keep on with the greenhouse. We are totally not just sneaking in some stackers in here. Don't see no stacker, hear no stacker. There is no stacker. Don't worry. So where is that music? The music seems to be like. Don't we have music? Did I display FPS? Am I not? Also, the first person helmet is kind of creepy. Like, is there what? Like, where is the music? Why is there no music? I'm just gonna make the stackers. I'm not gonna use them and build them right now because that is gonna be a little bit of a bigger bigger thing. Although it would be nice to get it, even if we add and increase our power consumption by a significant quantity by doing it. Hunger caution. Hunger caution. It would help us deal with being able to actually see how much metal and whichever we have realistically access to. We don't need more stackers than 10, my good sir. That is just gonna we're just gonna leave these guys here so we can fix that up later. We got some chutes on the outside, so that's fine. We are gonna continue making sheets. And you know what? I completely forgot to supervise. I completely forgot to supervise this bad boy. This could have been very bad if it wasn't for the fact that it seemingly doesn't wanna, you know, cause funsies. So here we have 1.2 kilos. Now we have some more steel. Let's grab this, 200 gram. I just chuck you in there. Just no hesitation, just go. That is some iron. Let's put you in here. Put you in here. We're gonna grab some more steel in here, and we are going to make a whole bunch there. Let's make a piece of this rail, right? So much cable. Who's building all this cable? Okay. Okay. So we can build this freely up in the air. Right? Like we can make we can attach it to the walls, and then we can do other fancy stuff. So, but that means we don't need to have, we just need to like heighten the ceiling. So we do a slightly taller greenhouse complexity. We do have more walls there. So that's gonna be good. Let's leave the elevator in here. We don't need them. We don't need the plant analyzer right now. And remind me that I placed the plant analyzer in here because I am gonna forget it. We can bring the plastic out. We can bring that out. We don't need the LED lights. Advanced tablet is gonna be good to keep. We'll put the laptop in here because we don't need that right now. We don't need that large battery. We definitely don't need the seeds. Right? And we don't need the Harvey. We're gonna need more jet gas. So that's gonna be good. Replacing the oxygen as well. Refill drink, and then we're pretty much good to go. And these guys, the silicon ran out for that one. That is done, that is done, and let's just leave this chaotic mess. Because we are gonna need a crap ton of pipes. Right, the fact that I could pick up all of those pipes in one go is a little bit terrifying. Because this is gonna keep making another like 200 or 400 steel plates, and they're gonna be needed along the way. With all the freaking frames we're building all over the place. Like, what are you... all of that material, like plastic, yeah, bam. We kind of want to have like a locker full of just steel sheets and a locker full just of plastic sheets, and then one for glass. And then one for like half frames, half walls. So that is the composite windows. We're gonna need one of those. And we're gonna need... actually, let's replace you there. There we go. So that should be good. So, first off, we are going to paint one of you gray. And we are going to paint one of you brown, because we are going to want a waste pipe. We are going to want a carbon dioxide pipe. Now, question, do we just pull in an oxygen pipe as well? And then pull in a nitrogen pipe? Like, go with all 4 pipes into the greenhouse, because we are going to need to adjust the ratio of the room. So the way I'm thinking this, right? Let's do this. Oh boy, that oh god, the whiteness. I'm terribly sorry. The whiteness. I forgot about that. I do apologize. Let's scroll in this completely, right? Damn. So are we a little bit closer? There we go. Okay. And we did pause, right? Yeah. So we have our atmospherics here. And then we have our greenhouse over here. Now, if we pull in one pipe, so this is, you know, greenhouse gas mixture, then we have no control in individual rooms to what is actually inside of the room. Now, would I want to have a, and please come in with suggestions here, because I'm not entirely sure. So in case I have a room that is O2 positive, as in this room is not consuming nitrogen, it is not, it is consuming CO2 and it is producing O2. If I have an O2 line here, so this is an O2 pipe that we pull out of, and we just have a stopgap here to make sure that, you know, it's a one-way trip, and put in a filtration unit to export that. So each room would have a filtration unit depending on what gas it is producing, and then just pull that out of the atmosphere in the room if the ratio of that gas turns in too high. So if you have the other room that is, say, we have like CO2, and then we have nitrogen. And these are all coming in, so we have the CO2 going this way, we got the nitrogen going this way. Right. But in case, like, I have basically be an active vent. So each, I would have 2 active vents for the intake. I wouldn't even need to have 2 active vents. I could have a valve So if it looks like this, we have the pipe. And then we would have so we would have two pipes. And then they would be branching in here. And we would have a digital valve here. So this is this is one-way pipes. So we would have a one-way hard valve in both sides, so you can't get gas going backwards. And then this would just lead to a beautiful little drawing here. But that will go into an active vent, and this is what leads to inside the room. That way we don't need to have a bunch of different vents. We can just have the singular vent, and it's controlled by the active, by the digital valve, depending on what gas it wants to add. And then we set the gas addition to be, set the gas addition to be like 96 kPa. And then we just check for if the ratio of O2 is higher than a limit we set. It pulls the O2 out of the atmosphere. All you need is a passive vent. Your pipe will be above room pressure. True, but isn't the passive vent just gonna allow it to overflow? Like if these pipes are, 20 MPa, isn't that just gonna go like swoosh and then suddenly room is 20 MPa? Or is that just my head being wonky? Oh, right, okay. So you're saying we can use an active, or we can use a passive here, and then just throttle the digital valve? Yeah. So we would just have a digital valve here and a digital valve there, and then depending on what we need to regulate, it would just do it that way. And then the same thing for any of the other rooms where, like the composting room, for example, where we're adding liquids and whatever, and it is generating gases that we want to extract. We just have a waste pipe connected to it, and it'll just pull the waste out of it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then a filter device in here that just runs and cycles out the O2 once the O2 is at the high enough, or if the room is at the high enough pressure / the O2 is too high. So if we set the O2 limit to be like 25% or maximum 25%, and then it kicks on. And then we can put the ship for that inside the filtration unit, and that is, then we don't have to have a IC10 housing either. We have the power for, we slot that into that room, and that'll have the climate control inside that one single filtration unit. Yeah, I like that. We'll run it that way. Do we have any more atmospherics in here? We do have one. Let's bring that with us as well. All you have to do is temp control the room, so your CO2, if hot, doesn't overheat the room. Yeah, see, temperature control is going to be another thing that's going to be a little bit tricky. Because the room is generally going to get spicily hot. Since it is going to be a lot of glass. And all of the plants in general is going to be wanting roughly the same temperature. So I am going to run a coolant pipe up here. And then I'm thinking of just having a digital vent for the connection into the room. And you will have to run shutters. Yeah, I am gonna have to install shutters on the exterior here as well. But that's, you know, a problem we get to deal with here after a while. I also, tiny detail. Tiny detail. You remember those pipes I colored and left on the ground? Yeah, left them on the ground. Yeah, so we're gonna have a waste pipe, a CO2 pipe, a nitrogen pipe, and an oxygen pipe. Since we do have plants that's gonna want nitrogen, we do have plants that are gonna want CO2, a ton of it. We are gonna have a bunch of things producing into the waste tank. And we are going to have things producing oxygen. Now, arguably, I could send it into, I could send the return gas into whichever, but if we send everything into the waste tank, the waste pipe, it gets temperature regulated for it. So even if it's coming out of here at like, you know, 32 degrees, it's gonna get automatically regulated through the waste pipe. It'll increase the quantity that's gonna need to be filtered, but I think that's fine. You know, running and changing a couple of filters every so often is not a bad thing. If we expand it, I might even add another filtration device on each, and then run, like, the second one starts up when the first one starts running out of filter. So that way we could have 4 filters as buffer, and 4 heavy filters. It's just, you know, that's gonna be freaking hundreds of hours before they run out. Just noticed you took another dip in lava based on your suit health. Yeah, that may or may not have happened earlier. We probably should have some locker up here. That is fine. Let's just grab these boys. So we're gonna move the roof up 1 tile. I mean, I totally did not take another dip in lava. That is just... Nope. Not the case. I never bathed in lava. It is not my favorite residential placement. So let's add some more composite windows. Bam. Bam and bam. And then we are going to add some more windows. And then we are going to have a window ceiling. And then we are going to add shutters on all of these as well, which is basically just going to double up the stuff that we have built. But that'll give it a nice finished look on the exterior. Now the question is, do we want to grab a paint gun and just do a little green coating on everything in here? Or maybe we want to color code the greenhouse rooms to the gas they are producing? I mean, that could be something interesting. Like, you know, if it's producing oxygen, it's going to be a white room. If it's producing nitrogen, it's going to be a black room. That's the wall. Put that there, put that there. Look at that, beautiful. Beautiful. Now we just need some glass to just, you know, cement this in place. But that is another problem. And then we are gonna run... How do we want to deal with the gas pipes? Because the gas pipes are going to be the really tricky ones. Because that's going to require us to do a little finicky up and down, back and forth. Whichever, whatever. Ooh. Yeah, right. So, central hub here. Look at that. And that just calls the elevator back up here. Nice. Freaking out of things in that glass. We are going to do same thing here. Now that was sealed up and done. So we are going to add you here. What did we have here? We've got that inline variant, which I believe is type 1. Maybe. We will notice it. I think it was the other one, but I think I prefer this one. I might readjust what variations of the walls some of these are. While we are, or prior to us actually gas filling this. And you know, I'm saying this as if I would have gas to actually fill this thing, but I don't know, we might have enough to just do like this thing here, and then we could move over our water supply. Like put a pressure regulator on the pipe and fill up that little mobile water tank, and then we'll just put a little tank thingy on it, and then that will allow us to move out the plants that we currently have down there and place them up here instead once we have the pipes hooked up. And that will allow us to better regulate the friction oxygen mixture. But I am going to need to refill my drink here, so I will be right back. There we go. Whoa. Down, 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 down. That is a very, very adorable cat. She is trying to distract me by being absolutely freaking cute. So let's get this pipeline in here as well. Where the hell do we want to drag that pipeline? Do we want to drag it at the very bottom back here? Probably want to use the back spine of it. And then we'll use the ceiling for one room, and then we can split it left and right to the other two rooms. And then we can have it linked up. Yeah. And then we'll just split it up here. And then we can have the pressure regulator controllers on this panel here. We could even make this into like a little interior door. Or like a service door kind of thing, like the roll doors. Maybe? Yeah. And then we'll have the active vent, we'll have the filtration unit here on the side, and then that is going to be where we pull that out. So we're going to grab a wrench, and we are going to make sure that we pop that. And that is going to be where we are going to put these things. So away with you. And then we are going to grab that nitrogen pipe. And then we are basically just gonna do put that here. We are just gonna do let's do nitrogen. So that is gonna be our nitrogen pipe here. And then we'll do the split inside this cube here. So we're basically gonna have you pop up as a nitrogen there. And then we're gonna have oxygen. And then we're gonna have carbon dioxide. And then we're gonna have our waste pipe. Am I forgetting anything? Okay, these are the 4 pipes we need here, right? We need O2. We need the waste tank, we need the CO2, and we need nitrogen. Should be the ones, right? So we are just gonna grab that wrench, rip this one out, and then this is where we hook these things up. And our oxygen is primarily going to be here. So we are going to do that there. And that is going to be our O2 pipe. There we go. And then we're going to have our CO2, which is going to be one further down for the split. Ah, we don't want to use all of it. Because we need it to have more. There we go. So. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We can do this. And that'll do it this way. But then it's not gonna be as nice. So we are gonna do it this way. That is what we are gonna be doing. Even if it's using a little bit more pipe. There we go, and that is gonna be that. So that is our CO2 pipe connected up and kind of arranged through. Do the same thing with the nitrogen. And the nitrogen is just gonna kind of go over here because it's not like we have much choice. But having one pipe doing that is fine. But we might, we probably should have staggered them, right? Maybe? We'll figure it out by the time we have this hooked up and connected. And then we obviously have the next one, which is going to be this one. Get this in here. That is not the direction I put that pipe, my good sir. There we go. Look at that. Now we have that nitrogen connected up there, and that is all nice and pretty. And we do have room for one more pipe if we need to. So we are just gonna grab that, do it there, and then we're just gonna refill the brown pipe here, which is our waste pipe. And then we are gonna send this down here. And as we can probably tell by now, I do not have enough pipes. By a significant degree. Actually, let's just run with the waste pipe. Do, 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 do. Oh, actually, did I want to make a basement? Do I want to run that downwards, then we are gonna need to do some adjustments for this. Let's just, yeah, let's just adjust that pipe to deal with that possibility, in case I want to do that. So let's do it here. And it is gonna get very hot very quickly here, so. There we go. So let's do it that way. And then we do the same thing for, do the same thing here. So we wanna future-proof this a little bit. So we do not want to start ripping things away once we have pressurized this, because that is gonna be a pain in the ass. You can be a critical hydration. Okay, so that is our waste tank, that is our CO2, and then we are going to be putting down our O2 pipe, which is going to be ending up here. And then we are going to be putting down our nitrogen pipe, which is going to end up there. And I'm not going to bother with hydrogen, obviously, because we're throwing that into the waste pipe. Because that is just the way to go. So let's do oxygen as well. We're just kind of doing these fine-tune curvature placements for it. And then it is the nitrogen that we want to be using here. Hooking that up there. And then we are going to be sending it down range. And I have freaking cats playing around with the bag. Making a little bit of a scene in the background. Let's do that. Yeah. I think the suit's starting to have a bunch of opinions again. I don't know. Let's just push the CO2 line here. There we go. So that's not too bad. Like, we can pull in... Now, you could argue that I'm an idiot. And you can go, Forge, why didn't you just pull the pipeline over there? And I would say, gosh darn it. You know what? That'd be pretty smart. So we are gonna adjust that. We don't need to pull them all the way in here. Again, we already have one line of them. There we go. That is up there. Right, so now we have a bunch there. Yeah. I know you're being a bit sad. You need food, sustenance, whatever. Coming in with your bodily needs of nutrition and hydration. Put that in there and have that empty out in the meantime. So we need to smelt a bunch of silicon. And that is only ever gonna really happen if I actually go out and grab it. So we're gonna do a little, I think. Yeah, see, these are all fancily grown up now. Amazing. We are gonna need to sort some things around. Silicon. We got some chutes on the external. We got those here. So we're gonna do a little bit of a sneaky thing. We are gonna continue with the greenhouse. Do not worry. And I noticed that, you know, I forgot to actually change the other waste tank. We're just gonna do a little adjustment in here, right? We're no worries. We're not gonna deviate too much from our plan. Too much at least. But I do want to make a few adjustments here, right? So we're not gonna deal with automation. I just hope that thing doesn't decide to actually screw me over right now. So basically, we're gonna do it that way, right? So we're gonna grab a sorter. We're gonna turn that sorter on. And we're gonna put that stack size to 50 because that is the ore stack size. And we're just gonna throw in a cable here. Right? We're just gonna You know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Right? Just like there. Just like that. Then we're gonna grab that sorter again. And then we are gonna put that sorter back the way it was. Right? The way it was. Not to fret, not to fret. And then we're gonna take some basic shoots. We're gonna do this, and we're not gonna turn it on because we're not silly people. Right, there we go. And then it is a little bit tight in here to do these things. But right. Let's do it that way. Okay. Now, if we go down here, turn this on. We're also gonna rename this. Just a little. Not the stacker, the sorter. Thank you. That's just gonna be there. Okay. Okay. Shh. Don't worry. We're just gonna go. Where is our lead? Right there. And then we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do lead or lead. There we go. Okay, so that is our lead updated. So now, whenever we're sending in the lead up here, right? We are, and this is, you know, this is gonna chunk up our power consumption quite a bit. Now if we do this, right? We put in these 6 stacks, we got this 17 stacks, we got... Like you can see all of these like small bits, pieces, stacks. Like this is... Oh, whoa. Right? All of these just small bit stacks. That makes it really hard to know how much we can actually smelt. We're gonna throw you in here. And then that is gonna hopefully compress everything. Ja. Det luktar gott. There we go. Now we just get 50 stacks in here. So now that stacker is making sure that we have that. So, and I also believe you can turn the stacker off, and then it'll accept items until it's, you know, whichever full, whatnot. And then we kind of want to do the same thing for each of these silos, just so anything that goes into the silo is fully stacked up to 50, and then we can easily discern how much is in actuality up there. Yeah, but just, you know, we're not gonna go through all of it, but we are gonna grab a couple of units of silica because we do need Don't really have any space to do
Waste
this.
tank caution.
Yeah. You can be a waste tank caution. So actually, in here we should definitely heat out the atmosphere, because we do not want to be burning through. We don't want to be burning through the waste tank like this when we're in here, because that is just plain dumb. But yeah, it is a little bit spicy in there. No. Bad silicon. I think turning that room into a vacuum might actually be on the priority list. But then again, if we actually fix up the automation in there, we wouldn't need to be running in there every so often either. And also, I'm unsupervisedly just throwing in nitrous oxide containing gas stuff in here, so yeah. That's fine. That gives us that'll give us a little bit of silicone to make a whole bunch of pipes with. So that's going to be the equal amount of pipes that we're going to make. So yeah, that's going to be like 340 pipes. We are going to grab that and that, throw that in there, throw that in there. That's going to take a while to make. And I think while that is being made, do we have some more active vents out there? I don't think so. Let's do... There we go. So while that massive stack of pipes is being made in preparation for the greenhouse, we're also gonna need to make some Atmos units and some other stuff. We're just gonna ventilate this. Alright, so we're gonna do this, and we're gonna put it into... Is it red out? Blue out, right? And then we are gonna do this, and we are just gonna do this. I believe that's the direction we need to do, right? And then we're just gonna do it this way, and we're gonna turn you here, and then we're gonna figure out where that thing is based on... Wait, why can't I? What? Can I not? Oh, right, you can't put active vents to active vents like that. Set to invert, so that'll suck the air out, and that'll pop the air out there. And then we just do... Yeah, I know you want to get a pipe in between there. right? There we go. So that is gonna turn this room into a vacuum. And it's gonna make it a little bit more prepared for... Ooh, managed to get my satellite code working. Also, hey Atreus, how are you doing today? I see you are... Since you're commenting on you finally getting that satellite code working, I'm also presuming that you are doing splendidly in Stationeers as well. So let's hook up this. Let's see. Also, I don't know why it's still filtering things in there. The power dial. All power 0 set. I mean, it looks right. Let me just grab that. Let's put it in here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I love the fact that it decided to freaking filter on it. There we go. Don't know why it didn't copy out. Oh yeah, it cut off things. And if you have Discord, post that in. You know, this Twitch chat thing is not playing nicely with that. Especially not with the censoring as well. If you wanna jump in on the Discord or you're on. Speaking of the Discord, yeah. Pop it in there, and I believe you should have permissions to make threads under the MIPS thing, either that or just paste it in as a code thing on and there, and that'll allow me to just copy paste it from there easier. You know, just drop it in the Stationeers channels. Let me know if you don't have access to the Stationeers channels. You should have, but I also haven't really tested a lot of those things out after I set them up, so do let me know if you run into problems with it. We are going to grab you. We are going to move you back 2 steps. We are going to take that stacker, put that there. We can actually put it in that direction now. That's not a stacker, that's an unloader. Actually, you know what? Let's just bite the bullet. Let's go for it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Stacker out. Bam. Stacker out. Bam. Stacker out. Bam. There we go. Stackers are out. Bam, bam, bam. Ursäkta. Vad gör han? I helvete så låter. Det låter som att det är en hund som flossar. Still haven't figured out what the square button is on the landing pad data and power. It's to the activation function on that button is to send off a trader that is currently landed. So it's like a hotkey for depart. There we go. There we go. There we go. That is hooked up. Now I actually don't wanna... Let's leave this off, that way we're just stopping stuff right here. And then we are gonna hop around and push in cable connections to that guy. And then we're gonna do the same thing on this end. And I know, I promised we were gonna build a greenhouse. We are, I promise. Need to get more cable. Well, I guess we are not gonna be building on the greenhouse.
Storm incoming.
Because there is a storm incoming, if someone didn't hear that. Waste tank and food, Forge. Waste tank and food. That was what we were doing. And these resources, don't mind the chaos. Surely don't mind the chaos here. You know, just an average workday, right? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Also, game, I was promised in-game music. Where is my in-game music? Like, why is there no, where is the in-game music? Where is it? Because it's not like I can turn on and off music in here, right? Yeah. Wait, ping highlight? What the hell? Holy lag. I hope it's not lagging. Gotta get the kid down. Ooh. Well. Good luck with that, my good sir. Good luck with that. Okay, so that is the power linked through there. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 dun, 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 dun. That is one of those through there, and then through there. Actually, yeah, that's not right. That is where you are. Because you are going in between there and then around. Same thing there. Okay, so that means we should be able to be hooking these up now. Now we are going to need to rename these just so I know which is which. So basically here, copy that, and then we're doing the same thing here. Cool. And then the same thing here, which is going to be copper. And then we're doing the same thing here with iron. And then we just need to make sure that each of these things are actually filtering the things they should be doing. And this is where the annoying thing is. Like, if we could just do like coal here, that'd be fine. But because we have to scroll through like this, it is one of the few places where I find the in-game menus of the devices being a little bit lackluster. Just because it's so finicky in its scrolling and everything else. Iron, copper to copper, coal to coal. And then we are getting uranium. Uranium. There we go. That is in there. That is done. Okay, so Now we just need to turn these bad boys on. And yes, that is going to significantly improve our power consumption. And we are also going to need to adjust the freaking stack sizes. Otherwise, we are not being helped. We are actually detrimental to what we are trying to do. So we want to set you to 50. We want to set you to 50. That is number 4. And that is number 5. Okay, so those are running there, those are running there, and then we just do this. So now anything that goes into these silos are gonna be guaranteed 50 stack sizes. Now we are almost reaching the point where it would be more efficient to use an IC chip for this and program the sorters, but not entirely yet. However, I am thinking of purging this a little bit. You has a return. Welcome of the returned. We still have a few shoots, so we are gonna turn this off so we don't have anything that's decidedly messing with us. We are gonna grab that wrench. We're gonna do stacker, shoot, bam, stacker, shoot, bam, stacker, shoot, bam, stacker, shoot, bam. There we go. Look at that, external temperature in here is 32 degrees now. Now we might actually need to move that sorter over there, because otherwise we are gonna have a little bit of a trouble. Let's just move. Let's shuffle this in completely, because we are gonna be doing some moving things around. Because if we want to have this here, actually no, it's not it's not gonna fit right there, since we can't put the stacker right there. We are gonna need to have a no. Come back. Give me back my drill. Stinking little sorter. Give it back. Give me my drill back, thank you. And if anyone wondered, that is how you lose your tools when you're throwing things into a furnace. It's like, I'm just gonna disassemble. Oh god, no, it stole the tool. So that makes more sense, right? And we are gonna do it. If there's anything that's directionally a little bit annoying, it's these guys. So let's do that, and let's do that. Okay, so that is our stack replacement now. And it's gonna be power in on that side, because we wanna have the adjustable. That thing is actually going to be a little bit difficult to adjust. So we are just going to preset that. And then we are going to do... We are going to put you here. We're going to put you there. And then we're going to grab the drill. And we are going to grab all the stackers. Right? And then we are going to move the stackers to a reasonable placement, which is going to be over there. There we go. And then we're going to move you. And we are going to put you there. Okay, so before we put down all of that stuff, we're gonna do this. We're gonna put you back there. We are gonna grab that wire cutter and we are going to nab all of these because they are in the wrong place. Okay, so stacker goes there. Stacker goes there. Stacker. Stacker. Put you over there. Grab you, and we're just gonna grab this one here to easily cut the wire in place. And then we're gonna grab our... There we go. Ooh, actually. Huh. That's a little bit annoying. Didn't think that one through, did I? Hopefully that'll be fine. Landing pad gas storage. Right. Have return. How does one get gas in and out of the trailer? Landing pad, yeah. So you have atmospheric landing pad kits, or like they're called Atmos something. Landing pad atmospherics is what they're called, and that is giving you a storage, an input gas, a liquid input, a gas output, and a liquid output. Now, it is important to remember that the landing pad contents, at least when you have the atmospherics attached to it, are exposed to the outside temperature, which means if there is negative temperature and you buy water, it will freeze and break shit. But the input and outputs of are their own massive volume pumps. So all you need to do is just connect a pipe and a tank, and then just hit the switch on themselves, and they'll just push into whatever you have connected to it. That way you can easily and quickly get it out of the landing pad, to avoid having issues with temperature fluctuations of them. Which is, you know, we started boiling the water on our landing pad the first thing we did when we purchased some water. That's not the direction I placed it in. Okay, so that is overwhelmingly done there. Nice, that is the power hooked up. Now I just need to replace the chutes. Hooked up there, that is the inner chute, and that is going to be the rest of the chutes. I can see the storm ongoing outside, which is why I'm not too concerned about, you know, whichever, whatever. But as you can see with the waste tank, it is feeling so much slower since I vacuumed out this freaking atmosphere in here. So that is all of the sorters. And I know they're not powered yet, right this second, but we are gonna fix that because they just need that that three-way junction. There we go. So those are all powered now. And then we just need to rename them, because that is going to be an essential part of this. So this is going to be silicon. And this is going to be gold. And this is going to be silver. And this is going to be cobalt. And this is going to be nickel. And we've got a few steps left to do. So one of them is going to be changing this up, putting that power on, and then hooking that thing up. And we don't need that there. We can use you here. Bam. Bam. And bam. Look at that.
Jetpack critical.
So that is on, that is on, that is on, that is on, that is on. And they are all set to 50. I'm just making sure, double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking. That thing isn't connected because we need to have that connected over here. There we go. Now that is connected, those are all hooked up. So now any ore that's coming in here is gonna be stacked up to 50. Stackers on those are solid upgrade. Yeah, but it's also a solid power consumption upgrade as well. Silicon. And then we want to grab that nickel. And then we want to grab cobalt. Silver. Gold. There we go. So that is all of those up and running. Now we can turn this back on. And now anything that's going to be thrown in here is going to be automatically stacked to a proper quantity. Now I'd like to, you know, hand feed this into this system and do whichever, whatever. But I have a feeling that if we just walk in here and we just, because we do have like, you know, 15, whatever. If we just walk in here and we just make another, you know, 20 chutes or something that we are going to be using anyway. Hey, look at that. We are looking pretty solid. So we just make those 20 chutes, right? Then we just hook up the outputs of the silos with the inlet of the loader. And we just have it cycle the contents of it. And I know this is a lot of steel. The same thing with this being a lot of plastic. But that's all good. We're gonna grab some food. We are gonna grab some water. We're gonna empty out our waste tank. We're gonna refill our jetpack. Because it's not like we are lacking carbon dioxide. And because we are inside, our waste tank is actually not being so filled. Waste tank is actually the least of our problems. That is a hard suit helmet, and then we're gonna do a hard suit jetpack. We're gonna need some wasp alloy, which we have not smelted yet at all. Is that a spelling error I see? Oh. I want 2 L's in the alloy, and it is not 2 L's in that alloy. So let's grab these 2, and then we're just gonna complete what we're doing in there. And then once we have that completed, we will be moving over back into building the greenhouse. So chuck that in there, grab that in there as well, and just grab that just in case. And then we are just gonna hit that up. We sorted out the lead, right? That thing is already done. Right, so we are gonna be doing this. And then we are just gonna be doing... That one is less of a problem. That one is not a problem. This one is a little bit annoying. I was like, Forge, what the hell are you doing? And I am just doing this. And then we are just gonna be doing... There we go. And I'm just cutting. And I need to actually turn it on as well, you know. And you go, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing this thing? Well, let's do the whole row. I'm partially doing it because I am kind of preparing it for automation as well. Right? Let's do a junction. There we go. Same thing there. Let's do a junction on that one. Stop that. Do a junction on you. And then just have that cycle around for a while. You know, the unloader might actually be doing its thing. What is unloader bro doing? Yeah, this is gonna take a while for it to cycle through. Now that that is empty, we can just close that, and anything that comes into this now is going to be fully stacked. Same thing here, the copper is going to compress, or the coal is going to compress quite a lot as well. And then we're just gonna let it cycle through here for a bit. Because essentially what's happening here is that the coal is just going around and around and around because that takes priority. And as you can see, it is slowly but surely compressing down into it. So that is quite nice. And then by the next time we get back in here, it'll be fine. And that thing is, it's not entirely vacuum in there because I was using my jetpack, which is throwing out carbon dioxide. But now that that is hooked up, I'm gonna need another, I don't know, 30 chutes in there, 40 chutes in total, maybe. And that'll allow us to do the whole silo hookup with chutes, and then we can do some fancy programming with that later. So let us just refill. Look at that, beautiful. Kind of funny how it's stacked up here. Like this was a giant pile over here. Let's get this up in order. The unloader unloads things. Right, yeah. I've been using it for the mining belt and whatever else. But the unloader was like, it's psych. I didn't have stackers previously in front of the silos, so they were just grabbing, you know, the single stacks, double stacks, or you know, the little fractional quantity you get from the centrifuges when you forcefully empty them out. Whenever one of them is needing to be emptied out. So some of the materials, in particular the rarer ones like nickel, cobalt, and whatnot, they were having a shit ton of like single stacks. But I connected it in. I connected it in through the unloader, so I'm yeeting out of the silos into the unloader. But the unloader felt like it was doing more work than it should, but there is also a crap ton of stacks that it needs to go to, so there is that. So where were we outside here? We messed up. We should have gone... I started pulling the pipes this way. I should have just pulled the pipes this way and directly into the atmospherics on this side. So I wonder if we have... Do we have a frame here we can use as a guideline? We got some frames over here otherwise. There we go, some steel frames. Also, hey Skirius, how are you doing today? I hope you have been having some nice runs if you've been playing some Stationeers. So let's do I wanna run that like this? So if we angle that out there instead, and then we go this way. So we pull it that way, and then we pull it in here. And then this place can have a stairway up to the atmospheric center. Right, so we can have a little This here could be a little hallway coming in, kind of like the back entrance to the atmospheric center. Maybe. Yeah. We want to have it there. You know what? Let's put it right there. And then we'll work around there. So we'll pull the pipes in here instead, and then they'll go straight over here. And then we are gonna have an elevator that, because we are gonna want an elevator here anyway for hooking up the basement here. Which actually we should have brought the elevators here with us. Maybe. Did we bring them out? Are they outside or are they in the hab? Did I place the elevators here? No, I did not. I think I chucked them on the inside. They don't. They no good on the inside here. Yeah. Go away, steel plates. Go away. Elevator, there you are. Okay. And yes, it is a little bit chaotic right now. You know, we've got stuff all over the place, but we are in heavy reconstruction mode. Trust me on this. It's gonna get a lot worse, then it get better. So this thing here, we're gonna have you here. So let's do elevator level cabled. So we want to have that there. And we want to have you... Ooh, actually the cables are gonna be... I've lost all of my gases to blowouts, and maybe destined for a new save soon. Ooh, that's not very nice. What do you? How have you been? How have you been getting blowouts? Just not paying attention to the pressure, or just underestimating the volatility of the pressure? A little bit like the pressure is on. Let's put you there. Get that angle grinder. We're gonna grab that. Poor planning for cooling. Oh, yeah. No, I've had quite a few runs with that before I stopped having that problem and started having other problems instead. Okay, so elevator shaft cabled. Bam. And then we get elevator shaft level cabled, right? So then we do a pathway here. And then the same thing here. We do elevator level shaft cabled. And then we're gonna do another shaft cabled. And then we're gonna have a level cable down there. So we're gonna have a frame there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, we're gonna put those we're gonna put the pipes, because we don't need the cable running through here. We already have the cable running through there. But we are gonna put the pipes, and they'll go in through here, and they'll follow the floor, and they'll lead... And we got a little bit of ad for people having those in 4 minutes. But we're just gonna shuffle this along here, right? We're just gonna grab this pipe. Yeah, let's pick up these again. Since we're gonna be pulling this in from another direction. And as I mentioned, I'm not really too concerned about the carbon dioxide used for the jetpack because we have plenty of that. So let's do these in order so we don't have to redo them. And we're not gonna hook them up right away. We are gonna wait until we've finalized what we want to do until we hook them up. So that is, let's put these on the actual border there. So that is gonna be our doing that. But it is slightly annoying to keep hearing the jetpack. So we do have steel sheets. We got more steel frames. Let's use them. Let's grab a stack of steel plates. Because we know we're gonna have that frame there. We know we're gonna have those there. We might as well just weld those up so we can walk on them. Because we don't need to dance around the issue. Like these guys here, we know we're gonna have them here. Now we are gonna wait with welding these three because we want to rip out the pipes first. Get that out of there, get that there, or actually move that there. Okay, so pipe. Let's get this waste pipe hooked up here. Now the only pipe I haven't really taken into consideration for is the cooling pipe. But we do have space for a fifth pipe in the tile, so I'm hoping it'll be fine. Hey, how are you doing, Glamour? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you have been doing all right. And welcome for all of the poor souls that got dragged along with them here. As you can probably tell, we're doing some additional Stationeers. And we are working on our greenhouse, which is a little bit of a major scale project here, where we're going to be dealing with automation, we're going to be dealing with some shutters, general control for whatever reason. And it's coming together. We just had a major storm, so I took the opportunity to kind of... What is that? That is what's becoming my greenhouse. It is a moderately sized construction, which is going to be the prime jewel of the station here in Vulcan, where we're going to have separate chambers for each individual type of plants, crops, and it's gonna keep expanding. But basically, we're going to have a kind of a control room in the middle. It's also going to be where the composting is going to be happening. Have you ever considered cubes? No, 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 never. We're definitely not doing cubes. It may be easier, but where's the fun in easy? If it was easy, we wouldn't be playing Stationeers, now would we? No, so we're just hooking up the atmospherics to this monstrosity, and just pulling along the pipes, and we're kind of reorganizing how we're thinking at the same time as well. So we're intentionally not connecting these in case we want to shuffle things around and we don't want to have gas leaks here. So we're just thinking as we're doing, and then we're getting constantly reminded that Vulcan is a very inhospitable place by our waste tank keep filling up with oxygen in the meantime. Do I want to just loop that there? Yeah, I just want to loop that there. Let's throw that in there. But yeah, no, so we are having, this is going to be our main floor for the HAB control room. And then we're going to have a little dining hall or cookery above the furnace room. Bottom floor is going to be the manufacturing hall, which we already started a bit. And then we're going to have a walkway over here. We have an elevator, and that's going to take us up or down to different levels of the greenhouse. And yeah, it's an ambitious project. And it's also going to involve things like figuring out the lorry automation stuff, because I have not done that at all. So that's going to be a new interesting endeavor as well. Have I built with that into consideration? Probably most definitely not, but you know, if we need to adapt, adjust, we'll figure things out. But yeah, anyone that got swept up with him, welcome to the channel. The name is Iceforge, or Ice/Forge, depending on what you want to be calling me. I don't have any real preferences for it. And we do a bit of stationery, we do a bit of programming, we do a little bit of everything. Primary games at the moment is Stationeers as given, but I'm also dabbling a little bit back in Dota 2. Don't ask me why. It's been a million years since I played it last. Suddenly it became a thing again. And then also War Thunder. Outside of that, on a little bit of back burner, you know, other simulation games, other factory related games like Factorio, etc. Some good stuff. And yeah, working as a game designer primarily. So, you know, if you have any weird questions in regarding to actual game development industry, I can probably answer some of them. Yeah, you know, welcome here. Hope you enjoy your stay. Don't get too terrified. And if you see something that I am blatantly doing in an absolute horrid way, do let me know, because I'd like to avoid mistakes before they detonate the base. Contrary to the belief of the chat, I do like a whole base that is not on fire. Test automation engineer here. Question: how do you guys test games? I mean, outside of programmatically, we currently have a Jenkins pipeline set up to do testing. So it's, you know, it's running test scripts based on scenarios for individual aspects of the game, and then doing some wholesome whole parts. Now, Unity client testing is an absolute nightmare for like actual client tests, especially when it comes to like in-world directive placement and things like that. So that is a bit of whatnot. Do you write your own tests, or is there a QA bunch to do it? No, we anyone that is working on a feature writes tests for that feature, and then we just have a QA team that makes sure that the tests are covering what needs to be tested, as well as adding / improving the tests that exist in case we need to cover more bases. But I am also working on a very, very small indie game, so, you know, we don't really have a huge team to do just testing. It's a bit of everything all over. So that is nitrogen, that is the oxygen, and the oxygen kind of ran past us. That is gonna need to be removed there. There we go. But other than that, I mean, just general game testing doesn't really differ that much from any other generic software development testing. It's handled practically the same. It can be a little bit volatile depending on the engine and depending on what the game is. Like if you have a dedicated server side data structure that handles a large quantity of the calculations and everything, it's easier to just write unit tests individually for all of those test cases, and then that'll just, you know, work, versus having a built-in server with inside Unity, and then that has to handle everything, and you kind of need to run it through the same pipeline across the board. But since we have a dedicated, since we don't have our single player is just a dedicated server running silently in the background, we just have a uniform way of testing the server on that. Ooh, I don't have a pipeline for the nitrogen in there. Do I just want to expand that out? Or do I want to move? I don't want to move the hydrogen pipe. Screw that. Do I just want to run it lower? Maybe? We'll just expand it and then we'll run it in the air. Because that is going to be annoying otherwise. State handling in regards to, I mean, just general state changes in an event, or anything in particular you're referring to? And mind you, I am working on game design. I am not, like, DevOps overall is still a little bit of a black magic to me, so do take it with a little bit of a gloss over. I want more paps. I need more paps. Give me more paps. Hey, look at that. Refill, 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 refill. Delicious. And we can grab, you are also a refill pack. Thank you very much. Run in and do refills. Can you spin up the environment with a state needed to... well, so depending on the state you want to test, and you would generally need to write the environment of testing the script. I could do, and I do apologize for the Stationeers people here, because we can just kind of sneak this up here, just to amuse Glamour a little bit. So for pipe test, for example, right? So it is a sandbox game. It's, you know, it's a tile set based, chunk loaded, regular, good old things. Imagine you want to test a feature in the game like Stationeers. You want to see if the tank ruptures its max capacity, but you don't want to make scenarios to run the character on. Yeah. So you don't necessarily need to create the scenario in the world yourself. You can write the scenario. So for example, our pipes, because you know we have liquid flow and waste and whatever. It spawns a setup for testing pipes, so it grabs a position, so you can basically just do like /test pipes, and it'll spawn a pump, and then it'll spawn a pump based on your position, and then it'll grab the pump position and it'll grab where it wants them to go, and then it spawns the power usage in relation to this, and it's just checking the pipes. Now we do have pipe utility stuff, so you can set a position in the world, and then you set another position in the world. You call the pipe generate pipe utility, and it'll create a pipe from point A to point B in the angulations to make them connected all the way through. And then you have other utilities in making sure that the different conditions for the world objects are set up the way they are. Same thing for where is this thing here? But yeah, so basically you write through all the different conditions that you're gonna need in that test, and then we tend to write them in a way so they are built as utilities. So anytime you would need to test a new type of scenario with pipes, for example, we add a new type of liquid or whatever, we can just reuse all of the code for the tests using pipes, and it'll just kind of work. We do, spawn sewage, and then it takes the parameters for making sure it starts above the ground position. If we wanted to spawn more than one object or more than one test instance, a filtration system for it, a furnace just to have the pipe running, so it's always pushing liquids. Grab the number of pipes we want, the ground block type, so we can replace this and just have it spawn whatever terrain you want, and so on, back and forth. And that is the same for any of the tests that is set up. So we have elections as another example where it just does, you go into civics and then you just pull the test, and then you can just use add candidates, and you can set up how many candidates you want to be running for an election, and that runs through and does the whole thing. Tests the amount of votes, making sure that the elections and laws that passes are being passed with the quantity that is needed, so you don't get a math error and so on. And just building them as test utilities to make sure that you can create users. You can create users with specific names, so you can test different types of censoring and whatever else, Twitch users, and the whole kind of thing. So you build them as pure utility scripts, which allows them to be used for any number of things across the board. So anytime you need a user, you can just call that test user script, and it'll just add a user for whatever purpose you want it to be used for. Be that, testing if you're drowning and when you fall into water, or whichever. And it's the same thing, like when it comes to game testing and whatever else, I think one of the most ridiculously over the line, insanely fantastic ways of doing it is gotta be Factorio. Because they have their entire test system built up to also include all the modding and everything. So you as a modder can just call the test scenarios and test scripts that the base game is using. And because Factorio is like to 80% built-in tests, it checks for basically freaking everything. And it guarantees that if you're making a mod and you're doing new cool things, it'll still test all of the base functionality, so you're not breaking anything on your end. Which is also what partially what our mod kit is doing. Pipes. Let's grab that sad little remainder stack in here. Actually, what are we missing? We're missing, it's steel to make more pipes. So we are just gonna grab a stack of steel, throw that in there, and hey, go, more pipes. Thank you very much. And that is emptied out. Water that we refilled. We don't need to refill oxygen. We are good. We are good. continue on with our building of our greenhouse. Do, 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 do. Okay, so continue on with our oxygen pipe here. Okay, so that is all right. We just need to fix up the O2 pipe here a little bit, so we can fit that nitrogen pipe all nice and dandy in there. And then we're gonna move that CO2 pipe go. That is hooked up there, and then we are gonna need to shuffle around this volatile pipe. And we're gonna put that in there, get that there. And there we go. So that allows us our nitrogen pipe to pass through here. And then we can keep building on the connections upwards. There we go. And that thing is there. Awesome. Nice. Okay, so that is allowing us to do it that way. And then we're just gonna move this down, and we are gonna be sending, like, anything and everything is basically gonna be going out the waste pipe anyway. So we're gonna put a one-way valve here, just to make sure that we don't have anything going back. And then we're going to be setting up digital valves on the inputs for the different gases. And that is going to, we're going to have a bunch of sensors in each room, and then that's going to calculate the average pressure and ratios. And that is gone there, that is gone there, nice. Then we can grab this, we can weld these up, because we don't need it to be running around in the air. Same thing here, get that frame there. There we go. It is almost to the point where we don't need to fly to get up here, which is pretty nice. And that puts us in there. All of those are hooked up and connected, so we're gonna weld this up. And that is our pipes connected all the way up here and all the way up here. And we also have power connected, which is pretty nice. And then we can connect that up there. Let's do data cable in the roof and then power cable on the floor. And we'll weld up this for now. And I am gonna need to figure out how I want to deal with the coolant pipe, because that is gonna need to be dealt with somehow. I think the coolant is going to be coming up here, but we'll figure coolant out. We'll stick that in there somewhere. So do we want to do anything fancier than that? I'm thinking of just scrapping the back windows and putting that as a solid wall, because we're going to need to fit in the vents in some way, somewhere, somehow. Yeah, I think so. We're gonna scrap the windows from this side. And yes, I know this is going to be a slightly more sadder thing, but I'm also thinking, you know, grow lights in every room as well to match up in case they are needed. So grab that angle grinder, get that there, and then we are gonna put... do I want wall 1? Do I want wall 2? Let's put these here. Oh yeah, it's still plastic sheets. There we go. Okay, so let's get some glass for this little boy. And then we're gonna need to figure out how we want to be putting up the vents and the regulators, but we should be good. And then we talked about this as well. We're gonna rip you off the hinges. Get that there, get that away. And we are gonna put a rolling door yeah, let's just do this. Frame. That is just what it's gonna be. Nothing about it, nothing to it. And we might as well just weld this up because this is gonna be a solid one. And I know, welder, you're a little bit sad, a little, just a smidgen sad. And we are going to be putting some walls. And then that is going to be a wall, and this is going to be a bit of a utility closet for that room. And I don't know if I want to have... Do I want to have the door inside the room, or do I want to have the door outside the room? I think I want to have the door outside the room, so I don't need to go through the airlock to adjust things that are inside. Yeah, let's just keep that thing on the inside. And the same thing here. So we are gonna be doing the same thing. We're gonna be ripping off this thing, and then we are going to angle grind that one off, and we are gonna put what? Just a regular door one. That one. The regular wall. Yeah, that one. And then we go frame. Don't think I have enough battery in this to actually weld this up completely. Maybe. There we go. And then the same thing goes for that one. We are going to be ripping off this window. We are going to be putting a little hatch there. And that is our little utility closet for this room. And then rinse, repeat. So we are going to grab this pipeline, and that is going to be running around here. And that is going to be running in here. And then we'll... because this is going to be the first room that we finalize and build. And then we'll figure out if we need to do adjustments once that is done. So we're going to grab our nitrogen here. Grab the wrench. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Now this is also gonna decrease the pressure quite significantly, since it's a lot more pipes that we need to cover up here. It's gonna make the tanks very, very sad. But I am hoping that with this we'll also be able to properly scale up the plants. So we can just, well, you know, grab CO2 out of the atmosphere and turn it into whichever gas we want it to be.
Waste tank caution.
You can be a waste tank caution. We've been over this before. Don't you come here and come with opinions about my waste tank. Leave my waste tank alone. It's done you nothing but being helpful. Freaking suit complaining about my waste tank all the time. Okay, so that is our 4 pipes, and we have them here. Now we're just gonna do. We're just gonna pull them up all the way up here. So we are gonna be doing this, and actually, it's gonna be right before that, isn't it? Oh, I think there's a cat outside the window. Because he is being, the male cat being very, very almost curious, but at the same time super, super excitable over something out there. So here we've got our. Let's grab this in here as well. Okay, so that's our pipes all the way up here. It's pretty good. We were kind of running low on them, but hopefully there should be like another 100 pipes in the base. We are starting to get some stuff together here. Get a little bit of hab. We might. All the landing pads can expand a little bit. It's going to be nice in there. Don't you worry about the greenhouse growing out to be hit by an incoming aircraft. I mean, they can see the greenhouse, right? They shouldn't just be... he's in a fluffy state, yeah. Yeah, they he fluff up pretty good. Not as much as the female does, though. Like, she'll look like she's twice the freaking size. Like, she goes into from a small, cute kitten size to I'm a medium-sized fox when she freaking raises up her hair. We are gonna need to deal with the waste tank, so let us go do that and refill our pipes. Oh yeah, speaking of other fun cool things, Glamour, if you are still here. I did manage to sort out the transmitter. So the transmitter is working on a it doesn't have a dual pair, so it can't send confirmation data, which would have allowed me to do it much more rapidly. But we did get we have a transmitter from the Atmos station that is sending information to the transmitter here, which is using a hash key, or a paired key check to receive multiple types of data over a single transmitter. So right now I'm getting oxygen, I'm getting carbon dioxide, and I'm getting nitrogen in the total moles in the tank. And yes, nitrogen is empty. I am aware of it. Which is why we're working on the greenhouse. Does not have the correct gas composition. Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's bad. Which is another reason why we're working on the greenhouse. Ja, såg du någonting där ute, va? Ja. we may or may not have a slight O2 problem in the room, as in, we have too much of it. Vad ser du där ute? Vad är det? Let's just soak up some of that atmosphere. So my idea for the greenhouse is gonna be having a filtration unit in the room. It's gonna have an IC10 chip, and then it's gonna regulate the digital valves for. Oh no! The tomatoes died. Oh, we do have tomato seeds, and we do have the tomatoes that we harvested. So you know we're fine. But apparently the tomatoes did not like the lack of CO2. I think we're just gonna let this active vent keep going. I'm just gonna grab some food with us, and we're gonna put it over here since the helmet safety checks are failing when there's too little pressure. Because the active vent is just stealing all the pressure over here. We're fine. We're just gonna let it pull down to like 25% O2. Very, very cute, but also very, very loud. How do you provide the water? We have yet to invent water. So my plan for the greenhouse at the beginning is gonna be putting a pressure regulator on the mobile tank, and then grabbing the mobile tank with the portable and then throwing it up there. Because I may or may not have completely forgotten the fact that I need to have a liquid pipe up there as well. And as you can see here, we are getting nitrogen in the tank. Which we're getting because we're chucking this into the waste filtration system. But that is a very good point. I've completely overlooked water. It may or may not be a critical component to plants living or dying. Let's empty out the waste tank again, just for convenience. Now we're looking at a little bit of a low pressure. So that should help stabilize it quite a bit. And with that pressure regulator, it's gonna just fill the room with CO2 instead. Which is fine, as long as we don't have freaking 40% oxygen in here. We are good. Do you trade mine and rocket or produce the water? At the moment, we've been trading for the water. So I did two water purchases so far. And the last thing popped us up like, 30 liters of water or something. So I should have another, I don't know, 30 odd, 40 odd days of water left. At the current rate, obviously, once we start, you know, once we start pushing through, I am gonna need, the idea is essentially to produce it. So we are gonna be making water in the atmospherical center at some level. But I need I need a reliable source of oxygen for that. Hydrogen isn't a problem, or volatiles, since we are on Vulcan. But the oxygen has been a constant issue until I really started just mass planting. So I will be, once I get the first greenhouse up there, that's gonna be absolutely just filled with like ferns, because I believe the ferns was the best option for oxygen that I had right now. Right? They were doing like twice the oxygen. Yeah. You're gonna need to add a water pump on the water line to the greenhouse, like on Europa. Yeah. So the ferns and then the Darga ferns, if I can get my hands on it. But that is basically gonna be just a giant room of ferns, since they don't care about. They're gonna be the ferns are gonna be pretty happy just by being in the room, regardless of the lighting, because the lighting is okay for the ferns here. We are pretty solid. So if I put you down to like 70, 75, this thing's gonna be fine. That's gonna be okay. So let's see here. Let's continue on with that.
Hydration critical.
Hydration critical. Yeah.
Oxygen critical.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Since we're not trading, we're just gonna turn that off. We don't need to have that pulling power. That is there. We are gonna throw in that invar again, and we're gonna make a bunch of these. And then we are gonna need another atmospherics. We're gonna need some more steel in there. We are gonna need some more copper in there. Throw in that silver. No point in the silver laying outside. Gonna need the iron. Get the digital valves open. So you are gonna need a bunch of IC-10 ships. So what do I need for those? I'm gonna need more steel, which we do have another 500 stack. Don't mind the chaos. Or mind the chaos, you know. Not that it'll help you, but that is those atmospherics. And let's make those 4 that we have available there that we can make. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. So that is those. Get those digital valves in there, and then we just make a couple of atmospherics. We can slot that ship in there. Make another one on the back end. And that is gonna be fine. So we'll just let that make those. And that's gonna make that last IC10. And that's gonna be good. Yeah. We're gonna need filters, obviously. Since O2 is our biggest lack supply-wise outside of nitrogen, but we need a steady supply of O2 to be able to get a steady supply of water. Since let's put the tablet out here. Since CO2 is not a problem, we are gradually, you know, keep grinding that up with our poor little atmospheric center there that goes in here. It goes into a heat exchange thingy. I'm still not getting the counterflows to work properly, and I started moving some of it downstairs because I am gonna move this whole cooling stack downwards, and then the actual cooling stack stuff is gonna be happening on the roof. So there are a couple of things there that are also not really intentionally the way they are supposed to be. So let's do... Hell, do I even want to have this in here somehow? Like, I can pull these up on the wall, and that'll clear out the floor. Because my thinking, I want to have as little as possible device-wise in the room. Right? So if I have this filtration unit in here, so I can adjust the chips, I can adjust the filters, and I can do all of that cool stuff without entering the room, that would be the preferred way of doing it. So let's redo this a little bit. So let's pick those pipes up. I should have brought some glass as well, so I can just chuck things into the big room. I should have brought some lockers. That's what I should have brought. Just be able to put things in, don't have to worry about storms or anything, and they don't have to worry about them flying away. But yeah, so we want to grab this, and we want to have this set up here. Right, let's do that there. Right, so that is our filtration device for this room. And that filtration device, because we're not really gonna need to put any O2 into this room at all. We can just fill it with carbon dioxide. And that is gonna start the converting process. Technically speaking, we wouldn't necessarily need nitrogen either, but it feels like just having carbon dioxide and oxygen in an atmosphere feels wrong. So kind of wanna have it properly set. Regular pipes. Do we have regular pipes down here? Yes, we do. And we have a single unit of a locker, so let's bring that up with us. No! Over the wall! There we go. So, let's grab you here. And let's put... There we go. There we go, much better. Now we can put in some random things in here that we don't need to be holding on our person, so we can get some more inventory space, like all of these pipes. Woohoo! And then some sheets, some of that, the passive vents, bam. Gosh, I love organization. Right, so we are gonna, first off, we're gonna grab those 2 pipes. We are going to build this. We are gonna grab some cable coils and some screwdriver and assemble the whole thing. There we go. And bam, look at that. It is white, which is convenient because it's gonna be outputting oxygen. So this thing is just gonna be going forward, and then it's gonna go like this, and it's gonna do this. And the only thing this is gonna be doing, or actually, do I even want to do it in the carbon? It's gonna be hot gas. Let's just send it down the waste pipe. Let's just send everything down the waste pipe. That way I don't have to worry, right? We can just do this. Bam. We are filtering out oxygen, which is then being sent to the waste pipe, which is then being filtered out into oxygen again. However, on our way through there, we are cooling it, which arguably, if we take the O2 and we put it in the O2 pipe, it would be sharing the same network as the main cooled gas. And if we put the oxygen pipe through a counterflow cooling unit, we could maintain the gas temperature regardless of where we're pulling the O2 away from. But I also feel that it could be slightly hazardous, so I'm just gonna leave it as is. We're just gonna do this, and then we're gonna grab that. So this thing here, because this is gonna be our output gas of the room. Which, you know, arguably we could make. Also, I kind of want to use glass doors, but I don't love the fact that they are gonna break, like, where I can connect things through. Because, like, this is all gonna be inside atmosphere. I kinda want to have. I kinda just wanna. Like, glass door, nice and pretty. Right? Why do they need to be so annoying? I don't know if I can have the pipe there when I'm using glass doors, which is why I'm inclined to not using glass doors. Because they're just sad. Unless, of course, I run the pipe around and put it over there. Which is going to be a lot more pipes. But it's going to look better. Also, I have accidentally decreased the thrust on the jetpack, which is why I'm slowly descending. What is the jetpack thrust increase? I don't have a thrust increase. How the hell? Oh yeah, because I've been. What's the stabilization? Oh. Okay, that is weird. we are just gonna... No, we're not gonna throw away the wrench. We've already done that once. We don't need to throw it out more times. Now, I know this might not be necessary.
Waste tank caution.
Goddamn waste tank comes in here having opinions every time. There we go, and then we can have... We can put the vent or the passive vent over there. Maybe even do... We could even do the inlet there. Yeah, you know what? Let's. We can do it that way. So, this pipe here is gonna be where the filtration unit is gonna be soaking in. So we're gonna grab gas from the opposite side of the room. Now, the filtration unit is gonna check if we need to add more CO2. So the gas outlet is gonna be in here. And then here we are gonna be doing, where is our digital valves? There you are. Because we're gonna have that power connection here. They're gonna run along that wall side. We are gonna put this digital valve here. Now, we're not gonna cause any blowouts from this, right? Like if we have a passive vent, because passive vents are really, really slow, we'll have the chip detect what the ratio is on the intake. Because I think we can do this without without a sensor in the room. Because we can read the value from the filtration unit, and because the filtration unit has the gas intake from the opposite side and the gas intake from this side of the room, we basically have two sensors in the opposite sides of each other. And then we just turn the valve on if the ratio of CO2 is lower than we want. And then it'll eat up O2 if the volume of O2 is higher than we want. Or rather, like the pressure. And that should be our climate control in this room. Now we'll add some nitrogen. Once we have some, just to kind of push out and keep like a 10% CO2 or something. Even though there is no reason for it, we could just fill the room with put a pressure regulator here and just fill it with CO2. And then put some O2 filters here. And that's going to be fine. And then we are going to be using a separation of data versus power cables for the whole damn building. Because we are going to be running the little valves and whichever else are going to be running on low voltage cable coil data cables, which actually we're gonna put you on another color. So we are gonna use let's use yellow. So we are gonna be using yellow cables. That is gonna be our go-to color in this place. We are gonna need to paint some of the cables down there to suit our color selection now. That is gonna be fine. Grab this. And then we are gonna be doing power into this thing is gonna be here. And unfortunately we are gonna need to do... Oh, yeah, but the first one we're gonna need to do a jump. Because we need to do this. So we're gonna be running the data cable upwards and the power cable downwards. But we are gonna need to do this to run it up there. Same thing here. There we go. Since we can't occupy the same tile with that one. Now I remember talking about the cooling pipe, but we'll have to deal with the cooling pipe when we get there. There we go. That is essentially power hooked up once we have... Could have sworn I connected up the power down there. The power is connected down there. And the power is coming here. Oh yeah, because it is... Did I connect to the right one, right? Yeah. Yeah, you are connected there. It's because I don't have... I don't have a filter in it. It's usually just throwing an error. Why is that not getting power? Or do I need to data connect? All of them? Or did the elevator not provide cable? I could have sworn the elevators provided power through the elevator itself. Uh, do, 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 do. And then that one is going to be on a transformer up here on this floor. And that is gonna need to do. So didn't elevators provide power through the whole elevators? I recall having trouble with this somewhere. Could have sworn that was a thing. I mean, I guess we could check it. If it's just the Just that thing being a little bit hissy, then we could just do this. Get an LED. Get that thing there, and then yes, it's not providing power. It is not providing power. Hey, Winters, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was. It is very very nice, and I thank everyone that is following. You are absolute freaking heroes. Yeah, so we're gonna have to run power the good old fashioned way down the elevator shaft, because that didn't seem to work the way I wanted it to work, unfortunately. So we are just gonna rip that out, throw that in there, get that there, get that there, and then we are just gonna do this, and then we're just gonna send our way down here. Also, Winters, how are you doing? Hope you are doing all right over there in the cold fridges of Canada. Hey, look at that. Yoke's on you. 12 degrees and sunny. T-shirt weather. Oh. That's not too bad. That is not too bad at all. I mean, I can't say it's t-shirt weather, but it is, it's not really cold here. Just a bunch of schoolwork. Well, you know, do your best. Break a leg seems so aggressive, and it seems so wrong when it comes to, you know, non-cultural displays or whatever, but, you know, apply equivalent anecdote.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, coming with a lot of opinions here with hydration and critical levels and jetpack fuel and food and whatever else. Like, please, no. Right? Yeah, it. It's give iron. It's such a much better phrase than if you break a leg. We're gonna need a bunch more cable, and we're gonna grab those because we're probably gonna need more cable, and then we're gonna need more cable. Let's toggle these bad boys off. Let's grab that other ship. We're gonna need that as well. Yeah, so we are back in pressure in here, and we are looking at 30% oxygen. All is well in the world. Swedish idioms sounds weird in English. Yes, yes they do. They surely do. I think out of all of them, my favorite is always gonna be throw a goat eye this way. Which is, for anyone being very, very confused, the meaning is essentially just, you know, take a look at this quickly. Or, you know, double check this so I haven't done something wrong. It depends on the context, but I think you get, you get where I'm going with it. So that is power. That is an IC chip. We got another one. Food was what we were missing to do as well. get some of that delicious, delicious canned French fries gobbled up. Now, should just harvest these boys up. There we go. Now, as we can tell, we're gonna need a whole freaking plantation with just cacao beans. Gotta get that sugar planted. Okay, I don't even know what happened to one of those seeds, but did we not plant this one? I don't know. Let's get this wheat harvested up as well, and I cannot say that I'm looking forward to automating this quite a bit later on. Because I mean, yes. Am I planting crazily more than I need in terms of crops to harvest? Yes. Yes, I am. But I am also turning into a chocolatier in space. So we are going to be making chocolate bars. That is 96 wheat. Space chocolate bars will win, right? Hey, look at that. Growing moderately well. At least it moved up from barely growing and just shittily growing to moderately. No, I didn't want to use potato for that. I wanted to use the seeds. Oh well. It is what it is. So that's a full stack of potatoes. That's a full stack of potatoes. That's a full stack of potatoes. That's a moderate amount of potatoes. There we go. So we are gonna need to do. We don't need to keep that in the fridge either. We are gonna have a crazy amount of ferns once we get up there. So I do have a bunch of fern seeds that's kind of stowed away. We got our backup seeds here. That is more potato seeds. We got a stack of 10 there. We got potato seeds there. Yeah. that is replanted, and we might as well just drink in celebration of that. Eat a little French fry. We picked up some more cables. Pipe. Let's grab that one as well. And yeah, that'll be good. Let's get back to. Oh, you know what? I realized the one thing we didn't do last time we kind of need to do now, and that is replacing our air tank. Otherwise, we're gonna have problems breathing. I am pretty sure I need oxygen, and if I don't breathe oxygen, I am murdering my lungs. There we go. That should be good. Right. There was a thing in here. Tiny little inkling of CO2 in here. There we go. And then I think we should be good, right? So after cycling through that, we got 70 stacks of coal, 76 or 70 stacks of copper, 76 stacks of coal. Uranium is down to 2 instead of like 40. We're gonna need to deal with these other guys later on, but at least we're not stopping the flow of ore from the freaking centrifuges, because that was dumb. Don't know how long they've been sitting idle, but you know. There we go, and that stops them, kicks them off, and restarts them, and then bam, Bob's your uncle. And I also forgot another thing that I needed to do, but it's less important because we're not flying as much, and that is refilling jetpack fuel. Well, now that we have that hooked up, look at that, we got power. Bam, 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 bam. Although we are gonna be flying a little bit here because we do need to deal with this somehow. Do we want to drag that over there? Probably. So we are gonna put this in the ceiling because why not? And I think that is what we're gonna do with the coolant pipe as well. So we're gonna do coolant and water in the ceiling in here. And that'll just differentiate and reduce the clutter a bit. Do I want to put that? Yeah, let's put that here, right? That allows us to do it this way. How much more that is the bend we want to be going into. Beautiful. And get that hooked up over there. Hey, look at that. Amazing. We're getting somewhere. It's not going to be pretty until it's hooked up and I got some walls on this place, but you know, we're getting there. It is moving forward, which is the most important pathway to take when you're building things like this. You do not want to get stuck in the minute details, because then you are just gonna procrastinate like I usually do and just not freaking get anywhere. So there's that. Get this thing downwards, get this thing downwards, and get this thing hooked up. Do 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 do. And then we can connect you down here. Now we did talk about running power directly underneath here, which is bad. But who am I to take good decisions that I can follow up with logical applications and good clean order? Because we are gonna get in here, and this is gonna be the level where we have a bit of organization management, and this is where we come into for the whatchamacallit. This is the room that we create chaos and explosives, i.e. the composting room where we're gonna be making nitrogen and volatiles. Which volatiles we don't really care too much about, since we already have an infinite amount of volatiles in the air because we are on Vulcan. It is a nice, friendly, hospitable place with livable, perfectly nice ambient sunbathing temperatures. It provides the sun in the sky, it provides the sun in the planet. Either way, you're gonna be hot, you're gonna be toasty, and it's gonna be delicious. Now, if you're wondering about pressurization, potential flammability, I say absolutely no problem. We guarantee that things are gonna explode. If you don't like explosions, this might not be the place for you. So, replacing out the propellant, and we are gonna take a look and see what the composters actually need to be manufactured. They are gonna take water. We're gonna need to figure out water production. Here's tiny little detail that we're gonna need to be doing as well, which is the same atmospherics kits. It is the H2 combustor, I believe. Yeah, because the electrolyzer is doing the opposite. The electrolyzer is taking water and turning it into useful things. Hello, Z73 Live. How are you doing? Hope you are doing all right. Welcome in, welcome in. So, hydrogen combustor, which is the H2 combustor. There you are. Volatiles combustor, which is kind of funny. You know, we're using volatiles, but we're calling it hydrogen combustor. One would figure that they would just rename volatiles to being hydrogen, but you know, that's just me. That's just me. Burns a mixture of volatiles and oxygen to create water, extremely useful in hot or arid environments. Users need to be aware that the combustor outputs considerable waste heat. The device is also less than perfectly efficient, resulting in auto-ignition of volatiles in the chamber and production of waste gases that must be dealt with. So, question on this. does it actually cause ambient output pressure changes, or like can I just plonk this down right here and just go here oxygen and give me water in a pipe? Or is it gonna spit out all the crazies inside that pipe output? 'Cause that is something I have no remembrance of. Like, I think I used it like once or twice before. Never really got that far. The unit and gas inside will interact with the surrounding environment as well as radiating heat in a vacuum, thus cooling the gas inside of it. In an air-filled room, this will significantly heat the surroundings. Okay, so I could in theory just slap it down and pull in the coolant pipe. And then that should just work. Maybe. Hey, look at that. Nitrogen. I don't know where all of this nitrogen came from, but I'll take it, I guess. Was it that much nitrogen? Was it that much nitrogen locked up in somewhere that it was not supposed to be locked up in? I don't know. CO2 growing pretty comfortable. Now I would be more comfortable if that number and that number was replaced, which is why we're building the greenhouse. Speaking of greenhouse, we are gonna need glass with us this time because we are gonna want it to put some. We've got some glass over there. We got a passive vent. We got some more cables. We need a small transformer. That is what we need. We're gonna want a logic transmitter as well. What do we need? Copper? Oh, look at that. Here, machine, have copper. Because we are gonna want 2 pieces of transmitters. So we're actually gonna want 4 transmitters. H2 combustor should be fed a 2-to-1 ratio of volatiles to oxygen. It'll output gases at 2500. Oh my lord. Well, that's some spicy freaking temperatures. Power transmitter, no. Transformer, regular transformer. 200 moles of volatile, 100 moles. Yeah. Okay. So what else did I say? I said transformer and transmitters. We're not going to use the transmitters right away, but I want to have them made so when we do use them, because I don't want to bore people to death with more coding today than I have to. We already did a crazy coding session yesterday with figuring out the freaking airlock. Actually, how are we looking for more solar panels? We're gonna need more astroloy for those because we don't have anything there. We don't have anything there. Actually, we do have 66 grams of astroloy there. You know what? Let's grab that astroloy, chuck it in there, and let's make those let's make those 4 additional solar panels, and then we can just smack them up there so we can get some continuous scaling of those. Lights, maybe not just now. Do I need that cable out there? Probably. Let's pull out another 2 sheets of that. Pull out another 2 sheets of that. That's not very nice. I'm just gonna keep building. That's gonna take a while. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. Let's close that hatch. We don't forget it. Don't need to have that on when we don't even have the satellite on. Yeah. Let's keep on building there. So we're gonna grab some glass, and then we got the transformer with us. So we are probably gonna do a little bit of coding now. Which, you know, I just said we're not going to bore people with it. But we are not going to do anything too crazy. And I just want to state that 2 pieces of glass is not going to do it for that room. Do we have more glass here? No, we do not. So, that's not going to work. And on the cooling end, so for the cooling of the water, we are essentially just gonna hook it up to this cooling line. And that's gonna be able to deal with all the temperature shifts. We just need to expand and add more gas if necessary, but this thing's just gonna handle all of that cooling. That's not gonna be a problem. But we are gonna need to smelt more silicon. And for anyone wondering what the disco is in here, this is our debugging light as we were tinkering around making our own airlock control. So this ship here is doing everything the other console is doing. And it seems to be working pretty well. It hasn't broken anything yet, so we might actually use this for our main circuit air control system. So we are gonna be doing, actually the silicon is on this side, so we don't have to worry. We just need a little bit. Wee. And I know I didn't really pick a backpack with me, which is why I'm doing it this way. There we go. You know what? We're just gonna you know, put them here, put them there, put them there. I want to automate it, but chat voted on continue building the greenhouse, so we are we are just juggling some silicon here. Let's make a little basketball hoop so we can toss some more. No, 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 no. That is the wrong way. You should be going this way. Why is the gas flow going the wrong way? Which is fine, we are good. That is gonna just smelt on itself here in a second. Hey, look at that, silicone. So we are gonna take you and we're gonna chuck you in here, and I probably shouldn't have chucked all of it in, but you know what? It's 2 grams per piece. We're just gonna make all of it. Look at this, all the glass sheets in the world, we can build our nice little greenhouse. Now we are multitasking a little bit, because we are building the greenhouse, but the greenhouse is going to be requiring a dedicated water source, which is then also going to be requiring us to make water. But the water is hingent on us having a greenhouse making O2, so, you know, we are in a bit of a catch-22 moment, but we are breaking it. So let us grab some food, let us grab some water, and let us grab some pure dealings there. And we're also going to remember to refill our canister for propellant. You mean progress loop? Yes, sir. That is very true, but it is going to be nice. So, you know, once we do have the greenhouse kind of sorted out, and once we have, you know, the water coming in, we are going to be in a very stable state. It's not going to be panic, oh shit, I need to solve this, to panic, oh shit, I need to solve this. It's a, now we can just tune things, take our little time, and just kind of build projects in sequence, rather than having to panic, parallel, massively improve everything all over at the same time, just so we can survive. So now, like, come on, don't flip around like that. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. So that is those. Now we just need to do the ceiling. Oh, get up on the ceiling, please. There we go. That is all of our windows in place except one. Because I fell through it. No, that is all of our windows in place. Okay, so that should be it. That should be that. And then we are just gonna shove that in there. Put that there as well. And we forgot to bring some steel sheets up here so we could weld the floor, which is a little bit of a oversight. But we ooh, let's not knock ourselves into that pipe. I just want to bring some frames up there. Let's grab some sensors just in case I need them. I am gonna want power area controller. I want to bring them too. And there's a bomb. Insulated pipes. You know. Ooh, there's also an interior door. You know what? Let's just replace the duct tape. Frick it. Right. Stupid hydrogen pipe coming in the way here. Famous last words right there. Yeah, the duct tape is never where you need it when you need it. Okay. You know what? We're pretty good. That is this thing almost sealed up. The only thing missing now is gonna be the doors. And then on this side, because we had that snazzy little... Where did I put it? Didn't I bring it? Could have sworn... Didn't I bring the interior door? Yeah, there you are. So we are gonna want... Not the padded one, or not the thin one, not the triangle one. Wait, hang on. Which... It's like... These require plastic sheets, right? The problem I have with these is that they clip, right? I don't like them because they're clipping. Now, if you have them in, you know, in a general area or whatever, they're freaking awesome. Because, you know, they look like fancy little things. But what I was looking for was the other one. Wrench to unload. Freaking weird tools to unload the door. And I believe those are in... I guess those are in the regular door kit. So let's grab this thing here. So that is our passive vent. Which mistakes were just made, because now that pipe here is containing this crap air, but that's gonna be less of a problem because we are gonna be emptying this out. We are gonna be putting that there, and then we're gonna put a... Yeah. Well, that doesn't matter either. As long as we're not actually turning on the digital valve, we can hook that up as well, which is fine. Look at that. It's almost like it's fitting in there. Because we are gonna put an active vent on the external here, and just apply power to it temporarily, and then that is gonna empty out that room once we have the doors in place, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's grab those in there, grab those frames. Okay, so let us grab... Do we want to grab... I mean, we could grab that as power, just here, because it's basically gonna be that. And then this thing here. Wire cutter. There we go. Since what we are going to be doing downstairs is we're going to take that transformer and we're going to feed power. Ooh, we don't need to go that quickly, that far down. So down here, not a problem. Up here, we are going to give ourselves a little bit of a power boost. And we're going to do that in the back. Do we want to do that back there? Probably not. Let's get some of these floor types welded up, because that is just annoying. And we put the steel sheets over here. Put that there. We got a bit of battery left in the welder. We are just gonna fly down here, get those sorted out, get these frames some solidarity. There we go. So here we are just gonna do a... Do we need to weld this up? I probably need to weld this up just to get that wall piece in there. So transformer, and we are going to do... It is the correct manner, so... Let's put you like this, right? So we got the input there, we got the output there, and it is facing the right way. We are cranking this thing up, so it's going to be sitting at 5,000. And then we're going to turn it on, just so we always have it on. And then we are going to do this. And do that. And this thing is just gonna be doing this. And then we're gonna grab our wrench and we are gonna remove the frame. And then we are just gonna connect the cables up. That was a little bit over the top. Actually, it might not have been, to be fair. Because we're probably gonna need heavy wire for the composting. Oh yeah, this thing has a wall in it, so I'm not gonna bother trying to mess around with that. We are just gonna jetpack our way over. And right now the temperature is a little bit on the planet side. It does not like to play nice. There we go. So that is that one hooked up. And this is not on because it doesn't have anything drawing power from it just yet. But that is going to be that one connected. So now we have power on this wire. So if we would to turn the valve on, which we do not want to do right at this instant, it should work. We are going to put an active vent here, and that's going to suck out the air from the passive vent, which is on the we're going to put an active vent here, and then that's going to suck out the air. And we're going to do that once we have an IC10 chip with the new airlock, and we're going to have the two doors on, and then we're going to have a rollover door. So we need 3 doors, and we need an O2 filter. And then we are almost ready to get this thing clocked in. We are just gonna take that and eat some of those cables up so we can plonk in some of these new things. We don't need more transformers in this building. However, we do need the area power controller. Ooh. Right, so we are gonna need that cable in here. So which tile do we put as the airlock tile? Do we move everything forward 1 tile? Which I kind of don't, because it does mean that we get kind of tricksy. Or do we just put the things on this side and pull the power wire across? Maybe we do it this way, right? And that should be good, because that means the power intake is from this side, and then the power output is from that side. So we're gonna take our heavy fat wire, and we are going to grab you there. And this is gonna be the annoying part, because we are gonna be using glass doors if we can. There we go. So that is gonna be our power connection for the doors. Enemies judge that slightly. You know what? Let's put this mess in here, because this is not going to be affecting anything. Because over here, in case I need to pull a pipe here, I want to have this straight. Don't want to have that occupying the same space. That is hooked up there. That means this is now getting power. We're just going to ram in a battery in there. Right. And then all we need to do is really get all the components for the things we want to be having inside that airlock. So we want to have active vent, active vent, active vent, active vent. Which is actually, I don't know how I feel about this one, but I also know how I feel about not having this one. I think during the really hot days or the hot months of the low season, those first 2 tiles, or even the first first 3 tiles, or even the first 6 tiles, is gonna struggle for lighting in here. You can be a waste tank, caution. Also, where is my music, game? Where is my music? I was promised in-game music. There is a music slider, but I have yet to actually hear any kind of music. I was promised music. I had no music. I'll caution your waste tank. God dang it. Coming here with your caution of waste tanks. Music is only on the title screen. That is quite possible. I really wish it was in-game as well. Like, it makes no sense not to have it in-game if you have a music slider for it. It's just like, you know. Just saying, you know, it'd be nice to have some ambient music in-game. Instead of just hearing silence, silence, silence. Caution, waste tank. Okay, so we are gonna need a active vent. What else do we need? We need an active vent. We need sensor we have. We need 2 doors. Glass we got up there. We need 4 active vents. So we need 5 active vents. We're also gonna need to take a copy of that program. Which, you know, I have not had time to clean up, so it still looks like a mess. I hope it works. But it, you know. Ooh, we are missing gold. The geld. Guldet. The Mr. AU. That is not gonna cut it. We are gonna need to empty out our waste tank over there. Get some water. Get some French fries. No ketchup involved. Just pure old canned French fries. Delicious. Natural. Drenched in oil. Simmered over time. Let's go over here, and we're gonna do 2 things. We are gonna grab you, put you down, do an exchange, do an import, put you back there, do an export, and then we are gonna do this. And now we have a copy of this airlock controller onto the chip we have in the database in the laptop. So we know what names to call the devices, and then we hope we hook it up in the right order, and it doesn't cause explosions. So we need some gold, we need some gold, we need some gold, silver, no, gold, yes. I feel tricked. Did I forget to set the, what is going on with this? Oh, was that the last, was the last bits of gold before I put up the stacker? Yeah, that is our first, that is the one where Predator's doing that. You know what? We might actually have to do some freaking mining. The way we're going through some of these rarer resources. Now we haven't needed to do that in a long time here because our centrifuges and our miners have been very reliable. So, experienced people in the chat here now. Whenever you have automatic mining going on, right? If a silo is full, what do? Are you just, you know, reading the silo if it's if having a separate silo, or not having a separate silo, having a separate sorter, and read the silo, printing the hash value for whatever is inside of the silo, and then just throwing the surplus out? Or like, how does it work? Or do you just take like the stuffed over things? Like if a sorter's set to do gold, it's not gonna let gold pass the opposite direction, right? Or is it gonna let it pass in case it's full in the proper direction? Give me gold, give me gold, give me gold, give me gold. Are you charging over here? I don't think so. I don't think so, mister. This is essentially the last bits of gold we have, which we are gonna chop in here, and we're gonna grab another couple of active ventilations, because we need a hopping 5 of them. Thank you. Also, that is also a pretty neat thing. I don't need to weld too much. So we are gonna need a couple of steel frames for this. Do I just replace this? And then we're gonna figure it out with the green cables. We'll sort that out. But since we had a couple of solar panels done, we are just gonna hop up and add those solar panels. Because there is no panel, no reason not to add them. Let's see here. So we have data port in that direction. Data port in that direction. Data port in that direction. And data port in that direction. There we go. That is those guys plonked up. So we're just gonna grab some green wire and be a little bit cheesy there. And then we're gonna fly this over. And this is once again just, you know, we want to fix up the solar plant here, because I do want to add a bunch of terrain around these things, like fill up with the terrain manipulator. I want to add a some other frameworks in between here and some other stuff. But one thing exploding at the time. The niceties will come. The niceties will come. There we go. That is the power cable hooked up. So let's just put you back there. And then we are going to grab a little blue data cable. And then bam, data cable. And this is key though. As long as you keep building more power generation devices as you're scaling your base and you're building more, you know, you're adding more stuff drawing power, you want to make sure that you are also adding things that are generating power. Unlike what we did on Europa, where we just kind of ignored the potential of wind power gain for 80% of the run and then suddenly no power. Whereas here we relied pretty heavily on solar initially, and then we sorted out the Stirling engines. Thank you very much for that help as well, Perry. And Trash Panda helped look up some of the general requirements for them as well. Yeah, glass windows panels, good catch. I was like, you know what? We welded them, we placed them, we hooked them up. We're done. They're built. They're fine. They're gonna generate power. It's like, no, they're not. They're missing critical detail. There we go. Now they're generating power. Thank you. Just no. I totally welded them and then walked away. There was nothing to see here. Nothing to see. This is not the solar panels lacking glass panels that you were looking for. Right, we forgot another important detail as we were messing around with the gold in there. We needed the doors. That's what we also needed. The doors. And we also need an IC10 housing for the damn things as well. So, yeah. Break our way in here. That is some more copper. Chuck that in there. You need door. Hey, Mr. Door. In with iron ore. I just make it, let it make doors. We're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4. And I could just let it make housings. Also, ad popped up. I do apologize for not warning ahead of time, but it sneaks up on me as well. Hey, look at that, doors. Okay, there we go. That is nice. That is good. We are fine. And someone keeps drinking up things in my glass. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Hey, now we can start. Ooh, there we go. So look at that. We have a glass door we can place down here. Bam! And then we do the same thing here. And look at that. We could place them and they weren't in the way and we were happy. And this is what I was talking about. So we wanted this roll cover. Did I place it in the wrong direction? Yes, I did. We're gonna have the roll cover in the other direction. Now you might get screwed over. You lock yourself in with this roll cover because, you know. There we go. Is this the roll cover not? Oh right, it only covers actual devices and stuff. Right. That was what I needed it for. You know what? I don't know what door I want to have here then. Because like the regular door don't cut it, right? Because either one of doors are like either one of those doors are clipping. I don't like clipping doors. I mean, unless of course we do a diagonal thing here. We do, which is, it's not padding. What is those things? Like there is a structure that is like it has cover also, stairwell. Small hangar door, composite interior, manual hatch. Manual floor hatch. Ooh. I'm not sure what which one I'm thinking of, but I could have sworn there was a version that did like an exterior, like a bubble thing, so it added like a framework to it, and like you have like the frames themselves, right? If you put like a side frame, if you will, like this. But I could have sworn there is one that has like a cladding. Is that one? Cladding? Cladding. Is that? Yeah, it's the cladding I'm looking for. Because I'm thinking if we can use like a sideways angled cladding or like a bubble cladding to hide it, and then we can have the door here instead. Right? Maybe. Because I don't want to have it blocking up all of this way. I mean, I could just do that. There you go, and then you have a little utility room in here. And then it just needs to cover up enough of this to not be in the way. Because it's gonna look ugly. Like if I do this, right? I don't like that piece there. Now my alternative is to build the room all the way over here. And that could allow some like, we can put a proximity sensor in here or an occupancy sensor, and we can have some LEDs that displays data inside the room here, so I could check on the statistics of the room without having to enter it, and that is fed from the filtration chip. So that could be a potential use for it. Now I am gonna, you know, pull overview data to the main base stuff, but I also want to be able to just kind of look at things in the room and see if they're broken. That's a window. I don't need a window there. Don't need a window. Go away, window. But it feels like I'm coming out here, and then it's just, it feels like it's too small, too crowded. I might have to live with that. I don't like it, but you know, I might have to, I might just have to accept that fact. Yeah, let's just try it out like that, and then we'll see what I think about it in a while. So, housing, we are just gonna plonk that down in the middle here because it makes sense cable-wise, because it is right in between everything. I want to use regular red cable for inside the airlock, just to distinguish the different cable networks. Split one over there. There we go. Apparently that cable is just not having it. There's a wire cutter. Same thing there. That is our sensors. Now you might be thinking, why don't you just pull off the sheet here so you can actually see where things are going? Well, you know, that'd be an excellent suggestion, so that's what I did. One of the roll-up door instead of the try. I tried it, but the roll-up door isn't an actual roll-up door. It is just it's just a what do you call it? It's basically just a cover, an extended cover for devices. It's like if you have a bunch of like if you have like the digital valves and things like that, like they have a little piece that sticks through the wall so you can interact with them. But the roll-up cover is extended further back, and what that does is allow you to have like this little cover on the wall, so you don't see them. So you do you have it this way, right? So you have some valves. I think that's how it worked, at least. Like you have some interactable things here, right? Or not. Could have sworn that's how it used to how I used it before, but yeah, I don't know what the roll-up cover does. Like if it's not hiding the things. It's preventing me from interacting with it. Yeah, it hides logistical controllers, but maybe some of these assets are just too big for it, and it's just it's a maybe it's a relic from an ancient past that have since superseded by different additions and size changes. I don't know. But yeah, the if we could get that triangle to just like fit here, that would be swell. The cladding I know is not insulated. So like these pieces here, they are not airtight. They are just like add stuff on top of whatever, and they are just one iron. So they're basically just like exterior padding that just, you know, allows you to build a nice little cohesive base structure, which is what we're going to be using to cover up some of the weirdness. But I'm thinking if we can do the angled one sideways here, but then this tile gets in the way, and we can't put, since we want to be using a cladding on the outside most likely, we'll see, we can't put a frame or something on the backside here, because then it would block the cladding on the exterior. But we might end up doing like a frame around the whole damn thing, and then adding some cladding on top of it. We'll see. We'll tinker with it. It's gonna be a while before this whole thing gets, you know, oxygenized. Anyway. Well, let's keep this open for now. We are gonna put down this active vent here. We're gonna do a set outward, so we are blowing the air this way. That's not right. That is definitely not right. That is gonna be going on the inside, because I want to be standing on the inside when I'm controlling it. That is what we're doing, and we're setting inward. That way we just grab the air out of there. It gets sent here. So now it is essentially just getting the active vents up, putting down some pipes so we can actually do. That's not the right direction. Or is it? Yeah, it is the right direction. Actually, no, it's not, because we want to have it on this side. We want to have it on this side. Why do we want to have it on this side? Because this is where we have the power. So we want to have it on this side, and we want to have it here and there. So that should be where those are going. So we're just gonna grab these again. Whee! Bam. And then we grab this, and we have these. Bam. Bam. And then we put you on the inside, because that is gonna get dismantled. We're gonna put you here. Right, so that is gonna be that power unit. Which is going to be needing to be connected here. Which is fine, because we can pull that power out there, up that wall, and that is nice and clean. Actually, we can do, yeah, we'll do that way, and then we'll do that this way. There we go. That is what we are doing. And then we are grabbing that red cable. And then, since we want to have all of these connected up using the same wire, because they are going to be controlled inside the airlock. We're putting them on the same side as everything else, just so we have it separated. We don't accidentally mix up or otherwise mess up our power directions. Because this is going to be hooked up there. We can actually we can rip this because we don't actually need it, since we're gonna have this from here anyway. Yeah, that is gonna not work. That is gonna be going that way, this way, and then there. That is what we are doing. Bam. Okay, so that's hooked up, and then we just extend that over there, and that's going to be able to connect it. Once it's connected on the inside, we can hook up the door, and then it should, in theory, just work. And we did forget to bring a battery, so there is that. We technically don't need a battery, since we are going to be, since it is hooked up on live wire, but the battery just allows it a buffer in case things break. There we go. You are hooked up there, and that is over there. And remember, this airlock is, it's only rigged to put it at 0 pressure and just ventilate into the appropriate room. It's not actually set up to deal with pressure, which would be kind of nice. Like if you have a little dial here that you can set the internal pressure you want, or the internal pressure you want to be shifting around with. Could be nice. A little bit overkill, but yeah. So I think we just need to put the sheets back on. Put the sensor back on that we need there. And then we just need to rename the things to whatever we have set in the code. Right, so we do this. We hit edit. And we're gonna grab that interior vent on the inside, which is the one in here. I believe. And then the out one is gonna be the one that is inside the room. And then we have door in, which is the door on the inside. And then we have door out, which is the door on the outside. And the sensor is irrelevant because the sensor is just grabbing the direct hash value, so we don't need to name the sensor or anything. It's just gonna know. It is gonna cause problems in case the sensor is on a multiple sensor network. Right. So now we're just gonna grab that ship. Grab that ship. Thank you. Toss it in there. Close that laptop. Grab that. Grab the welder. Grab those in there. And then grab the glass pieces, which is going to be a crowbar. Oh yeah, we got the... I was like, why is this not powered? The other one is. What's going on? What?
Hunger, caution.
Yeah. Now you're coming with a bunch of opinions here again. Hunger, water. At least it's not hot enough for the waste tank to really pick up. There we go. So both of them are powered. Everything's named correctly. Yeah, so we are starting to come together here. We've got an airtight stuff set up. So moving forward, we're just gonna refill everything and refresh our needs in case something goes awry. And you know, it always does. So good to be prepared. Let's get some water in there. Get some canister in there. Don't know if we need anything. Don't know if we need anything. Don't know if we need anything. We probably don't. Grab something. Grab something. As if we don't know exactly what we're gonna be munching on, which is the delicious French fries. They come in adorable little canned packages. Just look at them. They look so tasty. And when things are going up, and they are going down. So let's have a look at this thing. Oh, still plenty CO2. Oxygen is picking up a little bit. It is going to be nice to start properly regulating these things more towards what is actually needed to be running, rather than just like yeet out all of the air in the room. Barely growing. This guy was so happy a while ago. He was such a happy little plant. Anything else we might be missing? I think we might be good. Because we basically just need a little bit of a pick-me-up before we start to purge out that room from an atmosphere. So we are just gonna close that door, and then we are going to battery. My good sir, the battery. There we go. Yeah, we're good. We got the gas sensor. We got the vents. And the only thing left to do now is gonna be vacuuming out the room, and then we're gonna remove these two vents that we have here, So we're gonna vacuum out the room, and then we're gonna close this door, walk out, put down the cable, get into the airlock, and then we flip the switch here and see if things work. And while this is vacuuming out, I'm going to get something to drink. So be right back. There we go, and we are almost at vacuum. We hear the sound level is decreasing. 1.05 Pascal. That is not a lot of pressure. The human body would not feel well in such an environment. And there is an ad coming in within 45 seconds. There we go. We are almost at it. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. Now we're not gonna flip the wrong button because that would be bad. That would mean we wasted a whole bunch of time. So now we can go out here. We can close this door, open this door, and go like swoosh, because now the audio is back. Dun, dun. And then we can check these pipes. That is empty, and that pipe is empty now since we messed it up earlier. And then we are just gonna grab this here, and then we are gonna grab the wrench, pick this pipe up, or pick the vent up, and get this cable hooked up there. And that is all the devices provided for the airlock. This is gonna be the first, like, proper test for this. We flip this on. Hey! Look at that. Look at that. Just making sure. Just testing. Just testing. Holy smokes. That's pretty crazy. We got an airlock. That just freaking works. Ta-da! That is pretty freaking sick. I am quite happy with that. I'm quite happy with it. Now we are gonna have to return to this doomsday ship eventually, to clean it up and allow it to take custom parameters for how much pressure is gonna be in the room that it fills back in. But I'm happy. That works. Okay, so the next step is gonna be to start hooking these up and doing a chip for the filtration unit. And then it's gonna be doing some liquid pipe movement in here with the tank, so we can get some water in here before we get the other process going. So I think it might be a good idea to look at some trading. Right? Because we're gonna need a bunch of more water kind of buffer up and have that pushed into a tank. Because that is gonna be dealing with that. That's gonna be dealing with that. Because essentially we can just fill this up with, we could hook up the carbon dioxide right now. And we could fill up this room with carbon dioxide, but our problem then is we don't have a way to deal with the heat, because we don't have cooling here right now. That is our number one issue. Now, we are gonna be constantly pumping in new CO2, and we're gonna bring the O2 out. But I don't think that's gonna be enough. And get some more hydroponics starting producing. Yeah, that's a good point. We're gonna need to put in some more iron to make a whole bunch of new hydroponics, aren't we? Let's go do that right away. No use conundring on that. But we are gonna make there we go. We're gonna go iron shopping. And how do we do that? Well, we pick a wrench. We look at for the iron, and we just do this. And then we just put away the wrench. Put away these guys. And then we just go iron. Now, since we have the stacker, all of these things that popping out should be 50 stacks each. Which is pretty freaking sick. Hello, Lewis West. What's the best atmospherics for hydroponics? Mostly CO2 and a little bit of nitrogen for soybeans. Should it be more oxygen? A newish player to the game. Welcome to the maddening world of Stationeers, for one. other than that, unlike in reality, where CO2 is super toxic, in the game, as long as you have enough oxygen, you can breathe in it. Now, for plants, it is generally irrelevant what the atmosphere is consistent of, as long as they have the atmosphere they need to actually produce, assuming no pollutants, which we can actually grab a plant. So you are correct in the fact that you could just slap in CO2, which is what I'll probably be doing to my plants initially. And yes, you are also correct in making that distinction that soybeans do also consume nitrogen, which means you need to have nitrogen in that atmosphere for them to grow, similar to as CO2 is a requirement in other cases. Bam, bam, bam. That should be fine. That's gonna be delicious. And since it's a backpack, it should be flowing in continuously without stopping. Yeah, so we can just do that and it'll yeet out that when it is done. Which plant analyzer? Since if you grab a plant analyzer chip, you can just throw that in there. As long as they I'm lazy, just throw in my atmospheric mix of 70, 25, 5 nitrogen, oxygen, CO2, or O2. Yes, yeah. So, for any plant, if you're using the plant analyzer, essentially, any time they have a requirement for a specific gas type, it is going to be showing up here. Like the breathing efficiency, like anything that is a requirement for the plant is going to be popping in here. So if it requires if it requires a gas, it'll say it. If it has a gas type that it does not want to be present, such as pollutant and volatiles, it'll say it in pressure rather than ratio, because the ratio is irrelevant. It is the quantity that is important for these guys. But as long as you fulfill these things, it doesn't matter what the rest of the atmosphere is filled in. Like you could have 95% nitrogen, and 5% carbon dioxide, and these guys would still be growing fine. They unless the plant specifically requests oxygen as an intake, which I believe the only one that does that is mushrooms. Having O2 in the atmosphere only allows your own self to be able to be breathing in that atmosphere. But if you have a suit on, and you don't care about breathability in the room, it doesn't matter. And these guys are coming along. They're very slow, but they are coming along. What was I doing in here? We were doing iron and starting hydroponics. Look at that, bam. 1200 units of iron. Now, for hydroponics, do I care about the hydroponic device? Versus just a hydroponic tray? Like, I mean, they are the same, so it doesn't really matter. The only thing that would be kind of funny would be the automated hydroponics, but that's That thing's not really a thing. Um. So just, you know, hydroponics tray, manufacture, and then we're just gonna grab one of them, bam, and then we're gonna grab two of them and go bam, and then this whole place is gonna be filled with hydroponics devices because we are gonna need a crap ton of them. Oh right, yeah, trader, good call, good call. Let's flip these switches on. And then we are gonna start looking at a trader. Orbiton appliances. That is not what we are looking for, I believe. Space spices have left Interstellar. I believe that is devices. Orbit or outfitter. Let's move that satellite dish around. And then a water pressure regulator. A liquid regulator. Liquid regulator. Let's just make one of those before I forget it. And then continue making the hydroponics. Because we are going to be making a crap ton of hydroponics. And then we are just gonna dance in a bunch of ferns. Let's get some of these out into the tray out there. Let's do a little bit of cleanup here. Passive vent, you can go there. Transformer can go there. Steel sheets are fine. Don't need you this very second. Chute can go in there. We don't need to have you on. Door, we got sad over that. We're just gonna leave that here. Active vent we can leave here. Power controller, we're gonna need more. You know what, let's bring that with us. Just we can throw that up on the other airlock that we're gonna be building. And then do pipe out, pipe utility. Another cable coil. There we go. So then we got the airlock emptied out, so we can fill the airlock with other crap now. And that was like 300 iron just gone. So let's just do that and make another whole crap ton. I mean, who likes order, neatness, finding where you have things? You know, it's supposed to be a little bit of an exploration game. just you're just gonna explore the base every time. uh There we go. So nitrogen completely gone again as usual. Carbon dioxide making pretty nice. It is becoming a nice buffer. That's gonna create another 7 units. Right. Ooh, I don't have more room. You know what? Let's do that. Let's throw you out there, and then we're gonna do that because we do need a battery to that area controller up there. And then we're just gonna. Why are you making noises? I don't like the fact that this is making noises. Has me nervous. And then we are just gonna move up here, and then we're gonna start. Take this, put that in there, because then we can take this guy and we can close the cover on that guy. There we go. Every time I open up this thing or close the airlock, it's like, is it gonna break? Is this the time we explode the thing? But you can see here from the sun, the only thing that's really in super high daylight thing is these 3 tiles are exposed to a lot more sun than the interior tiles is. So I mean, I might actually have to, I don't know, build out the room slightly further. Arguably, the first solar room I should have done was like probably like that one, or the one actually opposing things. But you know, we started here. We have this hooked up now, so this is what we're using. So that is 36 plants. That's 40, so that's 44 plants. So that is 44 times 17.3. So that is 760 moles per hour. As you can see, it is pointing in here, so we might have to do we might have to throw up a little bit of growth lamps, but we might also be fine because we do have exposure here during the morning and the evenings. We just don't have the like peak of the day going on. We'll see. We will see. Worst case, we'll have to slowly raise his hand. Nope. No problem. No problem. Only solutions. Only solutions. That's what we offer here. Plastic consoles. Okay, so let's get. Do I have somewhere to place that thing, or are we completely botched? You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. There we go. Now we can put the vents, the digital valves in there. We don't need to have that on us. Can go down here. And we're gonna grab this power area controller. Oh god, we're gonna die. We're gonna put this area controller in here. Or do we want to have it on this side? Yeah, we want to have it on this side. Because we got the other one on that side. There we go, there we go. So, same thing here. We're gonna have... This here is gonna be our airlock into our... gasifying area. The composting. So that is where this airlock is going to be catering to. So we're going to have another housing. We're going to make another airlock chip. Yeah, so let's continue on with manufacturing of things. God damn it. We were having such a blast building things. So that means during the next night, as in the one that we are coming on into, yeah. Well, pooch. That was not what we needed right now. We were making so good progress, and we're just like, we're getting there. Things is happening. We're being efficient. And it's just no, you're not having it. Trader is what we're looking for then. Orbiter outfitters, not really what we were looking for. We got 1,700 bucks. Let's flip that over there, put that in default mode there. Actually, do you think the trader will buy damaged equipment? Fun detected here. Have ash storm. Yeah, that is truly what it is. Like, oh, you are doing productive things. How about no? Ooh, had to start over. Ran out of O2. That is unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. Also, Louis West, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. What? Oh, that is a human trader. Huh. Blame me? What? I haven't even been in there. So that is the first trader I've seen on board that requires an oxygenized environment, which we do not have. But it probably should be something we should be working towards at this stage. Oh, you mean you're blaming me because I haven't been on there and helped you? I see. Okay, you know what? I can take the blame for that one then. Well, since we are not doing anything at all, we might as well, you know, just pick these sugarcane seeds. Do do do. Do 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 do. All my fault. But I didn't even participate. What do you mean it's my fault? Well, you didn't participate. That's why it's your fault. You could have helped me. We could have avoided it. We didn't because you weren't there. Ah well. I mean, to be fair, yeah, we did horrendously fail on Europa, so need to be a better trainer. Yeah, I instructions were unclear. No oxygen remaining. What do I do? Which is, you know, it sucks starting over. As we have been through it on Europa. I will tackle that damn planet again, as I've said. I'll just instructions unclear. I'm pregnant. I don't know if I'm responsible for that one. That is the wheat. Peregrinator. Freaking storm. Pregnant meme video, not sure you've seen. It rings a bell. It does ring a bell, but I can't say for sure. So I'm just gonna leave that to maybe. Okay, so that is our wheat harvested up. Do I want to harvest up the potatoes? Well, you know what? Let's harvest up the potatoes. Worst case, we could just chuck the potatoes in the composting bin. Okay. Now the question is, house get it? Yeah. Pregonant. Now the question is, should I just not plant new things in here and start ripping these hydroponic trays up and start shifting over the water? What the hell are you doing over here? Go away. Yeah, no, not far enough. Go. Bam. Let's put you in there. Put you in there. Ooh. It's the storm. The storm is rescinding. Whoa. It was liquid there, right? Yeah. Down. I don't even know what the fullness level of this is, but the 10%, that's 79 liters of water. Galactic gases, that's a good one. Star sippers, nebula nectar. So I think all three of these are actually pretty solid. 75. Okay. I think we could get some pretty chunky amount of water now. So that is further away on that one. Move that suit there. We can increase the power. Or we could interrogate in that one. Let's decrease and then there we go. So let's check that guy out. The Galactic is gonna be best bet for sure. Yeah, like I think either this is food or yeah, it's gonna be water as well. Yeah, so we are definitely running out of crap. Let's just put you on in case you are water. That way we can just buy. Oh, well, it's expensive water. But holy crap, now this guy is freaking insane. Like freaking liquid oxygen. I'm sorry, say what? Now 1 liter per freaking. Yeah, this guy is freaking. This guy definitely has it, but what can I sell him? Unfortunately, we can't make muffins. If we could only make muffins. But we can definitely sell him in a hard suit. Ooh, he wants 550 for it. Okay. Now the interesting thing here is he doesn't specify if it needs to be not damaged. Maybe we can sell him our old crappy ones. Let's do 100. Like, can we just do 1700? Just fuck it. I'd like to buy liquid nitrogen, but I don't want to deal with the phase change of nitrogen, so whatever. But 140 liters of water. That's gonna be great. Like that's fucking spectacular. Like that is freaking awesome. That's exactly what we needed. And that's gonna get chomped up off the landing pad, and then this we're gonna sell him the hard suit refueling. Which the only thing that's gonna be annoying in there is gonna be that oxygen tank. Because that is gonna mean we're gonna need to set up that shitty little circulatory thing that we had before. You got a kidney, right? Not that. So let's do a little bit of a. Can we put that in a better place? Like honestly, can we just put that in a better freaking place? We should be able to, right? Like we've got the pow. Let's do, that was a pressure regulator, right? Yeah, that was a pressure regulator. Yeah, we can just do this, right? We can just you know what? Let's just Don't mind how this is gonna look, right? Don't yeah. Don't mind it. We are gonna put this pressure regulator here somewhere. Where do we have power? We've got. I mean, we've got power here. We can do it this way, right? Yeah, this is not gonna be pretty, but you know, it is what it is. So let's do that. Because we can't hook it up directly adjacent to it. Right, we're gonna need to do this. And that's not gonna work either because, well, reasons. Anyhow, so let's dismantle that pressure regulator. We need a wrench to disconnect that one. Thank you. So this is all practical solutions for impractical problems. Or was it the other way around? I never remember. Let's grab us some pipes. You are pipe, you are pipe. That is delicious pipe. And then we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna do this. So one of the things that kit, or the sales of that thing requires, is it requires... and we have this white pipe that is already filled with oxygen, so that's pretty freaking solid. That was 100 moles. Do we remember how much moles? What, 3,000, like 3,200 something? I can't remember. I honestly cannot for the life of me remember words. Canister. Tiny bit of iron. Throw that in there. So we are gonna try to sell him our damaged shit. I'm gonna take this jetpack. Well, actually, it's not even a jetpack. It's just a suit. So we're gonna grab this suit, right? And we're gonna grab this, and we're gonna put you in here. And we're gonna move all of these things over. Yeah. I know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Right? So we got that one. And then we're gonna grab that helmet back here. Thank you. And then we're just gonna replace that helmet. There we go. And then we're gonna do this. And we are... Ooh, do we not have enough silicone since we burned through all the silicone making glass? Are we gonna need more silicone? Did I have another cardboard box? I don't think so. I think we might actually need to smelt some silicone before we can do that. Maybe. Can we salvage some in here? I don't really like to eat things. There's too much crap in it. No buried silicone in here. No. Damn it. We're gonna need some silicone. Currently trading. We're fine. Let's grab that canister and let's chuck it in here. And then we're gonna cable that up with that.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Shush, hydration critical. We don't have time for you. We're doing important trading here. Don't got time for no hydration problems. Let's get this up there. Get that there. And then we are going to grab you. And then we are going to flip you on. And we're gonna let that push up to 2000 kPa while we go and apparently drink a little water. Just so it stops complaining. Look at that. We're even throwing trash around here now. Now we're truly living in misery. 3,900. That might be true. That might be accurate. That might actually be very accurate. Here I am just walking around with my little hydroponic trays. Don't mind me. We are also going to do a quick check just so I remember exactly what is required. 1, 2, 3, 4. God, that's annoying. Is that the last of the silicon that isn't 50 stacks? Maybe. I'm hoping so. Oh yeah, this is my disco debugging light. It switches between the phases of the airlock controller. So this is the first airlock we built, you know, using the stock old console and airlock chip and whatever else. And then we have that fancy one we made ourselves. Yeah, you know what, you might be right. So increase that to 3,900 and we'll see what happens. It is the accurate one for the temperature we have our current O2 in. No, we're not going to send you down. You are way too helpful. There we go. And after some discussion over on the Stationeers general Discord, I also recalled why using the suit stand was so freaking OP when it came to transmitters, since you can use data and send both ways, which is quite nice. It's not doing it in the clean order I would have liked, but it is possible to do it that way. So now that we got some extra silicone, pop it in here, throw that in there. Let's make some cardboard boxes. So, how are we looking, Mr. Oxygen Tank? It's coming along. So we are also gonna need a large... right. That is pressurizing. We were gonna check... we were gonna check, if I remember correctly, everything that is supposed to be going in there. So this guy with a hard suit with a canister of air in oxygen ratio between 0 and 100, so 100 moles of oxygen in the air tank, a empty canister in the waste tank, I forgot about that, a large battery in the life support, and then a carbon dioxide filter in the filter slot. Okay, so a CO2 filter and a waste canister is what we're missing. And this gotta be empty now. Yes, we can turn you off. What the hell did it do with the... Yeah. It did some funkiness with the scrolling in chat. Ah, come on! It is growing... No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You do not grow all the way up to happy plant. And then you start being sad. Well, there's nothing I can do against the heat here. Because, you know... I could rip out the freaking things, but this is also why we is the cocoa perennial? Is that why it's sad? It's not perennial, right? You harvest it once and then the plant disappears. God damn it. I was hoping for it to actually be not be too sad, but it likes that 30 degrees Celsius and we are just within way too cold of a range. Canister, regular canister, carbon dioxide filter. Yeah, 3.9. You were correct. Thank you very much, sir. Now let's see if they want my old broken suit. Because I'm guessing they're not gonna buy it because it's damaged. So I'll need to make an actual one, but it would be kind of funny. There we go. We sold our broken ass lava diving suit. That's not bad. So that, you know, that's actually pretty freaking crazy. But yeah, with that sold, gas, we're gonna eventually do gas and volatiles, carbon dioxide sales, and whatever else, as well as these food things, but we just don't have the space capacity or time for those right now. And when we do those, I also want to have these guys in an atmospherical setting. Which, to be fair, would not be too hard. So, where are we looking now? We want some more. We got some more tanks here. We want to fill up that water tank. There we go. So now we have five in a row. So that is 55 hydroponics trays. And then we can do like one tray for food, like one tray potato, one tray, I don't know, soybeans, and then a third whichever, and then the rest is just freaking ferns. Granted, as soon as we have this thing rolling, and we are going to do ferns, all of it, the entire thing's going to be fern initially, which is why we've bulked up on some potatoes and whichever else. So we need pipes, and we need to bring that fuel, the liquid tank up with us. And then it's just gonna be some heating controller, which is essentially just bringing this pink pipe up there. And it is also gonna be filling this pink pipe then with more volatiles. Because all we really need is that coolant pipe. Just bring that coolant pipe over here. Chuck that in on the inner side of the nitrogen. Dive that down here. And then jump over the waste, I guess. Bring that up, and then we bring that all the way up, and then pull that coolant tank or coolant pipe in the roof. Bring that over here. Or bring that over on this side, and then just latch that on with a can even put a large radiator in there, or like a medium radiator, just to make sure that it quickly and easily absorbs everything. Because we have frames, we can actually do that. Let's screw the small pipe radiators. Yeah, so we are basically just grabbing that coolant pipe. which is going to be the pink one. Are you pink bottle? Yes, you are. So let's just toss you out there. Bam. And then it is going to be... We're going to be doing the same thing here. We're not going to connect it right away. We are going to... are we going to do a little bit of a radical thing here? Maybe. Because we're gonna put it on the other side, so we are gonna have it go underneath through here. There we go. Now we just need to have that up this way. That. Yeah, we're gonna need to do it that way. There we go. So with that hooked up there. Bam, 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 down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Get that thing there. We're gonna need more pipes. We're gonna need a little bit more pipes, but you know, it's fine. Now we could actually hook this up here, get that connected right away and throw gas through it. Because I want to monitor how much it's decreasing in pressure as we're building out the pipe network. I mean, each pipe doesn't really contain a whole lot, right? So if we can do, if we can get that hooked up, just by reaching like, let's put that in there, put that there, grab that. No, we don't want to grab more out of that one. We want to grab one out of that one. There we go. So that is some more pipes that we have access to. But yeah, essentially we just need this cooling and the radiator built, and we can grab that water out and shift over the plantation up there. Now, like I said, you know, we're not nearly done with this thing considering the scaffolding and everything else, but it is an excellent start. And I should have looped over there. God damn it. Dun, dun, dun. What we should have done is gone inside, done this there, gone inside here, let's just go inside on the whole way up. No reason not to. And of course we've got daytime coming in here, so it's gonna be throwing us around like crazy as the temperature is severely changing quickly. The reason why I'm doing this is because I don't need to mess around with any changes because we're gonna have a frame here. You know what? We might even make this into a utility shaft. Just leave it open. Just have a floor hatch, and then have a ladder. I know they are not perfect. I remember they are being like they were really a pain in the ass to actually like get out of when because of how the character mounts ladders. But I like the design idea of it. And this is why we built the pipes on both on the left side, so we can pull in anything we need surplus-wise on the right. Which in our case was the coolant, because I, completely forgotten about that. There we go, and then we are just doing that, and then we are doing this. And now we just need to check how much gas is in the pipe. 900 kPa. That's not too bad. We probably want to push it up to like 2 MPa just for safety later and to deal with the larger influx of heat. However, that is the coolant pipe all the way up here. Now we just need to grab a large radiator, and then we need to hook up and connect these end pieces. And that should make our room, and I just ran a little bit too far, I got distracted in my train of thought. And that should allow us to move things over. Maybe don't need like 80 liters in the base. You probably need like 30 liters in the base. Get 60 liters in the tank, and that's probably gonna keep us running for quite a while. Like, how much water is the ferns using? Ferns are using 0.32 moles an hour. I don't know what moles translates into liters. Yeah, so if we get 60 liters in the tank, or what is it? It's the 10%. 10% of that is 79 liters, and that's gonna leave us with like 40 liters left in it. That's gonna look pretty good. Radiator, pipe radiator, medium radiator, yes, and I know. This is complete ridiculous overkill for that room, but there is no kill like overkill. Now we are gonna need a whole bunch of pipes. Yeah. So oh, you did the math on the tank? Yeah, so each plant 4,370 divided on 78. Yeah, so roughly 55 to 56. Like it I guess it depends on temperature. I don't know. Forge, go to bed. It is late. No siree. No siree not. It's okay. So that's an hour's worth if we have 9,000 plants. But considering we have, 55 units, and they are using 0. Sleep is for stationeers that quit, right? 457 or whichever that was. Which means they're using 25 moles per hour. So if I do that, 4,370 divided on, like, take 30 for good measure. That means on the tank of water we have here, it is 150 hours worth of water. So that should be good. We should be good until we got our own water production going. Now it's 11 tiles and then that, so that should also be fine. So let's grab. We got the radiator, right? Yep, we got the radiator. We got some gas tanks for it. We are now going to. Since they still have water from the other tanks, that is irrelevant. Let's just grab this thing. Turn you off. You don't need to be existing anymore. And then we are gonna. Is it the wrench or is it hand drill? It's hand drill. Don't. Yeah, so the plant died when it grew up because then it was in growing fruit stage and it got sad. Well, I can't plant wrenches to make more wrenches? Silly little thing. There we go, and then I need one hand free to actually hold in this. So yeah, we're not gonna immediately plant something because we are gonna need to deal with the ratio. We're gonna need with the coding for the filtration unit, so that is gonna need to be dealt with as well. But the infrastructure is in place to do it, and we're moving the tank over as well, so we have all of the things built to support it. Now we just need a little bit of code in the filtration unit. That will regulate the gas flow. The valves. We forgot about the other one. Oh well, we got the water we needed anyway. Right. So cycle over. And since we recently had a storm, I don't need to worry about jetpacking with the gas or with the water tank. Please let us out. Who put all this junk here so I can't exit the freaking building, right? Do 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 do. Precious cargo coming through. Precious cargo coming through. Oh, I forgot to bring another sheet in here. Oh well. So we wanna put you on this side for the time being. Dun, 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 dun. There we go, and then bam. Okay, so we put that over here. Nope, too far away. Too far away. I hate the fact that the connectors are so finicky due to their they being raised up from the ground. There we go. So that is those hooked up. Now I do have a bunch of extra trays, but I don't know how if I wanna just hold off on those until we have sorted that out. So we're gonna do that. We are going to grab the steel sheets. The hell? That's a terrifying sound. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. So that is hooked up. That is ready to go, and we now have temperature regulation in this room. So now we should essentially just need to fix the filter here, and we're gonna need to make 2 large O2 filters. And then set up granted, with the temperature regulation in there, any O2 could in theory just go to the O2. Do I want to do that? Do I just want to send it down the O2 range? Because then I'll know exactly how much it is and it doesn't risk getting convoluted into anything else. You know? Since the filter.O2 is gonna be in a good moderate temperature, and it's just gonna be its thing. We can just put a safety check in this one, so in case the O2 pipe is, you know, 45 MPa or something. What is a safe temp or a safe pressure range of the highest capacity for O2 that is hot? I would presume it kind of goes up to 60 MPa and then just bursts. So let's just do that, and then that'll be fine. Weld this back up. And that is essentially it. We got the output, we got the inputs. We just need to fill the room with O2 now. Or we need to fill the room with CO2. And that is just gonna turn it into delicious, wonderful oxygen. And then obviously regulate the filtration unit, but you know. Other things, priorities, and so on and so forth. So, we just need somewhere to put these hydroponic trays for the time being. Let's move that out of there, move that out of there. That's actually pretty freaking splendid. Let's grab a plastic sheet just so we have a stack of plastic sheets on us. Right, so O2 filters, and then it's a little bit of programming, and then we can plant. Let's do heavy filter oxygen, and we threw in the stellite there. I don't wanna, but I need the stellite. Don't need to eject more, I got the stellite. I mean, Orbit or Outfitters, maybe we can sell them some iron and some other stuff. And we ran out of inbar, god damn it. There we go. Let's have a look, see what that trader has to offer. Right, so he buys outright. You know what? We can sell him the iron, copper. We can sell him iron, copper, and coal. But we are we're gonna want to have some. Didn't we have a stacker in here? That is gonna be quite nice. Yeah. Could have sworn we had a stacker. Is that outside? That's probably outside. Let's grab the filters. Let's grab a mining bag. Hey, look at that. There's the stacker. So I'm thinking. How much is it? It's 200. It's 600. 12. So we need a crap ton of things here. So that is 600, right? And then we just need a similar amount of copper. You know, the thing after the greenhouse is going to be getting that water production going. Then it is definitely going to be automating this, because this is just on the level of insanity now. Some shoots, and some shoots. We need some more shoots. We need some more shoots. We need some more shoots. Throw in 200 ingots. Just 300. Make me more shoots, my good sir. Make me more shoots. While that is making shoots, we are gonna plonk down that. I saw that thing here. Basically, we are gonna put a unloader here. There we go. And we are gonna grab that. We're gonna grab that. There we go. And then we just need some chutes to connect this up to. There we go. There we go. So while that is working on its thing, we are gonna run up and put in these oxygen filters. And then we are going to grab some more coal and throw that in as well. Imagine just being able to sit in the base and select, I want to get iron. And then you just flip a dial until you hit iron. And then you click the other dial on how many do you want. And it just goes, okay, I'll send it to the vending machine. Cool. That's going to be so convenient. Yes, sir. It is definitely going to be. It is definitely going to be convenient. Now the sad part is, I should have done it at the same time we did. We did the silos, really, but we just didn't have the iron really to do the chutes. Like we had the circuitry and everything that's needed, and we have the the vending machine, but we just didn't really have the materials to do so. There we go. So that should be everything the trader needs. Now, if we could sell him silver, I would sell him silver. Frankly. Or hell, please, want uranium. Why is the trader not wanting uranium? It's such a it's such a precious mineral. But yeah, since it's in the vendor, I have access to it. Or the vending machine. That's pretty nice. So that's, 1200, almost 1700. And then we're just gonna send you up. The waste tank is moderate. It is getting spicy, but we can pause. Let's get this thing sorted out. So, laptop. Obviously, it's in the right, totally in the right direction. We're gonna grab you. Switch you over to device configuration. 137064. 137064. I do not remember that number by now. 137064. Okay, so define valve. That is what we're doing. Valve.co2. And then we're gonna do define valve. And then we're gonna grab the valve. And then that is the ID we're grabbing. And then we do define db, sorry, alias, filtration, db. And that is essentially what we are going to be using now. We are going to do main, loop this around, and then we are going to check, we are going to check, we're going to do things. Joel, check CO2, or check pressure, and then we are going to do check ratio. And it's just gonna loop those things. And for the subroutine, for check pressure, we are going to be, let's load up, let's do alias pressure ratio dot CO2 1 alias ratio dot O2, just so we have that there. And then we're gonna check pressure, so we are going to load pressure with, we're actually gonna call it, we want to call it the current pressure? No, let's call it pressure. We're gonna do filtration, or do I want to just, you know what, fuck it, let's just keep it simple. It's the local device, we know it's a local device, it's a big fat green number. Pressure input. We want to load input pressure because we want to check input pressure, we want to check output pressure, because we don't want to exceed output pressure. If output pressure is exceeding, like, you know, 40 MPa, we should be freaking sounding off an alert or something that, like, hey, we got too much gas, we got too much oxygen, use it, spend it, burn it in the atmosphere, make a flamethrower out of it. So in here we are going to do actually we can do this, so we are going to do we are going to set filter mode do filter toggle R4 and it is going to be toggling, because this is just a filtration unit, right? So this is just specific to if the filter, if it should be grabbing oxygen out of the environment, and it is going to be doing so. If it is define max output pressure, and max output pressure is gonna be 40,000. So we are going to change this and put it at a 1. In case the pressure is okay. So if output pressure is less than max output pressure, it enables filter. call it enable filter. Now, smoke break lurk. I'm gonna add a command for lurk eventually. It's gonna be sneaky. It's gonna be delving down into the dark abyss or something. Output pressure. Output OK. That's what I'm gonna call it. And then we are going to do a SGE, and we're gonna do L. Actually, we check ratios as well. Fuck it, we'll do both. Check ratio. Check ratio. Ratio oxygen input. L ratio CO2 dB ratio carbon dioxide input. Input. So here, if our ratio of oxygen in the room is higher, alias output input O2 OK. Let's put a dot in there. Input O2 if you know what, do we need to define that? It's not another thing. So if our ratio dot O2 is greater than or equal to 0.0, let's do 10%. Maybe we do higher. Let's do 30%. And then we do a enable filter, and that is going to be our alias enable filter or 6. So we enable filter if input O2 is okay, and output, let's do output P okay, just so we have a little distinction in between them. So if output P is okay and output O2 is okay, we enable the filter. And then we just do S dB mode, and we do enable filter. That way the mode of the device is gonna be off as long as the input is not okay or the output is not okay. And then we can separate that out into a subroutine for filter control. And then here we just do YOL filter control. Now this is just, you know, kind of bloating the code, but this is hopefully super readable. and super simple. Basically, we are checking the pressure, we are checking the ratios, and then we are going through the filter control whether or not the filter should be active or not. Now the second thing is going to be carbon dioxide. Let's just call it CO2 control. So that is going to be our next thing. So CO2 control, and we are going to do essentially the same thing. We are going to do, but instead of using the ratio, we are just going to check the input pressure. And if the input pressure is too low, because we've been taking out oxygen out of the system, we need to add it. So we are just going to do a SEQ or SLT, and we're going to do a define min CO2 pressure, and then or min room minimum pressure, minimum input pressure. We have a standard system, let's use it. So if our minimum pressure in the room is less than, say, 75 kPa, define max input pressure. That is gonna be 90. Now, I do realize that we want to grab the average in between these two. And I think the only average we can use is batch devices. I wonder if it would be better to just apply filters in the room. Let's just keep adding more registers because, you know, why not? Alias input p.ok r7 alias input. We do have output pressure. We do have an out. We don't have. We have alias input or alias output 2p. Load output 2 pressure. Because we do have that one. So we want to do if the input pressure is okay, which is and then we want to do SLT. Output 2p OK. So if both pressures are if both pressures are low, we basically have that there. Which is going to be alias enable valve. And yes, I know this could be super more optimized, but my brain is not in it to do something super sophisticated right now. I just want the greenhouse working. I just want it operational. That's all I need. And then we'll see if it explodes here or not. So if input pressure is okay, and that is if the input pressure pressure if the input pressure is less than minimum input pressure, and the output to pressure is less than the minimum input pressure, which means both sides of the room is lower, and both of them we are gonna enable the valve. So we are going to do a SD, and we're gonna do the I didn't need to grab the hash value since we got the ID. We got the valve CO2, and then we're gonna turn it on, and it is gonna be enable valve. So if the output pressure is not okay, it's gonna disable it. Now the good thing in here is we don't need to go into this room. As soon as we enable this chip, it's gonna go, there's not enough CO2 in the room, and it's gonna turn the valve on. And because we don't have CO2 hooked up to anything, we can see if it turns it on or not without it actually trying to add gas to the room. So that should be it, I think. So we're checking the pressure, we're checking the ratio just to make sure, and we go through filter control, and the filter control is going to go, if the output pressure is a go, we are good, and if the input pressure is a go, which is over 30% of O2 in the room, and it enables the filter if both the input O2 and input pressure is okay. And if it is not, it's going to turn it into 0, which means it's going to switch the mode into idle, so it's saving power. Dun dun dun. And that is essentially what this is going to be doing, and that is pretty straightforward. Now this is completely unnecessary. We could just reuse the bits in this, like we could just do R2, R3, R4, R5, and then just reuse that here. But it's a nice little flair. It makes it a little bit more readable, especially when we do miniature specific targeted functionalities like this. So let's export that just for safety, and then we're gonna do this, and then we are gonna be able to do this. So we turn you on. So we're gonna save. We're gonna save just as a precaution. And I'm going to turn you on, and you go immediately into idle because we don't have enough O2 in the air, and it tries to turn this on just as it is intended, and the program is working. We don't get any errors and anything. So I think this is the first one we made that didn't throw errors. Now it might not necessarily do what we wanted to do in actuality, but we'll see. We will see. So now we are gonna hook up a one-way valve for all the gases and all the inputs, because inside here we've got 700 kPa. It's gonna be a bit. That's yeah. This is what we're wanting. So we are gonna be wanting to do this, and in here we're gonna want Well, apparently we're just kind of chucking them down there. They fall into lava, they fall into lava. Who knows? I didn't want that. I want a one-way. One-way gas. Yeah, because we're not gonna do mushrooms unless we need to. And even then, I think we can steal gas from the oxygen pipe. Well, let's just do this for safety first. That is basically just making sure that we have
Hydration critical.
well, that is hooked up, and we can see that we have some particles going on there, but we are gonna go in here, empty our waste tank, and by the time we get up there, hopefully we'll have a nice good atmosphere with full of carbon dioxide. We are gonna grab all of our fern seeds here. Well, not all of them. We do have this safety stack of ferns. And we are gonna grab our stack of 100 ferns. Suit stands and some other stuff that is definitely gonna be appreciated is gonna be coming eventually here as well as we start to poke around. Or outfitters. Okay, so that is all of that changed. We've got the ferns with us. Well, the valve is off. Hey, look at that. We hit the minimum value. And this is in idle. I'm actually quite pleased.
Oxygen critical.
We we may have discovered another problem. Let's not have the suit kill us in here. We're gonna need to figure out a way to make sure that when we walk into these greenhouses, the suit doesn't kill us. As you see, we got a little bit of a leak of nitrogen and O2 from the suit. So yeah, there's definitely that. That's pretty solid. So now we are just gonna plant up plant up some ferns. Look at that. We have our greenhouse. Now, I do not know. Yeah. Hey, Trash Panda. Hope you're doing alright. We have, the ship worked. Don't know when you disappeared, but, so we've got our, we got a little bit of a climate control chip for our environment here. And, you can see how much it's generating oxygen. Just look at that thing. It's just delicious. That is freaking great. Now, I don't know if stepped away as pipes were getting rerouted outside the airlock. Oh, the cooling pipe? Like the pink one? It's looking pretty good. Now, we just need, I think we need a little bit of higher pressure in this to hit that like 110 moles or something. So if we do have a bit of a temperature increase in here, it's probably gonna be because there's not enough medium in the radiator to carry the heat. But it is absolutely capable of dealing with the cooling of this. This is freaking great. This is awesome. So we have our own airlock chip. And we have this working out quite nicely. And we also have this thing here, which is now housing that control chip. And then we have this valve that is filling up more CO2 if there's less pressure in the... So the valve is operating as per suggestion in the chat. It is operating on the principle of how much gas is actually in the room pressure-wise. And this thing operates on, is there enough oxygen to pull out of it? Now, if there's not enough oxygen in the room, as in less than 30%, it's gonna sit idle. Once it gets over 30%, it's gonna start extracting oxygen. And I do want to have it... I might want to have it so it loops back, so it runs for the 10% and then it stops, which is probably what I want to do with it. But yeah, so once it hits 30% oxygen, it'll start pulling oxygen out of the atmosphere, which is gonna drop the pressure. Once the pressure is too low, it'll add more CO2. That way, I don't have an active vent in here. There is only passive vents. The filtration pulls out, the valve adds, and the passive radiator is controlling the temperature. And no device is inside the room, so I can control everything from the exterior. I don't need to walk into it to actually manage it, because I've got the filters here, I've got the valve here. Now, I might want to move the valve so it's not in the floor. I might shuffle it around and do like move it up here and then have it like on the wall or something. Because I don't like the fact that it's in the floor, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, so the filtration unit is carrying, which means I don't need the... it has its own housing for the IC. So this thing, when it's not... during 99% of the day, this thing is running on no power. outside of the very, very small amount of temperature shift from the AC unit. Since this is running on 10 watts, and then it runs on 50 watts for the digital valve, and it pushes it up to like, I don't know, 150 watts when it's running the filtration. But that's going to be only in periods once I fixed up the circuits for it. So this thing here, so right now it is it's going in here, and then we can actually do enable filter, and then we can do BGE, or we can do a B. Can actually do an and let's do a let's do a second one here. So if if the input O2 let's just do this because of sanity's sake. So R1, if the ratio dot O2 is greater than 0.2 and so this is how you can see it. It quickly gets unreadable as soon as you start just using the variables or just using the register variables. But essentially, if the O2 ratio is over O2, and then we're loading whether or not just kind of recap on what just happened. So we're checking if the ratio of O2 is higher than 20%. So we want this to be toggling. So once it hits 30%, we want it to enable the device. If it is above 20% and the device is running, we want it to keep running. Which is what brings us in here. So we check, check if O2 is greater than 20%. Read in mode status one if running. If we are still above 20% O2 and the device is enabled, skip changing the mode if we are still above the minimum O2 level. So this is basically a little safety check for, here we're checking if the pressure is okay, so the device can be running or not. And then we also want to do a, actually, do we want to do that? Yeah, we want to do that. So we want to do, and we want to do R11, R11 and output p.ok. Because we do also want to check to make sure that the output of the device is actually safe to keep pushing out into. And then if that's the case, we just skip this enable filter by jumping to RA, as in the former the row that was saved when we jumped, instead of flipping this off. Because by here, we're checking if we reach that 30% limit. If it reaches it, it turns it on. But if we dip below that 30% limit, it would always turn it on. So it would go 29.9, turn it off. Go back up to 30, turn it, you know, flip it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But doing it this way, we should be skipping it, or we should be skipping changing it. If the device is running, and we are above the threshold, or we're above the threshold we want to get under. Export. So with that little adjustment, and it is fine, we're still good, we should have that wrapped up. So that means we're already on 2% oxygen. We should be pretty solid, right? That's our first greenhouse room online. Now, what were we saying earlier about volume for? Yeah, so 200 moles of volatiles and 100 moles of oxygen. That is going to be a lot of oxygen. Granted, that means we'll produce fern. Yeah, we have a pretty good transformation there. So water usage is 0.4 moles, yet we're getting 17 moles per hour. Which means our next task is gonna get hello, House of Atreus. We've got this sorted out, and we also have a safety check for or a safety check, an up check for making sure that when we reach 30% oxygen, we enable the filtration unit. And then once we reach 20% oxygen, we disable it, while it still retains all the safety checks of making sure that it doesn't blow up the oxygen pipe on its way out. So now it is just a matter of just let that generate. And that's going to be pretty cool. Now it is like if we're walking into the room here. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, look at that thing. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. And we are in full starch 900 degrees daytime out there, and the temperature is not moving. Now, for anyone that missed it, I ripped out the chip out of the suit because we were actually getting killed in here. Because the suit decided, well, it's a comfortable temperature, it's a nice pressure, let's open up the visor with 0% oxygen in the room. So I quickly jumped into the airlock, so it depressurized, so it sealed the helmet, and then I ripped out the suit, or ripped out the ship. It is not great. There is some safety hazards with it when it comes to having a suit automatically open up the helmet in safe pressures and temperatures, and I don't think there is a way to properly do this. Because we can't read the external gases. Like, the only thing I can think of that would, safe this up is doing freaking trigonometry and like setting up state positions in the freaking base that it doesn't deal with, or like access card stuff. So if we're inside, if we've enabled like if it's using the access card for the greenhouses, it doesn't pull up the visor or something. Basic math is 127 ferns uses 1 liter per hour. Yeah, that sounds about right. But that's pretty neat. You know, we're up on like 3% and it's gone a couple of minutes. That's pretty good. So that is our oxygen farm setup. We just need to hope that the sunlight is all right and that the darkness is all right on them when they are up on there. And then see if we put up a couple of planters along the way. Actually, yeah, let's put up a couple of planters this way and see if they all right. Like if we do this here, right? Because I don't know how much of this is gonna be cause for an issue, right? Now this one won't get water, I know. Did you not spend that pipe? Because what? Okay. All right, because it already had 3 units on there. The fourth one is free. Okay, I'll take it, I guess. There we go. So let's put these ferns down here, and then we'll see if they survive, if they grow shitty. Like if they're surviving and they're not dying, even if they're badly growing, that's fine. There we go. Okay, so that is all right. We'll leave that to a couple of cycles here, and then we'll come back to them later and see what the deal is. Whee! So now we're back into needing a whole crap ton of pipes, but we're gonna need insulated water pipes since we are gonna be looking at water generation. Since the next step is gonna be dealing with... actually, can we say... Do we have a trader nearby? Stellar Smelter. Maybe we can make some more cash. Flip you over there. How long do you have left? 9 minutes. Should be fine. Throw these ferns in here. Don't need them to decay in our inventory. Now, yes, we reduced the amount of things we have planted here. But that is also very fine. We've got plenty of freaking food sitting around. Now that we have this here. So we are gonna need a bunch of steel. We are gonna need a bunch of silicone. Because we are gonna need liquid pipes. Insulated. Do we have? Down. That's not too terrible. So let's see here. We're not gonna be CO2 is not super important here anymore, but it is still important. So we burn volatiles and we burn oxygen to create water. Now, and it does have a chip, so we can make sure that we don't just burn up all of our we don't just burn up all of our oxygen. But it means we're gonna need to have a water tank. We're gonna want to have an insulated water tank or an insulated liquid tank. We are gonna want to have some analyzer. Insulated liquid pipe, go. That is silicon. We have a little bit more there, but we are gonna need a crap ton more if we want to be able to get some water. Now, this endeavor is also going to require us to build a additional room over there. Let's just let that simmer. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that I kind of want to have reliable water, or some type of manufactured water on planet side, I would start to get back into building our hab. But this one takes a little bit of a precedence, since we do want to be able to deal with it. A set of atmospheric, because that is going to be our flat wall. Yeah, you know what? We don't need a whole bunch of windows on this guy. Let's bring us with a door. Now, arguably speaking, should I not be using a Stirling engine? Because if the gas is coming out at like 2,500 degrees, it's not gonna matter during what time of the day we're looking at, right? I could have a Stirling engine run another power cord here, And then I could have a... Yeah. H2 combustor may be used with Stirling engine to generate power at a much lower efficiency. But how much, like... Why would the efficiency be lower? Like, if the gas is coming out at like 2,500 degrees, right? And we're you know, it's coming out as gas form, so it's coming out as steam, and it's coming out as let's just do steam. So yeah, so it's coming in with trace amounts of unburnt volatiles and oxygen, which means as soon as they get separated out, or as soon as the steam gets separated out, we're gonna be looking at volatiles and oxygen igniting in the pipe. Now, I'm thinking, so I'm thinking if we pull this up, we have our H2 C, so that is our that's our H2 combustor, and it takes nice clean oxygen, so that is the input, and then we do the red stuff, and then we have the output here. And that is going into a Stirling engine. And that Stirling engine is going to be outputting whatever freaking gas, like whatever temperature the crap is coming out of, right? So here we got a temperature differential here, and this is also where we do. So we have a condensation valve going this way, right? And I'm presuming that we are gonna get below 600 degrees here. And that is gonna put the liquids in this one, which might be pollutant together with water. So if that tank then filters out and do let's do an H2O filtration here, that goes to another tank that is a liquid tank, and then we have a valve there, and then this gets cooled down, and that is then free to use to the rest of the system, right? So that can go back to plants as soon as we've made a batch of water. And any of the garbage gas here can just essentially be yeeted out into the atmosphere. Like get rid of the volatiles and whichever whatever. Or like the filtration here is going to be coming out there. Let's ignore that one. Let's erase it. So that just gets sent out into the ether. And then we grab the cold water. And that is it. Now this is a lot more infrastructure than I had planned in my head, but it makes sense in my mind, maybe? Gas pipe. Gas pipe, gas pipe. Gas pipe. Gas pipe, condensation, liquid pipe. Liquid pipe, liquid pipe. Or can I even do... This filtration only does gas. So I can't filter... Well, I would need a water filter, but the water filter... the filter only goes... The filtration unit only takes gas. So I would need to filter out the steam and cool the steam off separately. Right? Because I guess it does deal with liquid water, but it requires the liquid water to be yeah, the combusted material is going to be hot, 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 so you can use the filtration with the water filter. Yeah. Because the filtration units don't take a liquid input, right? They just like they provide a pipe connection, but they don't provide a liquid pipe connection, right? I can't just shove in a liquid pipe in them, can I? Either way, we are gonna need to we're gonna need to get some frames, because it is gonna be a separate building, because we are gonna put that in atmosphere. Ooh, hang on. Why is the internal... Oh, I know. Wait. Why is the internal pressure in the suit 80 kPa when the target pressure is 96? You know what? We're gonna walk inside here. Oh, it's set to 96. Like it's the hell? Like we're specifically setting the pressure to 96. And then we're specifically setting the temperature to what is it, like 22 degrees or like 20 degrees. That doesn't make any freaking sense. That is just freaking weird. Okay. Well, you know, let's just grab a stack of steel out. That is gonna be a annoying pile of junk. We're gonna need more doors. We're gonna need another airlock. We're gonna need another IC-10 ship. Housing is fine. That is gonna be some more electrum. Some more solder. Let's just make it. Let's just make those 3 units. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know why the suit is doing that. That is weird. I can hear the flush. I think it's because there's nitrogen in the helmet that it flushes the helmet. But that doesn't make any sense to why it's not pushing up the pressure all the way up to 96. Either way, it's not great that it's flushing. It should be doing that. Technically true, because there is nitrogen in the helmet when we walk out. Let's grab some of the frames up here. I mean, they seem to be growing. Hey, 9%. Do I want to do it that way? No, I do not. Do I want to do it as a basement? Now that's an idea. Because we're basically gonna have cooling in here. I love mining during the daytime. It totally doesn't give me freaking anxiety. Let's just get you flung around like freaking crazy. It's not as bad when you're not when you're not on not in a jetpack, but it's still pretty bad. Copper. Woo. Got some spicy floor there. Did I pick the best time of the day to do mining on? Yes, I did. Freaking mining on Vulcan gives you an anxiety attack every time you breach a freaking tile, because you never know how far you're gonna be thrown into the lava. And with how volatile this freaking planet is, not to mention the fact that when you dip into lava, you frame rate goes to absolute dog shit because of some weird particle effects from the burning of the suit. Jesus Christ. Ah, please, no, stop. No. Just wanna, can we get rid of those little voxels in here? There we go. Freaking knocking me up and down. Holy smokes. These new suits just love lava. Yeah. Delicious lava. That's where we're going. Oh, you can be a waste tank caution. Coming here with their opinions and what have yous. No, we wanna get up there. Thank you. Okay, so now that'll allow us to put the elevator all the way down here. And then we're basically gonna have... let's do a little... That'll be the elevator bottom floor. Because next stop is hell. This is just a precursor. Just one of the earlier levels. And then elevator down, and that's another little voxel that we want to get rid of. And then we've got cooling room this way. And then we're going to do a... we'll probably shuffle things around a little bit, but this is basically going to be cooling this way. And then we're going to do... Nope.
Temperature critical.
Nope. You can be a temperature critical. And then we're gonna build a little 3x3 room here. For starters, that we are gonna put our combustor in. Since we're probably not gonna need more than the one. At least not initially. I think it's fine with just, you know, starting up starting off a little bit small on the scale for these. It's gonna be bad enough to just build all the pipes and everything. I think that's gonna be fine. Now, it would be kind of crazy to have some windows down here, just kind of like have a cool little outlook of what is going on. But yeah, so. Do I want to do that in a little bit of a hallway? And then we do this. And that turned into some weird echo. So this will be our airlock, and then this will be our little bigger hallway, trying to find our way here. Now I'm just gonna weld up these tiles because I don't want to fall in through the fucking floor and end up in a lava pool. We have a little bit more mining to do to cover us up ahead. There we go. Now this is not gonna have a reasonable roof. This is just gonna have... We're not gonna put like, you know, whichever, whatever. It's just gonna be frames, as expected. And then we'll figure things out. So let's grab our frames, because that is what's gonna also be our ceiling. Just so we know what we need to dig out. There we go. Maybe we don't need to dig out anything. Yeah, because we can cover that up, and then we just expand it downwards down here. Dun, 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 dun. Just constant view of hell. Yeah. Let's put a little glass pane, just like a glassed floor here instead. Just constantly looking down onto the death pit. Hydration
critical.
Yeah. So we're gonna grab one more piece of elevator. And then we are gonna grab some battery. We need to clear out our tanks. Yeah. Okay, so that's a good chunk mined out. Now we just need a bunch of walls and whatever have you. Let's get you sorted out. extra charge you. Hey, look at that, a bunch of integrated circuits. Woohoo! Well, you know, you might as well check in with a nearby one. Food, water, the usual. And then we do that, and that should be fine. We're just gonna grab that battery again. We're not gonna be welding too much, so you know, I'm just sticking with the wireless. We got the doors. We got some sheets. We got some walls out there. This is when it's like, oh, thank you for the gift, and just grabs all the walls. Ooh. Well, the fact that he wants to, like, come on. Like, really? That's some shitty freaking prices right there. Hard suit package. We'll sell him another suit. Electronical parts. Kinda meh. The fact that he's paying less for the cable coils than what we got from just selling raw copper ore is just a scam. That is a true freaking cheapskate right there. So where, oh where, we don't need the glass sheets right here. Didn't I leave some elevators up here? Did I get rid of the elevators? Maybe I did I use them all? Maybe. Oh yeah, they ran out here, so I'm gonna need to make another one. Right. So we are gonna be using plating. And I need to, I also need to feed the cats, so I'm gonna... let's do that there. There we go. And that is gonna be our entrance down here. That's plastic sheets. And as I said, we're not gonna weld a whole lot. You know, I realized that we're gonna need to weld both these and as well as the frames on top of me. So there is that. Fly back over here and let's not get hit by it. You know what we should do? We should build some more of these. power transmitters, or you know, the Omni power transmitters. So they're only using 10 watts unless they're actually charging something, so just have 2 of those. Just place one at the end of the atmospheric center, and then the other one at the somewhere in the middle of the greenhouse. Right? And then it's gonna always charge our batteries when we look out. Let's put away the pipes here for a second. We also don't really need the utility gas, although that's gonna be needed later. What else did we need here? We got some sensors. We got some housing. We are going to need. We're gonna need a bunch of active vents. We're gonna need a bunch of pipes. And then simmer on it for a little bit. I need to get out to the kitchen and give the cats some sustenance as well before they eat the bowl. So I will be right back. I have of the return, so the cats are fed, refilled water fountain as you probably saw. They are freaking water creatures, that's what they are. Which reminds me to check, I completely forgot to actually jump in and check my freaking dashboard on that. Hör du? Fuffen skatt. Okay, so where the hell were we before we hopped into our little disruption there? We were sorting out water creation. That's what we were doing. Let's figure this out back into Twitch. There we go. Right. So we also have this adorable little tank of liquid nitrogen, just to kind of spice it up a little bit. Yeah, the basement. Right. Thank you for reminding me. We needed another unit of an elevator. There we go. Okay, and since we were out of that, we do this. And we did we have some housing? Yeah, we do have some housing. Okay, so let's switch around and fix. Let's drink some water before we hop out. And let's grab that little bite. Since we were AFKing a little bit. We don't need that, but we can take a gas replacement. Right, so one of the things we are going to do here, we are also going to immediately change the setting on the elevators before I forget it, because that's going to be really annoying. Once we plug in the power port. Beautiful. Vart är jag någonstans? Jaha. So let's grab our heavy coil here. Throw it in there, and then we are going to grab. The cat is being very, very mischievous, deciding that food was. I don't know if she decided that food was good, need to save it for later, or if she decided food was disgusting, need to bury it. Either way, things are being dug in the kitchen. One or the other. Just fantastic cat behaviors. There we go. Elevator has power. And then this thing is just gonna... We're just gonna pull the power downwards right here. Since, as you can tell, the elevator is not a sealed space. It needs to be inside, you know, it needs to be built in. So that is gonna be our power supply down here. Now, as I mentioned, we're gonna fix up we're gonna fix up the elevator quickly, right? And we're just gonna do that with a little bit of a dirty dealing here. Let's see if we can do frames. No, I just do it on here, I guess. We're gonna be needing some cables. I can go down one again.
Waste tank caution.
Ah, come on. We don't have time for no waste tank. We're not wasting no tanks. There we go. So, grab that over there, put that over there, and then we are just gonna do this. Flip that around there so we can put down a housing. Throw the non-icy housing, make sure we have the power in the power slot and that one in that one. And then we are just gonna grab a chip. We're gonna do you. We're gonna do that, and we are gonna do edit. We're gonna pause. We're gonna clear this out because that is not what we want to be using. And we want to be using elevator. Or actually, we don't want to use the kit elevator. We want to use... Doesn't matter. It'll be affected by the whole thing. So we are gonna write that elevator speed. We're just gonna do a. We're just gonna define elevator. That hash value main yield j main, and we're just gonna do a elevator speed, and we're gonna set it to like 1.5. I don't know what it's at, what it is actually at right at this second. Maybe that would be a good, wise knowledge to have. I don't know. Why are you not coming down here, elevator? The hell?
Waste tank critical. Temperature high.
Okay, so let's do elevator speed 1.5. Yeah. So let's set that to 15. I don't know if that worked. I don't think that worked. So what we are going to do is we are going to grab the pin, turn it off. Yeah, because it is only finding the singular one that it's connected to. So I think if I want to it might also be the case that I only need to do this on the first and foremost device that I entered, like the first one that placed the carriage. But I'm gonna need to run a data wire down here anyway. So might just hook up all the freaking might just hook up all of them anyway. There we go. So now let's shift this around. So let's do elevator level. That's not the one we want. Elevator. We want to grab elevator shaft cabled. Define shaft. And then we want to grab elevator level cabled. There we go. And then we're just going to do SB elevator shaft, elevator speed. Yeah. Now down is a little bit more annoying. See? Speedy elevator. But yeah, so now that we've set the speed for it, we might actually, you know, you might just set it to 15 because, or set it like 11. Now that we have that set, let me just put that chip back in there. We can rip this out. Like, we don't need to have it connected because the value is stored on the elevators themselves. So that is all good. Which means we can rip you out, grab you, bam, and then we can place you down here instead. There we go. That is connected there. And then we're gonna need, let's see here. So if we get power let's stick with that. We get power in here. That means we are gonna disperse power like this. That is gonna be our sensor. That is gonna be our in there. And then we are gonna do vent. So we are gonna do that is gonna be one active vent, one active vent. Did I not place a roof? Apparently not. That is gonna be one active vent there. One active vent there. And then it'll be one active vent there. Actually, I wasn't gonna need to place a roof because I wanted to place a frame. That's why. Although I don't mind the wall plating. We'll place a frame there anyway, but I don't mind the wall plating. And I'll just do a wall plating there for now. Oh, we don't need to. Yeah, we got the power. We just need to have steel sheets in there. There we go. It's gonna rip that frame off, but since we need to be able to adjust just cables on it, but we need it placed so we can actually place the active vents. There we go. That is those pieces placed down, and is those hooked up. But yeah, elevator speeds downwards is interesting. Upwards seems to be going pretty well, but downwards that was a little bit more spicy than needed. And then we're just gonna do. We're essentially just gonna circle this around. So we need some more cables. We need to stack more cables, and then we need some glass to get these doors up. And then we're gonna put down now, do I just do this? Like I'll you know, it's not gonna be obviously not gonna be a water tank, but like an insulated gas tank. And then the water thingy will keep running until the tank is at a certain level. We're gonna fetch some more cables, and then we are going to set up a... We're gonna set you up. Just a temporary temporary recharging station for our tools. We're gonna do the same thing over here as well, since we can. Just gonna do this, and we're just gonna drop it down here. Bam! So our tools gets recharged in the vicinity, so we don't need to worry about running out of power as much, as in particular when we're gonna be building around here. That's gonna be great. Let's see here. Did we have? We had atmospherics kits here. We had sensors here. We got some glass sheets here. We had some passive vents we're gonna need. Yeah. We're gonna need some digital valves. A lot of goodies up here. Cables. We are gonna need more cables. We're gonna need more regular cables, which we have nothing in here. So a buffer tank. Yeah, so essentially, since we want to be batch making water, in essence, and apparently we don't have any regular cable at all, and we are gonna need to deal with that waste tank. We have no regular cable. It is all out. We have spent the cable. Look at that genetically spliced potato. It's great. Now that is gonna make another like 400 cables, so that's gonna be awesome. What do we need for another suit? Oh, yeah, it's the astroloy. There you are. You might need to make some more astroloy. Another CO2 thing. Yeah, we're gonna need 2 more canisters for that. We're gonna need 1 O2 canister and 1 waste canister. And then it's gonna need a CO2 filter. But I'm gonna need to smelt some more astroloy because, well, we're out of it and I need more to make the helmet, I think. Oh, look at that. Astro Alloy Emporium. So that's going to be more selling alloys, I'm presuming. Let's see here. Helmet. Hard suit helmet. Yes, we need 2 more grams of astroloy and then we need some more steel. Which we do not have, nor do I have the patience to deal with that right this second. That thing is gonna build up and make another canister. Waste tank, waste tank, waste tank, waste tank, waste tank, waste tank. Yeah, thinking ahead, why not make like 2, 3, 4 extra suits? Yeah, it is a good point. Make like a whole, like having like 10 crates or something just stacked up so we can just bam, trader, sell. Good. Oh, definitely. Like it's while you know, arguably, I'm not entirely sure how profitable it actually is comparatively to selling, like selling the Astro, for example, the so 17 minutes. You know, we set up a coin toss. Like we should fix that. Kinda wanna keep building. There's so many coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's where I put the freaking cable. I wanna finish setting up the freaking H2 stuff, but at the same time, catching the traders is also not a bad idea, and we would need to smelt some more astroloy for that. Maybe it would make more sense to just do, like, we're not in a panic for water, right? It's not a oh my god, we need water right now or we're gonna die in the next 10 minutes. So it is like it's not a panic, right? So shifting things around a little bit. Let's just, you know, let's just dump off some of these things here. That is there, that is there. Okay, so look at that. Holy hell, we just purged our freaking inventory. Just bam, gone. Like, realistically speaking, what I should be doing, or someone guaranteed already has, a chart of what is actually profitable to sell. Like, would it make more money just selling the alloy pieces required to make the suit, rather than making the suit? Backpack. But then, you know, I don't mind the little bits and pieces of this. The only thing that's a little bit sad, I guess, is selling away like an hour's worth of oxygen production. So let's have that make a bunch of canisters. And then we are gonna grab a backpack. And we are gonna see hard suit backpack. So we have, that's 2 stellite. It's 4 stellite per suit. That's enough to make like 6 suits, something. It's 12 astroloy per suit. So astroloy is gonna be Astroloids are bane here because it requires pretty high pressure in the furnace, which is a little bit annoying, but it is copper, cobalt, and steel. So it is pretty straightforward. And I think we might just do a batch. It's been cobalt that's been our bane, really. Because that's our biggest kind of issue with yeah, it's like, you know, almost all of them wants a suit. So let's just do this. Let's do that 100 units of 100 units of astroloid, which means we are going to need 1 copper, 1 cobalt, 2 steel. So we're gonna need equal amount of copper, and then we're gonna need 200 units of steel. Now we're obviously gonna need more steel than just 200 units. We are just gonna do this. Because I mean, if we're making steel, there's no point in just making, you know, a little splash of it. We might as just make a batch. And then we're just gonna grab some coal. 1, 2, 3, 4. And assuming these are 50 stacks. There we go. And then bam. That's gonna be our steel batch, and then we'll just grab 200 out of that steel. But that's plenty more steel just to keep feeding into to our needs overall. Pressure's a little bit low, or well, pressure's fine. It's a temperature that's a little bit low. I'm hoping that it's not gonna kill it completely. No, we're fine. Lowered it a little bit. go. All the steel is out. And then we just grab those, walk over here. Get 200 units of steel. Bam, bam. We're gonna pull down the temperature a little bit too low. And that is our 100 grams of astroloy. Bam. Now we are gonna need a whole buttload of large battery cells as well. Welcome to the Vulcan Industrial Revolution Center. Here we are manufacturing the prime prestige hardsuit space protection gear. Do not worry, the Vulcan Industries got your back. So we need 4 helmets. Arguably, we should just wrap up the order we have. That is there, right? That's all that's needed. Waste tank, air tank, life support, filter. Bam. Done. Okay, raining batteries. I believe that's it, right? All industry, you're welcome. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know if that's where we wanted to go with that. Let's get this thing underway. Get this shipped. I believe it is. Yes, it is. Look at that. We are canistered. We are large battery. It's basically 8 items in total. So we're gonna hit that, sell, bam. Now, I do want to get the food packages instead because I think that'd be more fun. Don't care about the other one. There is nothing in here that I want to buy. Get out of here, robot. Get out of here. And now we're quickly gonna move in on the other one. Sounds like it's freaking exploding every time. That's 36 degrees. So if we reduce it, planetary pebble trader. If the angle's wrong now, we could be screwed on that trader. Just hope we're right. Yeah, 13 degrees. Bam. What was that? We may or may not have cranked up the power a little bit too much. Because there's no power. God damn it. Oh, we have a minute to repair it. Okay. Remember that the whole, we kept building and building and building, and we have no electrical safety in the base. Well, it caused some minor malfunctions. I don't know how many cables we broke there, but we want to make sure that we. Okay. Because I was like, let's just. Yeah, we short transformers for sure. It was when I started the tool manufacturing the power went. It had totally nothing to do either with the fact that I started recharging a bunch of other power devices. So inside this we've got our air tank, we've got our life support, we have our CO2 filter, and we have a waste tank. So that is a box ready to be exported. So here we have our CO2 filter, we have our battery, we have our waste tank, And we have our oxygen tank. And then we just need a helmet, which is in here. That is another box ready to be exported. There we go. Life support. Waste tank. I know we have some CO2 filters here somewhere, I think. Didn't they roll off or something? I don't know. Well, let's, you know. Alright, we're out of iron in here. Let's take some more iron, throw that in there, and get me some more filters. God damn it. Oh, that was a 500 stack. That was a little bit... We don't need that many filters. There we go. So this one wants... This one wants an air tank. And then we need another 2 canisters. We want helmet. Same thing here. We got a waste tank. We got our oxygen tank. We got our CO2 filter. We're not fully charged batteries yet, so we are that thing is pending. That is empty. That thing's just missing air tank. Let's put that helmet there. There we go, so that's an additional helmet. Yeah, so that it said zap 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 zap. I have no idea if we have any other cables that's burnt out due to devices that was running. I just know that this dial torches cables. It is the cable destroyer. So that is only missing that, and this thing is only missing a charged battery. Almost. This thing's missing a charged battery. That one is missing a... right? Yeah. So this one is missing a battery. That one is missing that O2 tank being filled up. And let's bring the box out here. Let's have a look, see what this guy has to offer. It's not so much short on transformers as just like we've got regular
Hydration critical.
cable running through half the stuff here. Like the the weather, the storm center also burnt. Like there is no, absolutely zero safety on the power grid inside the hab, which, you know, arguably should be the one place it is safe. Also might need to jank out the floor tiles to see if there's any burnt out cables below it, but yeah. That's the second concern. Our main concern now is just making a bit of cash so we have some leeway in case we do need to get some. Oh, it's the ore trader again. Oh. Ooh. You know what? He's selling fancy stuff, but it's a little bit pricey. Like, say, if you know, if we're looking at the astroloy, right? So it would be 12 astroloy to purchase for the parts on top of the oxygen. The medium power dish goes up to like 10k power usage. Yeah, I think it's 5k. I think it's the big one that does more. Like, I think it outside of the fact that you need to acquire oxygen. Um, I think you can make a profit. And I didn't even check. Did you want suit? You can make a profit by buying the metals. He just wanted chocolate bars. He just wants a snack on the way. Don't mind that he's a robot. He wants to look at the chocolate bar because it looks delicious. That's what he'd want to do. And then it'll go bad, which is why he needs more of them. Well, let's put these here. Because that is our ready to be shipped, ready to be traded, hands down, finished export capacity. Like this is some good freaking shit, right? I don't even know what that ship contains, so let's not break it by doing something stupid. And let's do this, and let's open you up, and you want a large battery there. So that is 4 suit packages ready to go. And I promise you, none of the traders are gonna be wanting suits just because we have this prepared now. We're gonna keep him here. We're gonna sell the ore, but we're not gonna worry about that right this instant. We are just gonna continue. Don't you curse us like that. Well, I mean, we already have a little bit of explosion going on here with the other stuff. Let's grab some of these pipes out. If the curse was already upon us, we were already affected by it, and nothing would have changed. Let's grab some cables out there so we have some extra. Oh. Any other cable that burned? That's why they were so sad. So the good thing is we can just grab this, import it, and then we can take a look at line 59. What is broken at line 59? It is the electric printer stacker. Yeah, see, there we have more broken cables. Okay. Okay. So that's fine. You know, we just made the situation in here look so much more worse. But are we good? Are we happy? We're happy? Yeah, it looks like we're happy. No! Come back, Mr. Chip. Apparently the PC and that guy doesn't like it. Cables also doesn't really like it. Those all worked. They jumped up. Nothing stuck there under. There we go. And then that is in here. Thank you. Okay, so everything is restored in the world. Let's get a little bit of French fry refreshment, and then we are. Where did this grate go? Not gonna lie, I have no idea where that grate went. There we are. Okay, so that is done. That is hooked up. We are gonna need some more heavy cables out there, probably. We're gonna grab the chutes up so we can throw them into the other place. Run out some more of those. Laptop is gonna go with us. Crowbar is gonna go in there. Right. Let's figure this out. I kind of got lost with that explosion. We are gonna need to fix up the power situation in the hab because that is unsustainable. Can't have that happen. Yeah, so we are gonna grab. Let's figure out the Stirling engine as well later. I mean, if we have really good cooling in the room, we might as well put the Stirling engine in the room. We do have a tank that we need. You know what? Did we have a frame here? No. The batteries are staying relatively charged as well. Yeah. They're actually going pretty well. The A2 convects a lot of heat. Yeah, but so my thinking is hook up that room to this cooling pipe, right? It's 150 degrees cooling pipe. Now, nitrogen obviously freaking lost in translation, but there we go. So let's have a look-see here. So this is going to be coming out in a really, really high temperature gas form, right? So we are going to want to put that in a temporary tank so we can regulate it. And we forgot completely to get rid of these. We want the chutes back here. There we go. So chutes go in here. Chutes and chutes. There we go. Chutes are gone. And then we have power low. I am pretty good at replacing that battery before we get to this point, so I'm kind of surprised to hear that. That is the atmospheric. Kind of wanted that other one. We want that liquid tank. We're gonna need that sensor. Excuse me, sensor. Gonna need that sensor. There we go. So the atmospheric kit, right? This is gonna be our delicious little H2 combustor. We're gonna use what color do we want to use on these pipes? We probably want to use something very, very different. We're gonna use pink, or not pink, purple. And that is gonna be our output pipe, or our work pipe in here, rather. The O2. It was regular fuel, right? It's 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. If I remember correctly. Which means we're just gonna we're gonna take a tank and we're gonna shove it up here. That is our tank.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. You can be a waste tank caution. We're missing orange color, but orange color is the default color, so that should be fine. We just need to remember to have default pipes to be using this with. Well, I mean, water is H2O. You know, my brain not really working at full capacity right now, which, you know, should be like, well, it says H2. What does the H stand for? Well, volatile.
Waste tank critical. Temperature high. Temperature critical. Critical. Temperature high. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
That was that was juggling canisters. I panicked. Okay, I totally panicked. That I'm just happy I didn't, you know, die. Oh boy. See, if the propellant would not have been a set moderate temperature that we have, that would have freaking exploded my lungs. Let's have a look, see. So we have been letting this run for quite a while, and it seems like it is pretty stable. It is quite beautiful, right? Amazing. Hey, look at that. We are coming up on a moderate amount. Yeah, even the shaded one looks good. Yeah, I was expecting those to be a bit sad, to be fair. And also now it is kind of safe in here, so. It's a freaking jungle. I wanna feel it all. I wanna feel it all. Put down some more planters here. Once we get an actual water tank down below, we can get this out. We can also fill up this whole thing, and we just have a little 1-by-1 pathway in here, and then that's gonna be it. Just pure jungle. However, like, it's 1100 degrees out there, and this radiator is handling it like a freaking champion. We just have a pad of grassy ferns. Yeah, it's, you know, just like this. It's my little homey place, right? Don't worry about it. Just have a few plants. Right. So that thing works fine.
Oxygen low.
pretty sweet. And it seemingly works. Like, it builds up pressure and then falls out. So I am super happy with that thing. We are gonna change out battery, refill supply, and whichever else. Right, so let's refill that. Let's grab some little French fries, as one does. And then it is walking back out there. And we're gonna need more paps. We're gonna need more paps. We're gonna need more paps. We don't really have any silicon to mention whatsoever freaking ever. But that's our usual spiel. We're gonna need to... Let's grab another 3 stacks of silicon, smelt that up. How much silicon do we have? Okay, so we got 9 stacks more silicon. At the moment, like, we're burning through the resources, but it's quite nice. Like, we haven't mined manually for ages. Like, imagine having to mine all of this freaking resources by hand across the board on this, you know, freaking sun-forsaken death pit. I am very glad that we put up that auto mining system when we did, because oh boy, has that kept our sanity. Would have had 80% less of a base if that was the case. Yeah, absolutely. Not even a hesitation. Granted, you know, we would probably have built a more sane base and you know, a little bit more resource efficient and scale wise efficient. Probably. Like, we wouldn't have built that massive freaking array of a greenhouse. We'd probably just plonk down the greenhouse right next to the atmospherical center and have it like a 3x3, and then that would be our start of our greenhouse. Actually, we do have another mixer. That is gonna be needed. We're gonna need a whole bunch of liquid pipes. We're gonna need a water filter, another atmospheric for the water filter. God, I want to get around to the hab and start redoing that, but that's gonna have to wait until we're done with the water. Let's see here. So we want a gas mixer, right? And we're essentially wanting to do the same thing here. We want to grab the volatiles. let's do it that way. And then that is gonna be our... There was one tile more to the sides. We're gonna do this. We're just gonna keep the same kind of structure on it. So this is gonna be our fuel mixture. That was not what I wanted to do with that, but that is what we did with that. So that is gonna take our volatiles, and it is gonna take oxygen, and I think we're just gonna pull the oxygen straight through there. And then we're gonna grab the volatiles. The little delicious red volatiles. And then I wonder, how the hell are we gonna pull the... Starting to be a little bit of a pipe vaganza here. So in case we want the breathable air mixture, which I don't think we want, because I think the breathable air mixture is gonna go out of fashion. Because I think we want to be doing the same thing we do in the greenhouse for all the other places. Now, you might be thinking, what are you talking about? And I don't think we're going to have... Maybe we do want to have some plants and whatnot in the base. Like some random planter pots. Just to have a little bit of a greenery in the base around it. That would require us to need CO2, right? You can't GMO out the CO2 need completely, right? You can just reduce the quantity it needs, but you can't nuke a need completely. It would be kind of funny to do like an omega strain of regular ferns that just guzzles freaking stuff. But yeah, so where the hell do we pull the fuel out of here? Do we just want to do it in parallel with this and then out through here? Maybe. Like, it's not pretty with the valves there, but we also kind of want to move the valves. It does fit kind of nice. Yeah. Let's do there. And then we do it that way. And then we do it that way. And like when you're gonna come into this room and you're gonna look up and you're gonna see all these fucking pipes that are just going all over the place. It's gonna look pretty impressive. There is a purpose in life for that pipe. That is pretty nice. Let's get this freaking insulated pipe up and running with the fuel. Same thing here, like we have got legacy pipes, we don't have these painted, we don't have this hooked up properly. We want to add, so we want to add more waste tanks, and we want to have them, when we pressurize more of the base, we're going to have like a waste tank in different areas. And then they'll be hooked up to the data port on it. So as long as there's stuff in the tank, they'll run the vacuum, and then once no more, it does no more. So power saving aplenty. So now that we got that there, we're just gonna do this, and then we're gonna shuffle this there, and power shifted around here, so we are no longer in lighting. We turned very, very dark here. Hey, look at that. Will that fit? It does fit. Bam, look at that. That is our fuel line right there. So we are gonna take you, and then we push that through here. Actually, is that gonna be in the way in case I want to do that? Probably. We wanna... Let's switch that around. Let's go... Let's go all the way over here. Actually, let's rethink this based on the infrastructure we have. We are gonna do... So we're gonna get this through here. Yeah, so let's do the combustors here. And then they'll off-put into a tank here. And then we can do the filtration into an O2 tank. And we can do all of that jazz. There we go. Because then we got the outputs. We got the output back here. There we go. So that is going to be the fuel line coming in. And we keep that as straight as possible, moving around. That way we're trying to avoid being in the way of any cables or any peculiarities. And then we can run a coolant line next to it, and that'll end up on top. And run that in parallel, because we're not going to have anything on this wall. So we can run that here. And that can do...
Waste tank caution.
That can pull over into something else. And freaking lighting is... Lighting is not helping. There we go. Right. So... That means the hot off gas is going to go into this tank. And then I wonder if we want to have the filtration for this here. Because water filtration is it's gonna work on steam, right? I wish I could flip the freaking filtration and be the other way around, because that is slightly annoying.
Waste tank critical. Temperature high. Temperature critical.
I mean, I'm not sure I want to have it in here, but on the other hand, it would be nice to have it in the same location. Although, if I don't have it here, I can run all of the exports using a singular tank. Like a singular pipe, right? There we go. So that is better, because then we can pull... Can pull that through over there. There we go. Okay, so we got our fuel coming in here, and we got our hot stuff coming out there. And then we can build another 3 combustors here if we want to. And then we can fit a pipe at the very top with coolant to chill down the room. And put that a little bit wherever we want it to be. It needs to be filtered in its gas state. Yeah, because then we just kind of pull up all of the so my thinking is, instead of needing to do multiple pipes out of here, we just have this singular waste pipe coming up, and then it goes through here, which I am gonna rip. Like, these guys here are gonna be moved down. I just need, you know, more pipes and more air conditioners so we can place them down before we remove them. But essentially, they are gonna be moved down to that floor. So I'm thinking if we put the hot waste pipe filtration for the H2O here, and then we can then send the really hot stuff, like the really hot what's remaining, oxygen, volatiles and whatever, and we can put that in the same pipeline that is importing from the atmosphere, which is generally coming out at, you know, at least 150 degrees or something. So this during the daytime is pulling in like 600 degrees stuff. So this pipe is safe to add to coming out of there, as long as it's not on fire. Arguably, depending on the volume, the waste pipe, because it's just adding like a little bit at the time, so it's doing very fractional volumes, so it doesn't pull up the heat immediately because we have so much pressure in the waste tank as it is. We just need to make sure that the damn thing isn't on fire when we're introducing it into the waste tank. Because if it's on fire, there's a problem. But it shouldn't be on fire because it's coming in with water vapor.
Hydration critical.
Jesus Christ, scared the crap out of me. I thought it was going to be the waste tank again, and then we'd be royally pooched because we have nowhere else to put the waste. That'd be a panic dump in the atmosphere. There we go. But yeah. And we are in dire need of silicon and some more steel. Although steel shouldn't be a problem, we've got plenty of that. It's loitering around here. It's the silicon that we need to smelt more out of. Because we need more pipes, we need more liquid pipes, we need more regular pipes. We're gonna put the sensor away. We don't need that. That is gonna be our H2O filter. Let's pick another 4 stacks of silicon. That's another 200 pipes. And yeah, so if someone is new on the channel, tuning in, seeing this madness for the first time, welcome. And I hope you enjoy the chaos. Because we try to build, we try to do some coding, we mainly try to do all own built things, so I don't grab things off the workshop. I'm doing all of the scripts on my own, with a lot of help from the chat, of course. But try to figure out solutions to the puzzles Stationeers offer us. And on the day hours, or you know, off stream hours, I do game design. So plenty of interesting things mooching about here. Let's pop you in there, make another 200 pieces of pipes. First waste tank emptied out, second waste tank emptied out, and then we're gonna drink, and then we are restocked, ready to be barbecued by the summer heat on Vulcan. Yeah. Thank you very much. See how this goes. We are chugging along here. We got the greenhouse is up and running, or at least one segment out of the 8 planned, which is the thing that blots out the stars. That is the greenhouse. It'll hopefully look prettier when there's a little bit more lighting or whatever else to it. But yeah, it's that construction. We're starting to get some elevators up so we can move about here without using our jetpack constantly. But it is making slow progress, but it is making progress. So, you know, there's a silver lining to it amidst all the rusted iron. Get that in there. And then we are going to pull up that waste line straight up here. Well, not straight up there, because that is going to be a bit annoying. There we go. Well, that's not going to work. There we go. Which is fine, because that is going to be a tile. And that is going to be a wall. We're not going to see that. We're not going to see that. We're pretending we're not seeing it. We're seeing it. God damn it, we're seeing it. Let's pull that upwards here. And then we are going to have a cooling loop. So how far do we want to go with this? You know what? Probably. Well, not that far, because we still need more pipes of the pink type. That's a little bit too far as well. I think we are gonna be happy with this, because we are gonna run that pink cooling loop, so we can actually cool let's stick that in there. So that is going to be our water mixture, the toasty, the spicy, the absolutely forbidden pollutant water. Not dirty water, just you know, outright bad water. You know what? We're not gonna break the pipe. We are not gonna be that kind of a heathen. We are gonna grab this little paint gun, and we're just gonna do that. Because we are going to want to pull down another cooling line down here. Now, we might want to keep these two separate, now that I think about it. So we might do this. So if I run this behind above, I could do a bunch of small radiators, but I don't know how much they're convecting. I could do one here. Yeah, you know what? Let's just put up a fat radiator right here. Right, we'll move the pipe if necessary. But I mean, if we put well, you know what, let's just dump that in. So we'll run the coolant pipe here, and we'll run that thing here, and it'll run up there, and then it'll run in the middle, go down next to the fuel line. And then we're gonna grab you, because we don't want you to get destroyed on the next storm. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be absolutely splendid. We just need more pipes to build. We just need more pipes. I mean, how hard can it be to just make more pipes? Just make more pipes. Make more pipes. Get this thing going. Also, I just realized that we are coming up on almost 12 freaking hours of this. That is insane. That's right. And that's a little bit too much. Book. And now I'm getting cat assistance. You are not helping me at this moment, my dear little one. No, you are not. You are most definitely not helping. You are adorable, but you are not helping. Just bonks her head at the mouse. You want the scratches on the shin, yes? The shin scratches. Very much the shin scratches. It's very much, I love you. Go to bed, and you are not gonna be chewing on that cable. No, no siree. No ma'am. No chewing on the mouse cable. Are you happy now? You are happy. There we are. And I'm not sure she's gonna be happy because I stopped scratching her. There's a little bit of an annoyance in that tail waggle. It's been glorious. I think we've gotten freaking. We got a ton of crap done. Like, yeah, we spent 12 hours doing it. I'd hoped we'd get something done. But I mean, anything from doing a whole bunch of trading, getting, the whole infrastructure up to... hey, look at that. Wah! No? Let's not cause absolute destruction with the pipes. Getting all the pipes up for the greenhouse, getting all the gases up there, doing the code for the environmental control chip and the filtration to generate oxygen. What else did we do? We've done a whole bunch of trading. We prepared some crates. Got more of the atmospheric sorted out. Managed to burn a bunch of cables in here. Sorted out the elevators. Gotten some of that fixed. We did the stacker upgrade for the silo area. We've been, I think we've been pretty productive. I was hoping to have the water manufacturing done as well today, but I think we're gonna target that 12 hour. So we've got, you know, 40 minutes roughly to hook all of that up, and I don't think we're gonna make it. We're gonna try, but I don't think we're gonna make it. Not with the freaking, oh actually that thing's, yeah, 1100 freaking degrees, which means the ticks for the freaking, like, Jesus Christ, leave my waste tank alone. So grab that, do this here, bam. You know, it smells like a storm, but there isn't a storm. It's just the temperature shifts so high that we got in here. Also, fun fact, I've been so preservative with the amount of gas used for the smelting that we actually never emptied out the tank to the point where it needed to be refilled from the last season. Like, it's been like 100 days since in-game since we filled that tank. Which just goes to show how brokenly pressurized smelting is, because if you manage your fuel usage, oh, it is cheap to smelt. It is ridiculously cheap to smelt. Okay, so that is the coolant pipe hooked up. That is the waste pipe hooked up. And we do have like 150 something odd pipes more to go. I think we're gonna hold on. Men, hör det du? Freaking weirdo. Ja, det var vatten där. He just walked through the freaking water fountain. Hoping someone saw that on camera, because that was, I don't even know what he was doing. See, I'm gonna take a shortcut. And nighttime zoomies. Yeah, I don't even know what he was doing. Let's do that, and let's toss in another piece of steel. You don't want to eat that? Thank you. just put that in here. We're gonna need those pipes to do that one. And then we're gonna empty out our waste tank because our waste tank gets filled during the daytime like insane. How are we looking here? We're looking pretty good. Oxygen is picking up after our export vaganza. Nitrogen obviously being freaking empty completely. How is our crops looking here? Because I know we were not paying attention to 23 one day 11 hours one day 18 hours we are probably gonna do a little bit of soybean planting here. At the moment we can't plant soybean up in the greenhouse because we don't have nitrogen in the air, so that is a little bit of a pickle. Glass for the doors, steel sheets for the frames. What else do we need down there? Probably another battery because we are gonna grab one of those batteries as a reserve battery. We're gonna need an active vent. We have that. It's gonna need to be emptied out. We're gonna need an IC chip. We're gonna need housing, but we do have some housing out there. Just gonna let that make a whole bunch of liquid pipes because we are gonna need it. Did I place a housing down by that air vent? I believe I did. We're just gonna grab the computer and we are going to put down this thing, and we are going to grab you, import, pop you over there, put you in there, export. We are also gonna do this. While it is not in complete state, it is in a shitty half measured, non-commented. I don't like the push things. I want to use a memory card instead. It's gonna be easier. It's gonna be less volatile code. It's just gonna be better. We're gonna copy it and we are gonna paste it on the Discord because I do want to save it in case something breaks. And we are gonna do this. Paste that in and then do that. And then we are gonna post that in there. Yeah. There we go. That is a door chip. Put that away. And then we're just gonna run down, see what we need to do. We're gonna put the glass in, so we're gonna need the crowbar. We're gonna put the chip in. And then we're gonna slap on the walls, weld up the frames now that we got the pipes through the way we want them. The only thing we need now is gonna run power in here. So running that high voltage cable through, I don't know where we want to be running it. I don't know, I guess up the side here, just up there, through here. And then that comes down here, goes down there, and then we go... do we want to do data connection? Ooh, that's an excellent freaking question. Okay. Force these open, get the glass on there, get that there. Okay, so power connection first. If we run this here, and then we do... Or do we run it underneath it? Hmm. So that would be pipe, data, power, pipe, data, power. So that would be, if we want to have 3 H2 combustors, that is where we're going to have to pull the power. And then that is going to have to go out somewhere else. And I think we want to do it in a little bit of a roundabout way and pull it up. Actually, do we want to run the pipe up there? Like if we're running the pipe up there and then we're coming down with it here, we're still going to be in the same pickle in the corner with the cable. The same thing here, we're pulling that one up there. But we are gonna have... Okay, so... that power is gonna come here. Right? So... we're already having the cable pulled from this end. Right, so having this just go straight down here, off the side there. And in this way is not a stretch. And then we can easily just do this. And this will allow us to do whatever. There we go. And then it's just a matter of the data network to feed out of this, and the data network is going to be connected to this blue wire that we have so deliciously here already, because this is the internal data network for the entirety of the atmospheric center. Now this is going to need to be run down here, because this is going to needing to be run in the floor tiles. And once again, this is the data network, so this should never really exceed any realistic big value. And it's going to be going underneath this one here, and then we're going to have this one come in there, and then that one is going to be coming in here for whatever data purposes we've got in there. Okay, so grab that, grab this. We're gonna run you underneath there, so that is gonna need to be adapted. We're not gonna die from falling down there, so we're fine. We're gonna run some power down here, and we are gonna do this because we are gonna be running that cable, and this is a death pit, so which is why I'm doing this right now. There we go. So that is gonna be hooking up that there. Put that jetpack on. We are gonna do let's not bathe in the magma, shall we? I don't like the fact that it's shifting me around. There we go. That is the data connected to that tank as well. And we just need that data cable out of there. There we go. That is connected up. Nicely, nicely. And then we are gonna be welding, we are gonna be welding, and we are gonna be welding. Let that frame sealed. Frame sealed. And I mean, worst case scenario, right? We need the data cable somewhere else. We'll figure it out. Like, you know, worst case, we'll send out and empty the room into the waste tank or something, and then rebuild / reorganize and whatever. But I think we should be able to manage that from the top side. Like any filtration and whatever else, this is just going to be filling this tank. It's going to be reading this tank, and then it's going to stop if this tank is at a certain threshold. Or it's going to stop at when there's too little O2 or whatever in the reserved tanks, which this has access to because this is on the same data network as the rest of the tanks up there. Right, so we're going to take this little data ship, we're going to throw it in there. So that one is out of our inventory as well. And then we're going to put the plating on. We are going to put this on. And then we are going to slap this on. So the only thing left here is going to be that the area power controller, the APC. That's the only thing that's missing from that airlock. And then we just need to rename the vents. And that should be good. we just grab the welder. And then we are gonna grab that data cable. There we go. That is hooked up as well. So now we can just weld this shut. And we can weld this shut so we can walk on them again. We don't have to worry about falling to our deaths. Nice. See, now we got this sealed off. Now we just need to get some pipes to get this built. And we are gonna get that APC with a battery. And as you can see here, this thing is being charged when we're down here welding, which is pretty nice. Hooked up there, hooked up there. That is all good. Getting through the chaos, getting through the carnage. We are making progress. And we are making some pretty good progress. If I may say so myself. Which I think I do. We're just gonna grab those pipes and then we're gonna apply the cable. There we go, and then screwdriver, build that thing up. Put that stack there. Now it is, you know, inwards here, so it's kind of weird, but it made more sense for how the connections were happening. So that's you know, that's what we're doing. It's kind of funny. It's like freaking pressure pot of doom ignition, and then bam. So that is done. So we're gonna want an APC. And then a battery, and then we can sort out the we can vacuum out the room, and of course we have the let's spoil the fun and progress and building order sequencing. Screw you, Storm. Screw you. Yes, I get free power, but screw you. I mean, at least with this now, we can actually get up and down. And actually work on the things, even though there is a storm. We can hop this up and we can get up here. And when we can walk up here. And then we need to fix out we need to fix this elevator up as well, so it's a speedy boy. But that is pretty nice, and these guys are holding fast, so you know it's working. It is working freaking fantastically. How is this looking? Oh. Why is it being so twitchy with the volumes? Oh, right. It's because it's actually actively filtering out. Look at that. It's because it's pulling out.
Critical. Temperature high.
You can be a waste tank
Temperature
critical.
Temperature high.
Um,
Hydration critical.
it is adding oxygen right now. So in this pipe section that goes to the that one-way valve, we've got 350 moles that's generated, which is pretty sweet. That is pretty slick.
Storm incoming.
It does catch attention, that's for sure. The Borg is attacking. The Borg is attacking. I mean, wait, what?
Storm incoming.
Some area power controller. That is that one, and then we need that large battery. So that is our airlock. Now,
Storm incoming.
we basically just need a radiator as well. Our resources are starting to be a little bit spread out here, and that's the storm in. I think we might need to add some more lockers. More lockers. More lockers. More lockers. Actually, we once again failed to empty out our backup canister. Don't want to be building in the freaking storm, but you know, not gonna sit idle in the freaking base during it either. Which clearly just indicates that we need more base to be sitting idle in. There we go. So here we're gonna start adding the pipes. We're gonna clean this up a bit. We're gonna have non-insulated and we're gonna have insulated gas pipes. And then we're gonna have liquid pipes, which are not gonna be non-insulated. That way we can have a little bit more overview over what we actually have asset-wise. And then we got, you know, pressure regulators. We got our digital valves. We got our pipe utilities. We got heaters. Liquid drains, so liquid stuff. IC, atmospherics. Pipe valves. Some more housing, some cables. That is alright. We got steel sheets for that one. We are gonna grab those. And we are gonna... We got the APC, we've got the radiator, we got that